Jury's still out.
House Speaker Mike Johnson unsure there's enough time to get funding approved by the House already in place by tonight's deadline. After Democrats objected to Homeland Security funding in the Senate, upset over immigration enforcement in Minnesota, Fox's Madeline Rivera reports there is an agreement on that.
The deal that President Trump and Senate Democrats hashed out would separate the DHS funding bill from 5 other bills. The programs included in the 5-bill package would be funded through September. DHS would be under a 2-week stopgap bill to allow Democrats more time to negotiate changes after the killing of Celebritiy in Minneapolis. But senators overnight were not able to reach an agreement to speed the process up. GOP Senator Lindsey Graham spoke about his objections last night, criticizing Democrats for demonizing ICE. So senators will return today to try to pass the funding bill again.
So that makes it unlikely the House returns to also approve anything before Monday. There's a call for people across America angry over immigration operations to ICE out, not go to work or go to school or shop. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is urging Democratic leaders
to change their rhetoric because it is encouraging the kind of violence that we see on their streets today.
As for criticism Noem got for calling Celebritiy a domestic terrorist right after he was shot by federal agents during a Minnesota protest, Noem tells Fox she was using the best information they had at the time. As people clean up still from last weekend's massive snow and ice storm, another's coming.
Really kind of the bullseye for this new snow system is going to be the Carolinas. You're looking at winter storm warnings there, North Carolina, South Carolina, stretching up into Virginia as well.
Fox meteorologist Adam Klotz, there's still 250,000 power outages in the South, and President Trump plans to announce today his pick to replace Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, whose term ends in May. The president's been very critical of Powell. America's listening to Fox News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Ben Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G coverage. What? Franklin wasn't even a president. Hang on to those Benjamins. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, to switch to an American wireless company that's truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Happy Friday to you. Gosh, the weekend. I mean, you get through this work day and it is just coasted for a couple days. If it doesn't snow you out. But maybe that's something you look forward to.
It's a possibility. The ice last weekend obviously was frustrating.
Yeah.
Snow is pretty. You can deal with it.
Yeah.
But not for long.
No, yeah. And look, I don't think it'll last long. I was looking at temperatures, and I want to say it was supposed to get up to like 40 or something. And so I was.
Well, it'll come in and it'll leave.
It's exactly right. Good. Yeah. So
that's all I want.
Which is good. That's what makes it.
I got another volleyball tournament. The girls will run outside and they'll all be excited, and then we'll go back in the facility and go about our business.
Yeah, and I'm seeing for right now. I mean, I'm looking at the official Extra 106.3 weather app, otherwise known as Apple Weather.
It's the official.
Yeah, and it's Saturday now. I don't see any precipitation whatsoever. So probably east of here, you got to worry about a little bit of that, but. Yeah, looks like that's all wrapped up.
Yeah, we'll take a look. We'll see how it plays.
Yeah.
So I'm not concerned like I was last weekend.
No, definitely not. Well, because, like I said, snow, it's here, it's gone. Ice sticks around for and causes problems, so you have people ice skating in your cul-de-sac.
It happened when they were skating around the neighborhood.
Which I've never seen in my whole life, ever.
Saw it for the first time last weekend.
Never seen that in my whole life. Lo showed me the video of these kids. And
ice skating down the street.
Dude, it's nuts.
We had that much ice where I live.
It's freaking nuts. Nutso. But so we're headed to Augusta now just for a doubleheader today. Leaving here a little bit early this morning.
Yeah, if you're a fan of the Tugless 9 o'clock hour. First off, what's wrong with you?
Yes.
Second off, yes, Tug is going to disembark from the ship a little bit early so that he can get to where are they playing at for this one?
They're home.
Okay, they're a home opener. Okay, so the home opener of this part of your son's college baseball career. That's
Versus
extremely cool.
St. Leo out of Florida, I believe.
Okay,
it is.
yeah, that's I just remember
Those poor Florida kids.
I know, right?
They're going to be like, "What is
something.
this?"
Just freezing.
We've been practicing in 70-degree weather. What did we find here?
No kidding. And that's a beautiful school. I happened to pull up some pictures and pulled them up again. It's very, looks very Spanish, that influence that you have in Florida and probably Texas too. But Flagler has a little bit of that, but this looks more like the Spanish countryside or something. It's beautiful. It's
I hope Jacob just puts it on him.
Me too.
From just the start. And
Dude, absolutely.
Like I'll be texting you today, being like, okay, how'd it go?
As he leads off, I hope he starts the season with a home run.
Leading off.
That's just me.
Where's he playing in the outfield? Is he playing center?
Yes, he is.
Lead off in center field.
Yeah, so we'll.
Those are great times.
Oh, I know,
so
right?
Cool.
I'm so excited about it, and it's kind of like you just can't wait. Like you're working through the week, and we love what we do, but it's truly to steal a little bit of Nick Cellini's bit. Everybody's working for the weekend, so you can see the kids play.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. It's the only time that I'm extremely nervous. I'm not nervous about much of anything ever.
Yeah.
Yet that's when I'm so worried about: is this going to be a good one? Is this going to be a bad one? Is this going to be a great weekend? Is this going to be a pretty mediocre weekend? Because these girls, when they care about it as much, and obviously when your son cares about it as much as he does, you can see it on their face. And there's a certain point where you're like, it's just ball, but it's not.
I know, but it's not. And they wear it.
Yeah.
And they wear it before, they wear it after. And it doesn't end, dude. Like, you thought when they started at 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever it is, at some point it would come to an end, and it will. But not for a while.
Not for a while.
You still got a long run. And then
yeah.
I feel like the college part of it, you're so removed, you don't get quite as nervous, but you have that same feeling of, God, I just want to see them do well.
Well, I think it's different. Like so many of these young athletes are working their tails off to get to the collegiate level. And when they do, there is this moment of, all right, deep breath, I'm here.
Yeah.
Now it's, I want to make the most of it, because if you are not doing well there, you're stuck there for the time being.
Yeah, that's right.
There is no such thing as, well, I decided to quit and I came home. Like, what? No. That's your home.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely.
That's where you're at.
That's right. And we've got a lease. I know.
Right. Yeah.
I'm for sure.
You're not coming home. Like, you better be pretty sure.
No doubt about it. But it is. It is so much fun to watch them and they learn and grow, and you see them improve every step of the way. And I know you've seen that with your daughters, and now looking at colleges with her, and hey, what do you want? What are you looking for? What's the best situation for you? And even colleges looking at them, which you've been
evaluating, and them having their own. They have their own power in all of this. You have a limited amount of power. You just get to say yes, but you don't get to say yes unless they say yes.
That's right, and that's not the way it used to be. It's there's a little bit of that turning loose. How do I turn loose? And it's a good thing that they're making those decisions. It's all a part of the maturation process, right? And growing up and making your own decisions. But it's good to be able to guide them, through it, and at least throw up a, hey, did you think about this, or what about that? Just to let the life experience, not tell them what to do, but put scenarios in front of them.
Yes. What would you do if X happens?
Well, let me give you an example. Jacob's buddy, when he was transferring out, he had a full ride offer out of a college in Virginia near where he's from. I'd never even heard of it, but it's a really good academic school.
Let's just call it Radford.
Yeah, we'll say that. His parents didn't want him to do that. He had another offer that at the time wasn't a full ride to go to Belmont in Nashville.
Okay.
And he had already made a decision. I'm going to the Virginia school. Parents did not want him to do that. It wasn't until my son had talked to him about it. He was like, to your point, what happens if you get hurt? Well, let's say you have some accident and you can never play ball again.
Where do I want to be?
Where do you want to be?
That's it. I know.
Rural Virginia or Nashville. He chose Nashville. Parents were happy. Calling Jacob, hey, thanks for helping us. And Jacob's like, I didn't help him do anything. That was just a question I had.
Sometimes it's not the parents.
Yeah.
It's the peers.
That's right.
You start talking through some of this stuff and you start figuring out what's important. So I guess that's where we've gotten to be so close with all the other parents, and we root for all the other girls because we know that that's their core group, that they all kind of depend on one another. And now that they're getting into these recruiting years, now there's going to be a lot of discussion about, well, what are you doing? What do you know about that school? Did you talk to that coach? And they will depend on each other much more than they will with the parents.
Yeah, well, and it's such a natural thing to talk to your peer group more.
Talk to your teammates.
It
girls
is.
you suffer with.
Fun times for all of us here on this Friday. Let's get to the first thing to know.
They want you awake, informed, and ready to fight for the facts of the day in the land of the free. Now your sleepyhead nation needs your wake-up call. A mighty dose of reality coming in strong. Soon as the sun cracks the horizon so high. Man, we got the story, no time for a lie.
No, we got no time for that. And I love the super that is up on MS Now. FBI raids in Fulton County sends shockwaves across Georgia.
So I don't say this very often about this show. We might be wrong. Now, a lot of times we'll tell you, listen, if we're not right yet, just give it a week.
Give it a minute.
Give it a minute. You'll see. We spent yesterday talking about how, this is a big story. And Minneapolis kind of drowned some of this stuff out. We talked about, raiding a facility and taking these ballots. And the more that we are finding out about how much involvement there was in terms of federal authorities, the more this turns into, this is much bigger and might have actual real consequences than what we were even imagining, because we're so used to it. We've spent 5-6 years talking about this.
And nothing has happened.
Nothing has happened, and there's no cooperation.
Yeah, right. And there's been lawsuits, and there's been, people that have claimed this or claimed that, and none of it came out. None of it was proven right or wrong.
What was the first thing they showed up when MSNBC started this morning, MS Now? Why is Tulsi Gabbard involved in this?
Well, all of a sudden, is there
the director of national intelligence?
Wonder if there's some sort of foreign interference.
Maybe out of Venezuela.
Wonder if there's a connection with the operation that we conducted in Venezuela. There's so many questions. Obviously, a lot more questions than answers, but it does give you that glimmer of hope. I just don't want to set listeners up for failure. I don't want to set us, and not failure. Failure is not the right word. Disappointment.
Because we're used to that. When it comes to this case, we spent so much time where this has been discussed with nothing occurring. And so to see, and I was reading through people that know what they're talking about, and one of their posts was, first off, if you have the director of national intelligence that's there for a raid, it's because this is much bigger than just the state of Georgia, here's what happened.
Because there's intel telling them that maybe they had been gathering prior to coming to Georgia.
Now, let me lay it out for you as I put the tinfoil hat on. One of the big discussion points when it came to what Venezuela was doing, Venezuela had been exporting their technology around the world, which meant they had gotten to be the nation that if you needed to rig an election or play games with an election, you went through Venezuela.
Here, come here.
So that's laid out. Now, that's known. The question now becomes, were they part of what went on in 2020, which is why your director of national intelligence is here? And if they were, when everyone pointed at Elon, it was like, when Elon stole the election for Trump. No, one of the aspects of that election was that there was an understanding now from a technological perspective of how this was done in 2020 and where it was done out of. That's where you wonder about where this whole thing is going. I think it's much bigger than, hey, we found these and it turns out they screwed Trump.
We're going to inspect these ballots and we're going to see the little hooks on there on the bubbling that has been repeated a bunch of times, so it's clear that it's been printed.
I think we looked at it much too locally.
Sure. And then it makes you wonder, too, on the flip side, from the intel point of view, was there operators in our own intel community? Because we know that there are plenty of people in our intel community today that despise Donald Trump, that despise everything that isn't establishment. I'm not saying there is.
But these are the questions that you have when the director of national intelligence gets involved.
But I know how many people hate Trump in the intel community.
Sure.
There's no way to get the deep state out completely. Not in 12 months, not in 13 months.
And to point out how big it is, again, MS Now has been opening with this and rolling with this. Now, their job, as they see fit, is to try and turn this into, look what Donald Trump is doing to end elections. Like, that's their anger point.
And that's what Mo Ivory said yesterday, too.
That's their talking point. Yeah. My question becomes this. If this is all provable, if this all, and regardless of where the tentacles go, if the tentacles go to Venezuela or if they just stay here, can you imagine that the Trump administration, Donald Trump specifically, pointed out that there was some sort of crazy thing that occurred in Georgia that statistically was impossible what the numbers were. And then because he brought it up, you all prosecuted him and anyone part of his team.
Yeah.
You tried to put him into prison for the rest of his life for pointing out what actually happened.
For finding out what happened, for figuring out what happened, and for seeing it and saying it aloud. Gosh,
you tried to crush everyone. I saw this note last night. This was posted about 8 o'clock last night. It was from C3. So this is where the numbers were. And this is here's how the odds of Trump winning or losing certain states at the point by which that the counts were stopping. Trump was up 8 points with 83% of the vote in, so he had a 99% chance.
Mm-hmm.
In Pennsylvania, he was up 16% with 64% already in. He had 99% chance of winning. I'll just make it real simple. He's high 90s in Minnesota and in Wisconsin. Michigan and Wisconsin. There's 10%. He's up by 10 in Michigan. 60% of the vote is in. He has a 97% chance. For him to lose all 4 states, based on, again, the numbers, the statistics, he had a 1 in 11.1 million chance.
That's like winning the lottery.
Of losing all 4 states at that point with that many in already.
That's like your odds of actually winning the lottery.
The lottery numbers are 0.00009% of losing all 4 states at that moment when the count stopped.
Yeah, and that's why when you hear or heard, and we've talked about it a bunch of times, Brad Raffensperger going, there's about 2% left of the vote. We don't see anything changing.
And then he gets, and we'll play this later, he gets cut off of MSNBC.
They bring him back, and he reiterates. He doubles down.
It's like, it's over.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you can talk about something different, but
y'all can talk about it. I'm just here to tell you the facts. There's some of the words that you'll hear him say a little later in the show, and you'll remember this when we flash back on it. Yeah, nothing's going to change.
So
it's pretty much done.
See how big this thing becomes.
Yeah,
because right now, obviously with them leading with it, with us talking about it, and this being in our own backyard, the amount of people that are re-litigating, re-investigating, that's a good thing. And all with a partial government shutdown looming and everything that's going on in Minnesota. Like, these are fun times.
Dude, these
are crazy times.
There's always something happening, always something going on. I'm just, I don't know about you, but I'm tired of the Democrats. I'm weary of the Democrats.
What do you mean when they're calling for violence?
Yes.
Is that strange?
Well, that. And then in here in the state of Georgia, listening to Miss Ivory talk about how Donald Trump's trying to jack your vote. Just the silliness that they move forward with, the things that they talk about, the things they discuss to mislead and to misinform, and they want you to be afraid to ask the questions. That's why they locked Donald Trump up, tried to lock him up for asking the questions here and in Ukraine and every other place that he's asked questions. They've come at him, right? January 6th, people went there to protest because they knew something crazy happened, something crazy went on.
Yeah, the Democrats won the lottery.
Yes. And what did they do to those people? They wanted them to be intimidated. They wanted them to be fearful of asking the questions. Now it's the door's been kicked wide open. Let's ask all the questions.
Sure.
Let's get
by all means. Let's have some fun with it. Let's put them on the spot. Explain these irregularities. Explain these number issues.
Help us understand.
Good luck.
Help us understand.
Again, from 2021 moving forward, I've called this the most statistically impossible election.
For 5 years,
For 5 years, I've said that. Now, that was before I just told you it was stolen. I was just calling it, Joe Biden, who won the most statistically impossible election, said that for 5 years on this radio program. We're getting real close to being able to just say, stolen.
It was stolen. Aunt Peg, it was stolen.
Stolen.
And you know it.
It was stolen, babe.
You know it. I know it. We all know it. Let's talk to Janelle King, who is on the Georgia State Election Board, because she has some thoughts about this FBI raid in Fulton County. I think you'll be impressed by what she has to say. Next on Xtra 106.3, 6 o'clock hours brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett.
Xtra 106.3 is connected to the Atlanta community with the local officials and candidates that share your values, plus the national perspective from the most trusted name in news like Glenn Beck, Clay Travis, Buck Sexton, and Atlanta's own Neil Boards. Proud to be the conservative voice of Atlanta. Xtra 106.3 FM and the Xtra app.
So your New Year's resolution was to slow down on the drinking. Now you're in a jail cell facing a DUI. Time to call A Second Chance Bail Bonds. A Second Chance will get your loved one home quickly. For 20 years, they've been helping folks with 12 locations across Metro Atlanta and Birmingham and are available 24/7. For fast, professional, discreet services, call 404-BAILOUT. That's 404-BAILOUT or visit atlbail.com. A Second Chance Bail Bonds. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us.
If a crystal ball showed a crash in your future, you'd buckle up before leaving your driveway. But no one knows what will happen when they get on the road. Around every corner are drivers that are speeding, distracted, or worse. And your best protection on the road is always a seatbelt. Many crashes would have different outcomes if drivers and passengers were wearing seatbelts. Make sure your future is buckled up. That's why the Governor's Office of Highway Safety says, click it or ticket.
Sponsored by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. You know what time it is? Cooler weather. Perfect time to get those outdoor projects done. Stovall & Company has everything. Wholesale landscaping, nursery, irrigation supplies. 11 locations, latest one in Canton. Family owned for 75 years. They've got it all. StovallInc.com.
Oh no, what is that sound?
It's our rejection detection system. It's showing that several men across Georgia are being denied intimacy by their partners due to ED.
How can this be?
Well, it's more common than you think. As men age, their bodies change. And unfortunately, once they get over 50, some things don't work like they used to.
So what do we do?
There's only one thing to do. We need to get them to Dr. Eric Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. He can fix ED problems.
But how?
At Total Body Therapy of Georgia, they are experts in the P-shot, testosterone replacement, regenerative therapy, and Trimex to create an erection and more.
Hi, this is Dr. Eric Deal from Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Did you know that 50% of men over 50 struggle with some form of ED? Guys, it won't get better on its own. When it's not hard, it's really hard. But I can help you today. Call us at Total Body Therapy of Georgia at 404-777-1911 or learn more about us online at tbtofga.com.
Fox on Tech. Creating images while using the web will be getting easier thanks to Google. The internet giant announces it will now integrate artificially intelligent image generation as part of the side panel in its Chrome web browser. The service will integrate Google's generative AI model called Nano Banana, which they promise delivers realistic visuals by sophisticated understanding of users' text prompts and can even generate information graphics based on data retrieved from web searches. Pro-level users will also be able to use AI in Chrome to auto-browse, meaning it can log into websites, shop and purchase, and even prepare social media posts. AI integration into browsers is growing into the norm. Microsoft already integrated its Copilot AI assistant into the Edge browser, and now other AI companies like ChatGPT parent OpenAI and Perplexity have debuted their own web browsers, integrating their own AI models. With Fox on Tech, I'm Eben Brown, Fox News. The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Friday, January 30th, and here are your headlines. A federal judge has blocked Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's bid to raise unlimited campaign funds in the governor's race, upholding current campaign finance limits. The judge acknowledged the law that allows rival candidates to accept unlimited money may be unconstitutional, but Raffensperger's legal challenge didn't meet the standard for a temporary exemption, and Raffensperger is appealing. The Georgia Department of Transportation Transportation is prepping roads ahead of a winter storm watch, with crews set to begin treating highways and major routes with brine and salt ahead of a forecast of snow and wintry weather expected this weekend across North Georgia and Metro Atlanta. Officials are prioritizing interstates and critical corridors while urging drivers to give trucks extra space. And finally, Whitefield Academy in Cobb County hosted a conversation on faith and youth activities featuring former Atlanta Braves star Jeff Francoeur. He shared his professional experience and personal faith with students and families, while the event focused on keeping faith central in sports and youth life as part of the school's broader engagement. Today's weather is cloudy with a high of 53 and a low of 26. The Extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Welcome to the Morning Extra, an Extra 106.3. Our guest this morning is Janelle King. I have been waiting to talk to Janelle. She is one of our favorite guests. You can hear her show, The Janelle King Show, weekends here on Extra 106.3. Janelle, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Man, I woke up feeling excited this morning.
Okay, out of curiosity, when you, I'm sure as most of us, as we saw the news that the FBI had raided the facility and went in looking for whatever they were, what was your initial reaction, being that you've been so close to this story?
Yeah, so it's interesting because Kelvin was speaking in Richmond County at the time, and I got a phone call from a reporter with CBS News, and I looked at Kelvin and I said, oh boy, something must be happening. And then after he finished speaking, that's when people brought me the article. It was just like the FBI is raiding Fulton County. And I have to tell you, I knew something was happening, and there was just kind of rumbling that was going around that they were in the state. And this was a few weeks ago. And so I knew that something was up, and I honestly thought that's what they were going to do. I told Kelvin, I said, it feels like they are making sure they have enough probable cause in order to go in and take those documents. And the reason why is because Fulton County has been obstructing, and not just Fulton County, because they can't do it alone. It also includes our Secretary of State. I would venture to say even our Attorney General's office. And our governor hasn't been very helpful either. And I know some people are hesitant to loop everyone in there, but you can't obstruct for 5 years without the support of certain types of leadership. And so Fulton County has basically said, no, you can't see the documents for all these years. We subpoenaed them as a state election board, and they told us that in order for us to get them, we had to pay them almost $500,000 in order to get these documents. And so it's just been one runaround after another. And I felt like the DOJ just had enough. And they said, you know what, I believe we have probable cause to go in and take these documents. And that's what you saw happen.
Our guest is Janelle King. She's on the Georgia State Election Board, or Georgia State Board of Elections, and has been so close to this. She's obviously a host on this station and is very close to what's happening and has a really good understanding of what's going on. What do you think they're going to find? Because Los and I were talking about it a little earlier, and we're like, man, it's been 6 years. What's the likelihood of the smoking gun? Because if you're the guilty party, you're going to be getting rid of all that as quickly as you possibly can. What do you expect, or what do you hope they find?
Yes, so the warrant, from my understanding, requested pretty much everything from 2020. So that's all the ballots, all the tabulator tapes, sign-in sheets, everything, right? It asked for all the ballot images, voter rolls from that time period. These are all documents that during a normal election, some of them may not still be available. However, in 2020, there were a lot of lawsuits that were filed within the 2-year time frame, which was from 2020 to 2022, and that put a stay on these documents. So these documents should be there. If they are not there or they've been destroyed, that's a whole other issue. But the fact is, what we're hoping to find is that what the Secretary of State's office in Fulton County continues to say, which is that the election was perfect. We're hoping to find that the election was perfect. That's what we're hoping to find. However, I don't believe that's what we're going to see. What I believe we're going to find, and I say this because I've seen images of some of these ballots that are being held up, is absentee ballots that have the word recount written on them. We're going to see ballots that were double scanned. It's just all kinds of stuff that we know is out there. But the only reason why nothing has happened is because there was no evidence of it, because the evidence was locked up in the warehouse. So we're hoping that either we're going to put a stop to all of this and really find out that the election was run perfectly, like everyone is saying, or we're going to find out that the election wasn't run the way they said it was ran, and this is what happened. And I happen to believe that we're going to err more on that side.
Janelle King is our guest on the Morning Extra. Once I heard within the media the safest and securest elections that have ever occurred, that immediately had my radar go up and go, okay, hold on a second. I don't know about all this. When you hear people that are critics of this and they talk about, well, they already audited their election, everything came back fine. When you hear that stuff, what is your reaction now that you've gotten a chance to see some of the stuff that you have?
Well, you have to understand what types of audits that were being done. They were doing risk limiting audits, which is mostly, it's pretty much just auditing a sample size of the ballots and basically saying that this group, this little small sample size should represent the entire, all the ballots. And then when you do a risk limiting audit, you don't audit all the counties. You pick counties that are, it's supposed to be random, but, who knows? However, they pick counties that they audit that they know doesn't have any issues. So why didn't you audit Fulton County? Everybody was questioning Fulton County, but you pick Cobb and you pick these other counties that that don't have issues. So that was one of the major things. So when they say they've done audits, we didn't have to ask, well, what type of audit did you do outside of the risk limiting? Did you audit the paper, or did you just rescan everything and go with this digital count? And we know from the Michelle Long Spears case in DeKalb County that the digital is not always correct. Now, I mean, the majority of the time it should be, but there are issues and there are times when when it's not. So we need to do a hand count of the text that is written on those early votes, as well as those in-person votes, all those in-person votes. And then we also need to look at the text that's on those absentee ballots and do an audit of all the ballots. And I believe that's what's going to happen.
Gosh, I hope you're right. And, because we were talking about some of the crazy things that were happening where, 98% of votes coming in were just for Joe Biden. And that was the only thing that was selected. The only, election.
Nothing else down ballot.
None of the down ballot stuff collected. And then even Democrats were saying, well, none of them were folded. None of them were creased. That seems odd for a mail-in ballot. Why? So you have all those anomalies, right? That throws up the red flags. But why? Here's the thing I think our audience wants to know. Why are the Republicans being so reluctant to help?
I know, right? It's not what you say and what you're not saying, right? It's the fact that we don't have massive tweets coming out of our Attorney General's office or our governor's office. I mean, the FBI came into your state and raided a major county, and everybody is mute. I mean, you have to ask yourself what's going on. And the reason why you're seeing that is because what we're dealing with is a uniparty. We're dealing with leaders who are all kind of in this together. I'm not saying that anyone did anything criminal, because this was a criminal search warrant. However, there obviously are people who are all up in the mix, but not necessarily in a good way. And it's not just it's not just Democrats. We're talking about Republicans too. And that's what we kept trying to stress, being on the state election board, that this is not a partisan issue. Our elections is our one fundamental right that we have to ensure that this country sustains itself. It's our ability to have a voice. And one of the things that I read recently that I thought that really put it in perspective is that the people, we are the final auditor. It's not the machine count. It's not the county official. It's the people. If we say pull that election out, pull those documents out and let us see, and like my husband says, show your work, we have the right to do that. And telling us that we don't is part of the problem. And I'm listening to these narratives. I've tracked 8 narratives that the Democrats have already thrown out there, not knowing what is in those documents. Some of these narratives were thrown out there unknowing of what was in the warrants. So they didn't even know what they were looking for, and they already was making up stories. So when we talk about what's happening right now, this is not partisan. We have Republican leaders and Democrat leaders that were all complicit in continuing to spew this lie that the election was perfect and that there was nothing to see here. And that's just not true. And we're going to do our duty. And I am so grateful for the patriots. And I've used that word not from a Republican side, but these are real life, in-person patriots who stood the ground, held the line for 5 years. They were called crazy. They were told that they didn't know what they were talking about. We're talking about the Joe Rossies, the Kevin Moncliffs, the Garland Favoritos. These are people that were putting their reputations on the line for 5 years. They held the line. And this is where we are. And that is what motivates me. I will not stop. We are going to keep going in this. We're going to find out what happened because we owe it to those people that put their money, time, and energy into all of this for 5 years. So, yeah, our leadership is a mute, but we don't need them. We get rid of them. It's time for them all to go anyway. And it's time to put people in there that's going to do the job and do it right.
Janelle King is our guest on the Morning Extra. For lack of a better term, Janelle, Tug and I have been calling this a classic good old boy network. That if you want to make this make sense to people from outside the state, you explain to it, it's not partisan. It is the establishment of the Democrats and the Republicans that are seemingly passing power back and forth to one another and seem to be kind of in an underhanded way handling the elections as they see fit.
Yeah. I think it's a mixture of a lot of things. I think it's a mixture of people who just want to keep their seat because they've attached their livelihood to their seat. I think it's a bunch of people who are simply, those who just want to turn a blind eye and they don't want to be in the mix. And then I think there's a group of people that are mixed up in what I call the fog of elections. And I'm actually going to be talking about that on my podcast this weekend, about the fog of elections, about how you use complexities to create barriers. The fact of the matter is that you have people who are defending a machine that they can't even explain. They don't even know how it works. We have election officials that are like, oh, the machine is fine, but you have to call a technician from a whole other third-party operation to come in and fix them when something happens. And then we're saying that hand-marked paper ballots is somehow going to cause problems and it's complex. If that's not propaganda, I don't know what is. To make you feel like the simple alternative is the complex alternative. That's not true. And then they want to bring in ranked choice voting to make it even more complicated. So you have those who are complicit. You have those who are just scared to get involved in anything. And then you have those who are just outright confused because they don't understand our own election process. How do we, the people, be the final auditor of our elections when we don't even understand how our elections are administered? So we have to go back to the basics on this. But yeah, it's just really, really beyond me. And I have to touch on this one narrative that Senator Josh McLaurin, who happens to be my state senator, what he said. The moment this all happened, 10 minutes after it all broke, he's down there doing a press conference saying things like, oh, I'm not sure if they even told the judge the truth. He's asserting that the FBI is possibly lying to judges to get a warrant. This is the type of narrative in the crash out or the panic that you're seeing coming from Democrats. And you have to ask yourself, why? If everything is perfect, there's nothing to see here, then why is everyone so concerned?
I love it.
What's going on?
I want to play this clip from Monica Ivory, Mo Ivory, Fulton County Commissioner and Atlanta City Councilwoman District 3, and have you respond to that.
Federal agents that had warrants and they came inside the building. Is there anything you can tell the people about what's going on today?
Yeah, so first of all, y'all, I'm Commissioner Mo Ivory, from Fulton County. You should follow me because I'm going to tell you everything as it really is. They're trying to jack your vote. That's basically what this is all about. So Trump wants to come in and take the 2020 ballots, right, so that he can say somebody went through them and they can say, oh, we found all these problems, which what would that matter anyway? 2020, right? 4 years already passed. He wasn't the president. He's the president again. So all he's trying to do is make you fearful of going to the polls in 2026. 26. So he's going to say that all this crazy stuff happened and you can't trust Fulton County. And then a bunch of people who live in Fulton County, like especially in Atlanta, where a bunch of the votes come from. Fulton County is a Democratic majority county. So the votes really matter because they sway what happens in Georgia. So he's going to make a bunch of people afraid so they won't go to the polls. So the numbers will deflate and the Republicans will not be out of office. That's what he's trying to do, plain and simple.
What do you think about that, Janelle?
I think she's a joke. Mo Ivory gets on her social media and she spews all of this emotional BS because she doesn't know what exactly she's talking about or what's going on. The fact of the matter is President Trump can't stand a lot of the Republicans that are involved in all of this. So the fact that he's trying to protect their seats or keep them in office is already a moot point. That's number one. Number two, when she starts talking about fear, trying to cause people to be fearful to vote, how does finding out if an election office or election county ran the elections appropriately create fear or cause people to be fearful of going to vote? You want to know what causes people to be fearful about voting or pushes apathy? Is knowing that your vote didn't count. Is not being able to explain how elections are run or what happened. It's understanding that Fulton County has made several errors. And one of the things that she also says in that clip is that, yeah, they may find some errors, but who cares? Who cares? Because that was 2020. Well, you know why we care? Because in 2024, there was an election in Hall County in the city of Oakwood, where we had several people vote in the election that was not supposed to vote in that election. And yes, it could have impacted the outcome of that race because the delta between the winner and loser was 88 votes and 300 people voted that weren't supposed to. That was in 2024. So if we don't find out what happened in 2020, then we are doomed to repeat it. And we have been repeating it. We're going to hear cases from recent years where tabulator tapes were not signed. And why? There's a precedent that's now established. When you have a major election like 2020, where you did not require the chain of custody to be intact. So now you look, here we are, 2022, 23, 24, and you have the same issues happening. So no, this is not about replacing or turning over an election because President Trump is already in the White House. So we don't need to do that. This is about finding out what happened in 2020 and addressing it so that we don't continue to repeat these same mistakes. A lot of these local races are determined by a handful of votes. I'm talking about 12, even 2 votes. So when you have people living all outside of the district and the voter rolls are inflated, that leads to other people canceling out the votes of legal and qualified citizens. When you have illegal citizens voting in our elections, you cancel legal citizens' votes. Goodness. When you have people who are double counting and not doing and breaking the chain of custody, we have nothing that we can stand on to say, yeah, this election was accurate. It leads to costly elections. So, no, we are not going to stop. This is what you call securing elections. And I'm so grateful that the DOJ heard our cry from the SEB, and they came into this state, and they're assisting.
I'll tell you, Janelle, I've made this joke with Tug. If I was ever to decide randomly that I wanted to be a Democrat in the state, well, then I would go vote for your husband 6 times. and get away with it.
Yeah.
I know. Apparently, Democrats don't have a problem with all the double voting stuff, right?
I bet they would have a problem. I bet they'd have a problem with us doing it.
Oh, of course. Let us try it. It would be a mess. But yeah, no, I'm glad you mentioned that. Please vote for Kelvin King. I am pushing it. I have to be clear. We are at a crossroad. We're at a fork in the road, and we are at a point where if we don't put the right leader in that seat at this moment, when everything is coming out, when the Dominion contract is up for grabs in 2029, when all of this stuff is on the line, if we mess around and we put somebody in there who doesn't have the best interests of the people, who don't have a job, so their livelihood is connected to this seat, who is easily corrupted, we will find ourselves back in this situation. It'll be 10 times worse because now they will know how to continue the narrative and continue the cover-up. So we need to make sure we put someone in there that has the backbone, who's qualified, who has the business experience, who is willing to do it, who does not need this seat for survival. He has his own money, his own company. And that's my husband, Kelvin King. We've got to put him in there as Secretary of State because I know that he'll turn this office around. He'll give the support to the election officials that they need in order to do their job correctly. And he'll ensure that your vote counts and that it's counted correctly and accurately. So, yeah, I am not ashamed about it. I'm not playing with this seat. We better put the right person in there or all of this would be for nothing.
Janelle King, she is a firecracker, and we love her on the Morning Extra. You can check out her show this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, here on Extra 106.3, where she'll be talking about some of these very same things. Janelle, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you guys for having me, and thank you for what you do to keep this going.
Yes, ma'am. It is our pleasure. Tug and Los until 10. Extra 106.3 when we come back. What a beer, a restaurant, and a video game have in common. Well, politically speaking. Next on Extra 106.3.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Friday, January 30th. From the NFL, the Atlanta Falcons are hiring Ian Cunningham for the position of team general manager. This originally from Adam Schefter of ESPN, the first to report on it. Cunningham has been the favorite to land the job after working as the assistant general manager with the Chicago Bears. From the NBA, the Atlanta Hawks, their winning streak came to an end last night with a 104-86 home loss to the Houston Rockets. The Hawks were outscored by 17 points in the second half. Kevin Durant of the Rockets led all scorers with 31 points in the game. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro's swing. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
We found a better way for customers to buy a car. An honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee. We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal. The honest car guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
Ready to sell your home fast and for top dollar? Trust Design to Sell. Staging and interior design experts recognized as one of the top 10 staging companies in the nation. From stylish redesigns to full-service staging, Design to Sell creates spaces buyers fall in love with. Faster sales, better offers. That's the power of great design. Call 678-505-1433 or visit homedesign2sell.com and ask for the Fan Special.
If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your home's comfort, this is it. Central Heating and Air Conditioning is proud to announce the 29th annual Winter White Sale, and it's our lowest pricing of 2026. For a limited time, everything is on sale. Heating and cooling systems and complete home performance solutions with rebates and discounts up to $2,300. Are you dealing with hot or cold spots in your home? Energy bills that just keep climbing? Or unhealthy indoor air affecting your family's comfort? Central has the solution. As your trusted carrier partner, they install industry-leading carrier systems backed by strong warranties and peace of mind that comes with proven performance and efficiency. With 79 years experience, Central Heating and Air Conditioning knows how to design comfort solutions that work, not just today, but for years to come. This is your chance to save big during Central's 29th annual Winter White Sale, but it won't last long. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, delivering carrier comfort for the world we share.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust, your best new follow on social media is Extra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Extra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Extra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
Tug and Los until 10. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you more than you know. I try to say it all the time, but it's the dang truth. We want this to be a community outlet. We want this to be a place where ideas are welcome. Los has his ideas, I have my ideas, and we would love to have your ideas too. At 404-741-1230 at Extra 1063 across the social media platform. Even if your ideas don't align with ours, you're always welcome to come and share what it is that is on your mind and the way you believe. We always go to Liberal John because he calls often, and he sees things completely differently, and he's always welcome on the show.
Tug has already promised me that he will not be the Dikembe Mutombo of this radio show.
No.
He will not swat your ideas into the fifth row. But he could.
Yeah, we're doing my best.
That's the challenge.
That's right.
No, we had even a call.
Los will mathematically break you down. Here's why you're wrong. The math doesn't work.
One of the fun calls that we got into, I think it was either the day or the day before, and it was just about some of the conspiracy theories within the state of Georgia as to why these ballots were not further investigated. And I'm like, listen, I'm here for it.
Yeah,
I was like, if you happen to bring up aliens too, I'm like, you can have another minute on the air.
Speaking of conspiracy theories, I texted you last night. I did watch King of Kong.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Okay, finally.
Just wow.
And I don't think you meant
That's
to.
20 years ago, and it's that good.
Oh, it was phenomenal.
It was great.
So I sat down during lunch to watch it, and my parents were also sitting down for lunch. And my dad's like, all right, I'll just watch a little bit of it. He sat down,
hooked.
watched the whole entire thing, and started Googling stuff to find out more about it.
You can't stop. It's such an interesting character study, and every new person that shows up.
My favorite was the ref.
Okay, yeah, Walter Day, good dude. The Brian Kuhn, hey, I retired at 30, and you're like, what? You live out in a cabin in the woods and you play classic arcade games every day, huh?
Yeah, nice work.
Or then the guy that they don't want to bother him, who looks like an enforcer for the mob with his gold chain and his skullet hair.
Yeah.
They're like, no, he's into a ladybug game. He's really intense. We're not going to mess with him. Like, what?
A ladybug game. Bryce didn't realize that he walked us right into this next discussion of how a beer and a restaurant and a video game are so similar.
So I did not, because I don't follow this stuff. I was very honest when I was putting in the show notes. I had to start reading up on a bunch of this. So you have Nintendo, and keep in mind, like Nintendo, for those of you that game or that enjoy this sort of stuff, it's always been marketed as the younger person's gaming system.
Yep.
Like when Sega came along, it was like, oh man, the Sega, that's for the adult. And then obviously every subsequent system, and all of them would add blood and gore and Grand Theft Auto.
More adult content.
Right. Nintendo's always been the kids' content.
Yeah.
Nintendo has always catered to that crowd. The Wii, Super Mario, that's always gone that direction.
Very innocent.
Very much so. Just, this is the direction. Well, Nintendo ended up making a change. And on January 1st, Nintendo of America had a female CEO that stepped into the role. Now, as of yesterday, people with Nintendo started to go, well, it took 29 days for us to have this. This is now as part of their gaming system when you're creating your
profile,
avatar, your avatar.
Yeah.
So in this case, what the picture says for you, it has a cartoon character on the left.
And it looks like a me kind of character, so true to Nintendo fashion.
It says, choose Angie's dating preferences. You can pick one, more than one, or none. Your options are male, female, non-binary.
So you can choose one, more than one, or none.
And so these people that have loved Nintendo for years, because it is a younger person's gaming system that doesn't get involved in this stuff. Now, I'm not telling you that there's a direct link to, hey, you got a brand new CEO leader in America, and this is the way it went.
29
days later, the Nintendo people out there going, what the hell? This isn't supposed to be part of what their culture. Again, it's different when I see this stuff with like the PS5 and you get into the Sims or anything else or computer gaming. That's different. That's geared towards an older crowd. This is for kids.
You said there's no direct line, and you're right. We don't have a direct line per se, but give me another example until now that anything like that's popped up. That we know of, there isn't one.
It's Devin Pritchard. She took over on January 1st. Now, she has been with the company. This isn't like new. She's been with the company almost 20 years. It's like,
wait.
So you're like, you get the culture, right? Then why is this stuff showing up all of a sudden?
And so quickly. It's unreal, man. It
Cracker
really is.
Barrel, Bud Light.
Now Nintendo. Nintendo's, they're trying to touch the flame.
Hey,
let's see what we can do.
You don't want this heat.
That's right.
Especially with these parents. And the other part about it, Nintendo fans are hardcore into the fact. Now, there's like 50-year-old Nintendo fans. They're hardcore to the fact that our gaming system is a child-friendly, family-friendly system. They don't want this stuff.
Let's see how long that lasts. When we continue on Xtra 106.3, we may have to admit something to you about this show. Next on the Morning Xtra.
Did you miss Neil Bortz?
I am shocked.
Don't worry. He's live anytime on the Xtra 106.3 app.
Oh, that radio show.
Did traffic cause you to miss some of the Kimmer Show? Get it on the app.
It's all the kids talk about on Monday at school.
With anytime show replays from the Kimmer, Bortz, the Morning Xtra, Clay and Buck, and so much more. Plus local headlines and breaking news. Grab the Xtra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
When it comes to luxury, performance, and cutting-edge technology, few brands do it better than Cadillac.
And there's no better place to experience Cadillac than Jim Ellis Cadillac, where buying a luxury vehicle is just as refined as the vehicle itself.
From the bold Escalade to the sleek XT5, the powerful CT5, and the electrifying new Lyric, you'll find an impressive selection ready to go.
That means more choices, more availability, and competitive pricing. All with the transparent, no-pressure approach Jim Ellis is known for.
And with the Jim Ellis Expressway,
all right, we made it to the weekend, and the weather is not improving. It's actually going the other direction.
From home.
So
it's luxury car buying made simple and convenient on your terms. Or shop in person and enjoy a professional, welcoming dealership experience that puts you first.
To get started, visit JimEllisCadillac.com or stop by the Jim Ellis Cadillac dealership on Peachtree Boulevard, just inside the perimeter.
Jim Ellis Cadillac,
where you can always expect the best. Will not last long, but everything's on sale.
Your drive home has never been better.
And Home Performance Solutions, you wonder what that is? That's cleaning up the nasty air
6 p.m. And here's what you missed.
And by the way,
thrown
if I'm
around
in the audience, I never would be, a Stephen Colbert show, and that idiot gets up and insults
all that
6 million dead Jewish people, homosexuals, gypsies, whoever Nazis in life, that were killed in the gas camps by comparing them to ICE, taking out police officers. Whether you agree with it or not, what an insult to the families who still have.
They keep that local name so you don't know the difference. That's why I encourage you to ask for Chuck. See if Chuck's really there in the office when you call 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com. 29 Daniel, Winter Whitetail going on now. Central Heating and Air Conditioning delivering carrier comfort.
How does no one in New York City stand up in that taping and say, you are so out of line with this?
I know.
No one ever confronts you. You stand in front. They all suck your tail like you're some sycophant, like somebody that we should worship. Nobody ever confronts them and says, no. No one in the whole audience stands up and says no.
If you had done clap instead, they cheer for it.
Yeah. If he had said, boy, they're even worse than those Somalians, I'll tell you something. It would have been a different reaction. If he said,
he's thinking about running for office.
Yeah.
His show's going to be canceled. Yeah. He's going to run for office.
Yeah, good. Well, God, they deserve him.
He will be making laws that we have to obey.
Oh, God, please. Fine.
And let me just tell you, there's 100 million of us who don't like the Democrats in power.
Yeah.
As we found out in our own revolution in the Constitution, Bill of Rights points out, you do not have to live under a government that you think is tyrannical.
Right.
You don't have to put up with it.
And they keep proving it. Hell, they shot him in the face and they try to impeach him, and they're going to keep doing it again.
They think we're going to live under Gavin Newsom?
No, I don't
and
think
pay attention to him?
God.
The Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder are only on Extra 106.3 FM and listen anytime on the Extra app. The Morning Xtra, starting your day the right way. Weekdays from 6 to 10 a.m.
There's very few things I get emotional about. Family, the kids, everything else. I'm pretty dead inside.
Family, my faith, and George Strait music. I hear Amarillo by morning.
Oh, up from San Antonio.
Reminds me of my daddy. I'll be driving home in tears. I love you, Daddy.
I love you, Daddy.
I'm listening to George Strait.
I'm listening to it for you, Daddy.
Thinking about you.
Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station is Extra 106.3. The Morning Xtra, Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, and The Kimmer Show on WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station, Extra 106.3.
A call to ice out. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. People being urged across America by those angry over immigration enforcement controversy in Minnesota to protest today by not going to work or school and don't shop. As the head of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem urges Democratic leaders to tone down rhetoric that's encouraging unrest, telling Fox.
Their riots are attacking our officers, not just when they're doing their work, but even at night at their hotels.
And days after she called the protester shot Saturday as a domestic terrorist, Fox's Chanley Painter reports.
Kristi Noem offering a shift in the wake of last weekend's shooting of Alex Preddy, pointing to the ongoing investigation and telling Sean Hannity last night, quote, we can always do better, and that her office was, quote, using the best information we had at the time in describing the incident.
That's Fox's Chanley Painter again. Overnight on Truth Social, President Trump posted about Alex Preddy, calling him an agitator and perhaps insurrectionist, reacting to video of Preddy days before the shooting. The president wrote he screamed and spit into the face of a calm ICE officer and crazily kicked a new government vehicle, adding it was a display of abuse and anger out of control. Democrats keep demanding ICE reforms. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries tells Fox.
Taxpayer dollars should not be used to brutalize or kill American citizens or to violently target law-abiding immigrant families.
And Senate Democrats are pushing changes before funding Homeland Security, and there's a deal being worked out with Republicans to only give DHS 2 weeks of funding while funding the rest of the government through September. Trouble is that funding is needed by tonight, and the House would have to approve that too.
Speaker Johnson says he's likely not going to be able to get the full House back here to Capitol Hill and in session until sometime on Monday. So any way you slice this right now, guys, we are staring straight in the face at a partial government shutdown starting tonight at midnight.
Fox's Bill Maloogian. President Trump just announced a new leader for the Federal Reserve, nominating Kevin Warsh to replace Chairman Jerome Powell, whose term is up in May. The president's often criticized Powell. America's listening to Fox.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation. Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Ben Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G coverage. What? Franklin wasn't even a president. Hang on to those Benjamins. Dial pound 250, say micro, and save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250, micro, to switch to an American wireless company that's truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Grow your business organically with Atlanta's fastest growing news and talk station, Extra 106.3. Get started today by emailing sales@xtra1063.com.
I thought I was going to start the hour by screaming and shouting because it's Friday and Amarillo by morning comes on.
Took it down a notch.
It did. Can't help it.
Feel good though.
Oh, it does. But there's those moments when I'm driving home, occasionally I'll put it on and it reminds me of Daddy. And
oh, no. The waterworks get going.
I'm not going to do it right now.
Niagara Falls.
I don't think it's going to happen right now. but it has happened before. So, but I do, God, dude, at the end of this song, that fiddle just going out with the reverb, that echo.
Yeah, there's a lot of this song.
So good. Maybe the greatest country singer of all time. They call him the king for a reason.
I told my wife one time that they took my saddle in Houston. She was like, "What are you talking about?"
What did they break your leg in Santa Fe though? That's the real question.
That's right. That's how it played
speaking
out.
of,
Broke my leg in Santa Fe.
See, there we go. Lost a wife and a girlfriend.
Somewhere along the way.
Oh, it's a tough life. It's hard living that cowboy life.
The funny part is, this song's like from, 40 years ago?
And easy, yeah.
And Bryce is listening to it going like, how do these guys know every word of this? Because this is all our parents played.
Don't disrespect my George Strait knowledge.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Well, listen, whenever I was younger, we would go, I played hockey, like travel hocky. And
okay, well, that don't go together.
Hold on. We would get up at 5 a.m., and I'm not kidding you, every single road trip, the entire live album of George Strait live in Dallas.
Okay.
Is it your parents did that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I listened.
Yeah. Well, yeah. We didn't have a choice.
That's how I took in Jim Croce when I was a kid.
Oh my gosh, another one.
Same
so
thing.
Good.
My family and
love Jim Croce.
Our friends, they would listen to Photographs and Memories.
Yeah.
And that's what we would listen on the way to baseball practice. So I, at like 11 years old, knew most of the Jim Croce catalog,
which is incredible. I remember I was singing Jim Croce, and I don't know if we were in the car. I think we're in the car somewhere. And I was like, bad Leroy Brown, baddest man in the whole downtown, because I thought that's what it was.
No.
Daddy Paul's. And
hold on, son.
He turned down the radio, and he's like, it's the whole damn town. And then just turned it right back up. He never told me, hey, I know it's a swear word, you don't say it. And he was just like, you got to get it right. You can't be singing the wrong words in the back of my car.
So we had a very similar situation happen on the sports side when I used to do the Chuck and Chernoff show, and we were listening to, it was coming back, it was Toto Africa, and my friend Chuck Oliver is asking like, well, who even knows that part of the song? And I was like, yeah, that's the rise above the mountains of Olympus, above the Serengeti. I explained it to him. Yeah. And he goes, well, who knows that?
All you have to do is read the lyrics and you would know.
He spent his entire life not knowing what that line was in there. In the same way that Aha, Take On Me, the high finish to that everyone knows. Most people, I think, don't know what those lyrics are.
Yeah, dude, and that's such a legendary song. And most people, you're right, they just mumble their way through it.
Right. It's all be gone in a day or two.
And most people just do that. All you do is hit the note. All you have to do is hit the note. And
I'll be gone in a day or two.
And people think they think you know. But you know what? There's one more thing. Since we brought Bryce up, because we have to give a new congratulations.
Yes, Bryce is now a member of the Morning Xtra.
A permanent fixture.
I did it.
This is young man, I want you to understand this. You realize how hard it is to get into a top 10 market and be a regular on a show at your age? So you're doing good things.
Yeah, man.
Keep it up. It's been impressive.
It's been a fun 2 weeks so far. I'm excited for the future.
It's impressive.
Well, and I must compliment Bryce. It is the effort, the eagerness to learn, the eagerness to perfect the craft, to be involved, to get his hands dirty, to supplement, to suggest, hey, did you see this? Hey, what do you want here? I want to make sure that this is done the right way. That eagerness to do it right, to put together a very good show for you listening right now is the reason it did not take very long for our management.
Bryce watched King of Kong, A Fistful of Quarters. And so at that point, listen, you're all aces with me, buddy. Like that was good. And the fact that your dad got sucked into it as well and started watching it with you, and both of you realized that we just watched that entire thing on Donkey Kong.
Oh yeah,
yes you did. Yes you did.
Chernobyl's next, I think.
Yeah, dude, that was so good. So good on HBO. Because there's two of them, if I'm not mistaken. Those, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, no.
I know there's the dramatization, Chernobyl, which is exceptionally good.
Yes.
But then I feel like there's a documentary about kind of behind the scenes that tells you putting it all together.
There's an Amazon Prime one that runs, and if you got Prime, then it's free for you, and it's 3 episodes. It's very well done as far as the additional details. But the one on HBO, if you just want to have the whole anxiety of what's going on, It's outstanding.
Yeah,
it's great television.
So good. We binged that. My wife and I don't binge anything. We watched that one straight through, the whole thing.
And it really tells you, when you start talking about that system of communism, how when the scenario occurred and you have this huge emergency that is affecting the world, like it's going to affect the entirety of the continent, and their first decision is, well, don't tell anybody because we're Russians and we're communists and we don't say anything because we don't want to threaten the power of the state.
We don't break ranks.
And then to see along the lines, as they're unraveling what is going on, every person in power along the lines is passing the buck because it can't possibly be me.
What do they say? Ish rolls downhill.
Yeah.
That's what I've always heard.
So by the time that they had a show trial, it was like the plant manager, the person that was on duty, and at no point, and the end of Chernobyl, I don't want to ruin it for you there, Bryce. I mean, it exploded. It's like I'm breaking news here.
It melted down, yeah.
But what?
No way.
What about this Titanic, huh?
Tell me.
By the time you get to the end of this, both in that dramatization and also the documentary that's through Amazon Prime, it always goes back to it was a faulty reactor. It was their design.
Yeah.
It turns out the Russians weren't good at building this stuff, but it was easier to blame the people around them.
I feel like that showed up again recently with Russians building things. Maybe, I don't know, air search radar, air intercept radar.
Oh, we got great stuff in Venezuela. Don't worry, you'll be fine.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
There seems to be a theme there, Los, with the Russians and the communists.
Pete Hegseth was bragging about interceptive technology from the Chinese and the Russians. Like, how well did that work?
Yeah. Our discombobulator worked real well. Y'all's air search radar?
Not so much.
Probably leaving a little bit to be desired there. But there we go. So that's congratulations, Bryce. Thank you so much for.
Thank you. No, I appreciate it
for the desire to be a part of the show, and we're glad that you are. We need to talk about the thing that is the biggest story. It's not just the biggest story in Atlanta, Georgia.
It's nationwide now.
It's the biggest story in the world, maybe.
Way out west, there's a show, the Morning Xtra, the Morning Xtra. Tug Los,
come on,
deep in the story, breaking
the FBI raid on the Fulton County election headquarters. We talked to Janelle King about it. She had such strong opinions from her experience with all this on the Georgia State Election Board. And she brought up so many things in our discussion that I was so impressed by. But there may be something, Los, that we don't do often on this show, and we're going to have to do it this morning.
I think we were wrong yesterday. Okay, mark it down. We don't say this very often. In times when we know we're going to be right, but we're not right yet, we just say, well, give us like a week or two. You'll see. You'll figure it out. We were looking at this raid and saying, all right, none of this has gone anywhere. The Fulton County has said for quite a while, well, we were going to cooperate. Well, no, you haven't. The better part of 5 years, you've stonewalled this entire process. But where Tug and I believe we might have been wrong with saying we don't believe anything will happen, anything will come of this. This is moving in a way where it's being covered. MS Now has ran with it almost solid the entire time, their concerns with it. And they noticed the same thing we have. If the Director of National Intelligence is on the scene for this raid, that's Tulsi Gabbard. How big is this thing going to blow up?
And who all does it involve?
Yes.
What all does it involve? Who are the bad actors, if you will? Is it Venezuela? Is there a connection there? Los brought it up last hour, the fact that Venezuela, they're the sweethearts of doctoring elections.
Now, we're talking about having to push out a wide net here. There is a recognition of what was going on with some Dominion software and hardware and originating out of Venezuela. You can look into it. If you want me to do the deep dive into it to explain, this was the theory as to what the communists there were doing to alter elections around the world. Now, they're not the only ones. We do this with the CIA.
Sure. Yes,
we've perfected it.
And not to detour us much, but it makes me wonder with Tulsi there if there wasn't some deep state connection. And I don't know how it all connects, but we know there's people in the government right now that despises Donald Trump. They despise the American way of life. They love the establishment and will do anything to derail.
The curiosity here is, did you have a connection to Dominion, to Venezuela? Why else would you have the director of national intelligence here if it's a local issue, if it's an issue that only affected some counties in the state of Georgia? She was there because they knew what they were looking for. And I think it was a lot deeper than just, hey, some poll watchers threw some extra ballots in once we had a water sprinkler issue at State Farm Arena.
Yeah.
That doesn't bring out the director of national intelligence.
Friend of the show, Bridget Thornton-Smith, who is a Fulton County commissioner, she's been on our show before, and before she was actually elected to that position, but she was a poll watcher before that, and was even to the point in the county where she was training other poll watchers. But she couldn't help but notice all of the irregularities, all the things that were going on that stood out to her like, that's not protocol. We don't usually do it that way. And guess what happened to Bridget Thorne-Smith when she started noticing all that and then bringing it up? Then they stopped asking her to be a poll watcher. They basically started pushing her out. We can't have this. This is not what we're looking for.
Now, this is the difficult part for me. There's so much pieces of information that is out there. Now, one of the problems that we have, because the rest of the nation is catching on to this, now they're posting videos of stuff we've been talking about for 4 or 5 years. They're like, have you seen all the duplicate ballots? I'm like, we've told you that for 5 years.
Yes, we have.
Have you seen the issues? Yeah, we told you that for 5 years.
All the tails on the circled end, it's the exact same tail every time. Correct. And when I say tail, I just mean, you know how when you're riding in, you circle it in, and then your pen just kind of drags off to the side as you're picking your hand up after you're done writing? And then it's replicated on thousands of ballots?
And, by the way, there's only votes for Biden, no one else down ballot. This is not new for anybody in this audience, but it's new for a lot of people around the country. So I'm constantly having to figure out, is this new information that people are getting from their contacts? For instance, so you have Emerald Robinson, reporter who's been covering this story now, picking it up a little bit. She had a piece of breaking news from yesterday, and it was, federal investigators have found massive alterations to Dominion voting machines that were secretly inserted after the certification process was complete. She said, on average, about 500 illegal DLL files have been found on these confiscated machines. That means certification was invalid. Now, that's very technical.
I was going to say,
that's, yeah. Even me, I'm like, what exactly? And then you have to look into this. But it's going back to, they recognize that there is something that's happening with these machines, and where is it happening? Where is it originating from?
We got to find out that answer. And I think that's why Tulsi's involved.
And I believe that's why Tulsi Gabbard is involved.
And then
that's just connecting logical dots.
Yeah, right. And you brought up something earlier, just in the numbers and the percentages of people that were voting a particular way. And there was this was pushed out, I don't know, it's been a year ago, maybe 2 years ago. 75%, if this comes in, 75% or more votes for one candidate is considered abnormal. Receiving 90% of the precinct is a marker of fraud. In Fulton County alone, more than 150 precincts voted 90% or more for Joe Biden.
It's impossible.
It's right. To your point about a statistical anomaly, it just can't happen.
For instance, Forsyth County, where I live, we are pretty blood red. All right? Like, that's what the numbers basically show. You had about 83% of the total population of Forsyth County that are registered voters who voted, which means that's a huge turnout. 83% of the possible voters voted. 65% of them, which is a large number, went for Donald Trump. So, here you go, where you have Kamala Harris able to get 35% of the vote. Again, that's a landslide. That's killer. And yet Fulton County was saying, no. When it came to 2020, we had this sort of voter turnout and 90% were voting for Joe Biden, but nobody else on the ballot.
Yeah, right. It's just the one name, as if it was just like, hey, this is the one we got to push. Don't care about the down ballot stuff.
So here's the number, and this was from C3 from last night. So in Georgia, when you had 83% of the vote in, Donald Trump was up by 8%. And you had very similar numbers in Pennsylvania and Michigan and also Wisconsin, where all of them had significant amounts in, 64%, 60%, 82%. He was leading in all of them. So his chances, his possibility of winning at that point based on just statistical probability with what votes are. In Georgia, it was 99%. Pennsylvania, it was 99%. In Michigan, it was 97%. In Wisconsin, it was 97%. The chances of losing all four is 1 in 11.1 million. Your odds of winning the lottery are better. The statistical improbability of what occurred points to fraud.
And you wonder why they raided the FBI raided the Fulton County election office. That's why. Right there. It should be clear. It's not because they want to jack your vote, like Mo Ivory has said, and some of the other Democrats.
It'd be one thing if we just said, wow, they ballot harvested and they cheated and they rolled in some extra ballots and this is what they did. They're looking deeper than just that.
Because that may have happened too.
Sure.
I think there's so many layers to the onion. My question is, though, for all these, because MSNBC or MS Now is talking about how, this is tried and over.
This has all been figured out.
Asked and answered. Why are they continuing to do that? Jacking your vote, that's what they're doing. How? Explain to me how figuring out what happened would jack your vote. Seems like it would do the exact opposite.
Well, that's why I'm here for the SAVE Act.
Yes, right.
You want to talk about jacking your vote?
Yes.
Show some ID.
Yes.
Let's see what happens in those states when that becomes for federal elections.
Let's talk about that next on Xtra 106.3.
Miss any of the show? No sweat. Grab your Xtra 106.3 app and listen to show replays whenever you want. Download the Xtra app now for Apple and Android by searching for XTRA 106.3.
Did you know you can add renewing your driver's license or ID card to your grocery list? The Georgia Department of Driver Services now offers self-service kiosks at select Kroger and Publix locations. From renewing or replacing to updating your address, the kiosks will issue a temporary paper license, and you'll receive a permanent card in the mail. Skip the line and save time by adding your driver's license renewal to your grocery list today. You'll even get a $5 discount on your order. Visit dds.georgia.gov to learn more. Sponsored by the Georgia Department of Driver Services.
Has it crossed your mind? Have you been considering an electric vehicle? Well, make sure it's practical and make it a Toyota. The new 2026 Toyota BZ, estimated 314-mile all-electric driving range and strong immediate acceleration. 0 to 60 in 4.9 seconds. Now we're talking about a quiet, smooth ride that also gives you punch. And it makes your daily drive easier on top of that because with an option to charge at home, you can eliminate gas station stops and keep your routine simple. And here's why to buy at Marietta Toyota. We, of course, have been serving Marietta since 1975, and this team knows Toyota better than anybody else. They know what real inventory is and ongoing support right here on the Kyle Parkway South location. Right now, 0% APR for 72 months plus $3,500 bonus cash on the new 2026 BZ. Marietta Toyota, we've been here and we'll be here for you.
0% APR for 72 months equals $1,389 per $1,000 finance with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. Not all buyers will qualify. $3,500 bonus APR cash from SCTF requires financing with SCTF. Applied as a down payment. No cash back. Offer ends 2/2/26.
I'm Michelle Stovall, and our company has been family-owned and operated for 75 years. Check us out at StovallINC.com, or better yet, stop by our newly opened 11th store at 9500 Union Hill Road in Canton. At Stovall, we supply you with all your landscaping project needs, completely hassle-free down to delivery. Been dreaming of an outdoor kitchen, fireplace, or other custom paver project? We partner with Keystone Hardscapes for all your beautiful high-end concrete needs. We look forward to making your landscape dreams come true. Stovall has it all.
It's January 30th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. It's National Croissant Day, and for your knowledge, croissants are not the same as crescent rolls. The perfect croissant is the correct blend of butter folded into thin layers of pastry dough, which allow for the light, flaky, and soft inside with the laminated outside. Also on this date, in 1825, the U.S. Library of Congress is reestablished after it was burned to the ground during the War of 1812. All 3,000 volumes were lost. Thomas Jefferson replenished the library, selling 6,500 books, the bulk of his personal collection, to the government. And in 1993, the Dallas Cowboys became the first team in NFL history to start a season 0-2 and still win the Super Bowl, defeating the Buffalo Bills 30-13 in Super Bowl 28. If it's your birthday today, you share it with Phil Collins of the rock group Genesis, born in 1951, and actor Christian Bale, born in 1974. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Fox on Football. I'm Jared Max. T-minus 1 week and change till Super Bowl 60, a rematch of Super Bowl 49, which was a classic. Won by the Patriots over the Seahawks 28-24. The game when Malcolm Butler intercepted Seattle's Russell Wilson at the Patriots goal line with 20 seconds left sealed the fourth of an NFL record 6 Super Bowl titles for head coach Bill Belichick, whose name not only took over the sports news cycle this week, but also made national and global news headlines as everybody from President Trump to LeBron James to Tom Brady weighed in on what seemed incredulous, what Patrick Mahomes called insane, that Belichick, whose 8 Super Bowl rings, including 2 won as Giants defensive coordinator, were not enough to qualify for the Pro Football Hall of Fame in his first year of eligibility. Former 3-time Defensive Player of the Year J.J. Watt targeted the voters. He said, if you have Bill Belichick not making the Pro Football Hall of Fame, you should not have a vote for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Jared Max, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Friday, January 30th, and here are your headlines. A federal judge has blocked Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's bid to raise unlimited campaign funds in the governor's race, upholding current campaign finance limits. The judge acknowledged the law that allows rival candidates to accept unlimited money may be unconstitutional, but Raffensperger's legal challenge didn't meet the standard for a temporary exemption, and Raffensperger is appealing. The Georgia Department of Transportation is prepping roads ahead of a winter storm watch, with crews set to begin treating highways and major routes with brine and salt ahead of a forecast of snow and wintry weather expected this weekend across North Georgia and metro Atlanta. Officials are prioritizing interstates and critical corridors while urging drivers to give trucks extra space. And finally, Whitefield Academy in Cobb County hosted a conversation on faith and youth activities featuring former Atlanta Braves star Jeff Francoeur. He shared his professional experience and personal faith with students and families, while the event focused on keeping faith central in sports and youth life as part of the school's broader engagement. Today's weather is cloudy with a high of 53 and a low of 26. The Extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3 right now. Right now, if you're done with all this crazy weather and looking for something to do, I got you a 4-pack of tickets to the Dallas Safari Club Convention and Sporting Expo, described as the greatest outdoor convention on the planet. Georgia World Congress Center, February 6th through the 8th, place that Los spends a lot of time at down at the Congress Center. Not for this typically, but for volleyball. A
lot of volleyball.
Yeah, you get down there. But I have a feeling this is one of those big spreads where, like, if you love the outdoors, hunting and fishing and camping, all of it is there.
If I may. So we were in Hall C last weekend, the weekend before last, and I started to walk towards Hall A. And one of the very nice people that were there at the Georgia World Congress Center to help a lot of people out, like, excuse me, sir, no, you have to walk towards Hall C. And I go, yes, ma'am. I go, but down there in Hall A, I was like, nobody gets to the monster machines. I was like, so I'm going to load up. And she starts smiling at me like, you know that? I was like, I've been here once or twice. Sure enough, I bought like 2 monsters to walk up with because the machines in Hall C, obviously where everybody is,
they're empty.
Those get emptied first.
Getting bare. Anyway.
Hall A, nobody goes into. I got what I needed.
Exactly. Come back and just give her a nod and a wink and keep going.
I just gave her a wave of like, thank you, ma'am.
Caller 3 right now at 404-741-1230 if you want to go to the Dallas Safari Club Convention and Sporting event. Then we'll get you fixed up if you want to learn more about it. Biggame.org, biggame.org is the website. Fun times for everybody. I wrestle with this because I'm fearful. Fearful is not the right word. Concerned about the splintering of the United States of America when you can't come to agreement. Civil war, as it's described and people talk about, that stuff, as I watch the communists do what they do, and they do it in Minneapolis, and they do it in New York City, and they do it in California, the foothold that they've grabbed with the deep state. There's a reason Tulsi Gabbard's looking at those files and the election materials and the ballots here in Fulton County. I just feel like it feels like an avalanche coming my way sometimes, Los.
I am going to advocate for the SAVE Act. And
I'd love to.
If you have not familiarized yourself with the SAVE Act, and quite honestly, we should be talking more about this on this show. Representative Anna Paulina Luna.
Angel face.
She ended up pointing out how there's enough Republican members that look like they're going to back attaching the SAVE Act to any piece of legislation if something comes through from the Senate from Chuck Schumer. And it looks like, whether it's John Thune or anyone else, the SAVE Act is going to get its time. Now, if you want to understand what the SAVE Act is, we are talking about voter ID, that when it comes to federal elections, you have to have that. You have to be a citizen. You're going to start looking to get rid of ballot harvesting and mail-in balloting for federal laws. Again, if you want to do it in your own state, you do it in your own state. You run it the way you want to. And elections, even federal elections, you run in your own state. But if it's going to be valid, this is how it's going to have to be. And so that is going right at the heart of the Democrat Party. Now, here's the reason why I think it's so important. In the last 72 hours, Tug, we have had DAs talk about killing Trump.
Yeah.
We have had DAs talk about hunting ICE members.
That was out of Philadelphia.
We have had Kathy Griffin telling you about pay attention to who's flying American flags in your neighborhood. We've had Molly Ringwald talking about rounding people up.
I watched The Breakfast Club over last weekend, and as much as I love her, and I saw this, and it was like throw up in my own mouth.
It was dark.
It's so dark, dude, and so disappointing.
She's talking about rounding people up and putting them in camps or getting rid of them, basically. Once they've called you Hitler and Nazi for this long, like, there is no more amping up other than fighting you.
How can you, if you're Molly Ringwald, bring up rounding people up when that's exactly what you say you're protesting against?
Well, I'm sorry. How can you be a DA of a state, a county, a municipality, and you talk about rounding up ICE agents that are just doing what is on the books? It's federal law.
They did it for January 6th, and they've shown you they'll do it.
But, again, it's different. We're talking, like, if you tell me you rounded up January 6 people and said, okay, you committed a crime, there is not one thing that DHS, Border Patrol, or ICE are doing that is outside the purview of federal law.
Correct. I just mean the example that they've set, that they will track down people because they disagree with them. They will do it.
Yes. But again, the difference in, hey, I participated in a riot versus I did what I was federally hired to do.
Oh, they're totally different.
It's still,
I just know what.
But they'll still do it.
Absolutely.
So with that being said, the only way to get through this without violence, now it doesn't mean they won't get violent, but the only way is to end their party. And you do that through legislation in the ballot box. You don't do it at the end of a gun. You've heard me a number of times, even after Charlie Kirk passed, we were saying, hey, beat him at the ballot box. Here's how you do it. What you do is you get this legislation through and you end their vote harvesting operations. Because what we know, there's no such thing as red states and blue states. There are states that require voter ID and states that don't. And every one that didn't require ID, Kamala Harris won. If they don't, they're not winning any states. They might win Minnesota and California. Maybe they might win Oregon, but Oregon, that's a different state. Like, half of it really wants to not be there.
Yeah, there's certainly parts that they've already talked about seceding from Oregon and becoming part of was it Idaho? I guess it's up there.
Yeah,
they want to become part of another state altogether because of other crazy.
Politically, this doesn't make sense. Let's hear from John Thune. This is when he came out, had an impromptu press conference. This is 48 hours ago. John Thune explaining how this is going to get done.
Well, I'm for that. I've co-sponsored the SAVE Act in the past. I think my understanding is that they are still modifying the bill. It includes right now a requirement that you be a citizen to register to vote, but it doesn't include a requirement that to vote you be a resident. So in other words, if you're going to have what we call voter ID or photo ID when somebody goes into the ballot box to vote, that's not currently covered in the bill. So that's being fixed and addressed, and I think the new bill that comes out hopefully will deal with that. But I mean, at some point we'll have that vote. I'm for it. I think most of our colleagues in the Senate are, and I don't, it hasn't had consideration in the relevant committee yet, but I know there's a high level of interest among our members in getting a vote on SAVE Act. I assume that.
So in order to be able to vote, in order to register, you have to be a citizen, and in order to vote, you have to show ID. That ends the Democrat Party.
It does, and that's why they're so vehemently against it.
Yes.
They're very, very clear.
That and illegal immigration ends them.
They talk about it over and over again, how if you have to show voting ID or ID to vote, that it's disenfranchising. They use that. They echo that. It's on social media. It's on MS Now. It's everywhere. You hear it locally here in Fulton County. Imagine that. But they talk about it. And, of course, that goes against common sense. It goes – let's say for senior trip, you and your high school senior going to go to Mexico. What do you have to have?
ID, passport.
You're telling me to go on vacation, you have ID and passport, but to control what is happening in the United States of America, giving your input on the control of this country as far as politically, who runs it, no ID? That just doesn't make sense.
Let me tell you what the benefit of this is.
Unless you're a Democrat and want to cheat, and then it makes perfect sense.
You will have to moderate your message as a Democrat. You will actually have to turn the temperature down in order to have a relevant party moving forward. Because as it stands right now, the full-on crazies are running things. And the reason why they're allowed to be full-on crazy, it's because they don't have to validate their votes and their elections. They're able to, you know what, we've got this bastion of crazy. Hold on, how does the state of Washington continue to have this much representation when it's almost a 50-50 state? Well, they have mail-in balloting, and they've had mail-in balloting for 20 years. And mail-in balloting is like the earmark of here's how you cheat. Here's how this is done. So if you get rid of all of this stuff, it's going to force the Democrats to have to center the message if they want to be a relevant party. Otherwise, the party goes away, and hopefully you avoid ever having to hear any more of this Civil War stuff out of them.
Let me give you another example of moderating the message. It doesn't mean that they're changing anything. I saw it on NPR. I saw it on Axios. There's a new movement inside the Democrat Party. Not everybody's on board, of embracing the tough on crime stance. Now, they want to do it in the way that they are tough on crime, but that's going to be the prevailing message.
Good. I told them. How often have I said, steal the message?
Exactly. And that's what at least some people in the Democrat Party want to do. They want, because they know how important crime is. They see the reaction that Donald Trump got cleaning up crime in D.C. and Chicago, Memphis and places like that. They don't want to enforce the law. Please don't be misled. They want to own the crime message and then put their own policies behind it, which are always crazy, restorative justice and things that don't work and don't matter. But the only reason I bring it up is you talk about moderating the message. This is just another example of them wanting to do that, not because they want to do the right thing, but because they want to convince you they're doing the right thing.
I think what is going on in the state of Virginia is a perfect example.
Buddy.
When you look at the amount of new taxes of what they have created, that now that state, you have people that are going to be getting out of there because the amount of money that the state is basically telling you, hey, it belongs to us. Like, wait a minute, no, I worked for it. This is the fruits of my labor. Your form of taxation on gyms or roads or limiting the cap on energy, this is all a form of tyranny. And they, in the state of Virginia, are saying, yes, it is, and it's ours. Yeah. Okay, that's what's coming if you give these people power without them moderating their message, without them reeling it back in. The world blue dog Democrat, man, if we could ever get back to the point where there were actually such things as blue dog Democrats, you can work with them. You can't work with these people.
Fetterman's about as close as they got.
About as close as you can get right now. He doesn't vote the way you would want, but his messaging is different.
Messaging is different, and you see it working for him. And I believe that's why you're seeing some Democrats moderate on things like crime, and at some point will probably moderate or pretend to moderate on elections because they want to appear as if they're doing the right thing on your behalf. And you know they're not. You know they're not. They're actually just stealing what Los had said. Take the message and run with it. Don't actually do it.
Consider this. Fetterman is from a state that was won by Donald Trump. He can point out that it is a purple state. Governor's a Democrat. He's a Democrat. Republican won the state. His message has to be in the middle at that point. If you were to have voter ID laws that applied around the country, I think we would have many more senators and congressmen that are a lot closer to John Fetterman in terms of what he's saying. Because when you look at the people that are coming out of like the craziest places, like for instance, Elizabeth Warren, half of that state, nearly half it's Republican, but they have set up a system where only Democrats win. So she continues to say the craziest things out there. Well, shouldn't have to worry about it. But in some of these places where you don't require voter ID, now suddenly the election gets much tighter when you actually have to have IDs.
Our friend Phil called in and said of the SAVE Act, people who couldn't get IDs would all be in front of cameras hollering and screaming. And then, Phil, the simple question by the reporter, not that you would get a fair reporter, but if you were to, or some of our citizen reporters, some of the citizen journalists, they would just be like, are you a legal citizen? Do you have legal standing or legal resident here? And that would end that conversation.
Let me just make sure I have this correct. Because the last time I got an ID, I had to update my legal residence. I spent like $8 and it showed up like 10 days later at my house.
Yeah.
And the time before that, I actually had to go to a DMV and sit there. So they've made it easier. And so the only person that you have to blame if you don't have ID, if you're in legal standing to have one, is yourself.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand. Just a post from John Fetterman. In the past 24 hours, ICE apprehended the worst of the worst, including child rapists. ICE is an essential part of deporting criminal migrants to our country. The agency, he believes, needs new leadership and reforms, but he wants to prevent another Minneapolis. But he's saying, look, they're getting the worst of the worst out of the country. And that's what Donald Trump ran on. That's what he's doing. And John Fetterman has co-signed it. By his statement, has co-signed it. And that's what Los is pointing out, that if you have more people that are voting and are involved in the political process, they would have to be, if they moderate, they would have to be more like John Fetterman just to get elected. That's why the SAVE Act's so important. We'll push for it. And I don't know if we've ever said this on the show, but reach out to your senators and your congressmen and tell them this is what you want.
I like the SAVE Act. Make it happen.
Yeah. And believe me, you're not going to get a reply. You might get some sort of canned reply from your two senators, obviously, because they're not going to vote for it. But you need to let them know you want it. Easy to get to them. House.gov, Senate.gov, all the email addresses, phone numbers right there for you, just in case you wanted to pick up the phone or shoot one of the many emails that you'll send today. When we come back, liberals may extinct themselves like the dinosaurs. Next on Extra 106.3.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Friday, January 30th. From the NFL, the Atlanta Falcons are hiring Ian Cunningham for the position of team general manager. This originally from Adam Schefter of ESPN, the first to report on it. Cunningham has been the favorite to land the job after working as the assistant general manager with the Chicago Bears. From the NBA, the Atlanta Hawks, their winning streak came to an end last night with a 104-86 home loss to the Houston Rockets. The Hawks were outscored by 17 points in the second half. Kevin Durant of the Rockets led all scorers with 31 points in the game. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina. Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
At the Honest Car Guy, the entire process is completely transparent. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee, and we even prove it by giving you a copy of the bill of sale. We can sell you any make, any year, any model, and at the Honest Car Guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
Hey, this is John Flading. I'm the president and owner of ATL Turf Co. We are family-owned, operated, independent local company. We have over 15 years of artificial grass design, installation, and sales experience. From premium artificial lawns and backyards, custom putting greens, sports fields, hardscape, drainage. We do both residential and commercial. If you can dream it, we can build it. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction or your money back. File in the Credit Karma app.
Securing America.
A Senate Veterans Affairs Committee hearing Wednesday focused on efforts to improve the VA's health care. Kansas Republican Senator Jerry Moran said the aim is
to get real answers for the solutions that we've been looking for a long time.
VA Secretary Doug Collins testified about a new approach, the Restructure for Impact and Sustainability Effort, or RISE. Collins says the goal is to
put the veteran first.
He further explained,
this is a reorganization that will eliminate the glut of a VA administrative overhead and push more resources directly into the field.
Collins said the bottom line is improving veterans' health care and that some preliminary improvements have already been seen.
We've eliminated the backlog for veterans' families for health care. We've opened 25 new health care facilities, and we're permanently housing 52,000 homeless veterans.
The secretary said this is the start of generational change both sides of the political aisle can agree on. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
I'm Gianna Gelosi with your Fox True Crime Minute. New court documents allege a wealthy tech tycoon allegedly shoved his wife from a Southern California mountain to stop her from siphoning millions from their joint bank account. 66-year-old Gordon Abbas Gadarzi was arrested last week in the death of his longtime wife, 58-year-old Ariane Popoli. According to probable cause affidavit obtained by the California Post, Popoli withdrew $5 to $8 million from the account she shared with Gadarzi and had plans to split the couple's lavish properties between their two sons. The couple of 28 years was apparently 5 months into a bitter divorce proceeding when Popoli's body was found at the bottom of a 75-foot embankment on a mountain in San Bernardino County, November 18th. Popoli was seeking spousal support from Gadarzi, who sold his tech company, U.S. Hybrid, for $50 million in 2021. It's not clear what sparked the divorce, though Popoli cited irreconcilable differences in her June petition. There's more on this story at foxnews.com or subscribe to the Fox True Crime Podcast. I'm Gianna Gelosi with your Fox True Crime Minute.
Georgia politicians, if you want to win your election, the path to victory runs through Xtra 1063. Xtra listeners are some of the most engaged, active in their communities, and outspoken on their beliefs, especially when it comes time to vote. Tell the candidate you're voting for that if they want to win, the path to victory runs through Xtra 1063 FM. Just email sales at extra1063.com to get involved. That's sales at xtra1063.com.
App, best way to listen to Extra 1063. Thank you for being with us. Good morning to you. I've been looking at the official Extra 1063 weather Doppler radar thing. And
in fact, that's not the Waffle House radar.
Yeah, it should be. It should be. With the Waffle House thing that they do, what is that called? The Waffle House Index, I believe.
Yeah, just lets you know where the damage is in a major storm event, where if you can't open the Waffle House, we got problems.
Yeah. So I'm looking at the weather from our official weather app, otherwise known as Apple Weather. And it looks like 49 today, tomorrow down to 32, and that's the high, meaning 32. But it windy, no precipitation at all. Sunday, sunny and 34. So I don't think we're going to be part of this weather pattern that's showing up, and it's going to be east of us, like Augusta into South Carolina, up into North Carolina, and even Charleston's expected to get some snow.
We got a big volleyball tournament. Actually, it's encompassing 3 different facilities. It's Cobb Galleria, it's one in Swanee, and it's A5, the home base. So there's a lot of people that are coming in from out of state. And so I get it. Like, you want the weather to be decent enough, obviously, to be safe to travel.
Yeah.
But you want to make sure that these families have a good time while they're in Atlanta.
Why, yeah, of course. And Atlanta's such a fun town. There's plenty to do. Aside from the crazy libs that run it. Everything else.
Aside from. Listen, just don't get in my way. We're good.
Yeah, that's right. Goodness.
It's generally the way I act with each side. Don't get in my way.
Yeah,
we're good.
Absolutely. I'd say that to any Republican, because there's plenty of Republicans that I think are knuckleheads. I do want to point this out, but I'm a traditional fella. I go to church on Sundays and say my prayers before we eat and before we go to bed at night. And I think this bodes well for the conservative movement. Liberal women are not having children. You've heard about this, and politicians have spun this to, that's why we got to bring in all the immigrants. Yeah, people are not producing enough babies. We're not keeping up. I would argue that, well, with AI, are we going to need? How many immigrants are we going to need? How many workers are we going to need? Because AI is going to take a lot of the mundane jobs that won't even need to be done by a human. So less jobs. That coupled with liberal women not having children, I think this is going to work out with us for us well, because AI is going to assist in getting rid of the need for the mundane, and then conservative women actually having children, lib women not having children. This is going to work out in our favor, y'all. Liberals are going to eliminate themselves. You got liberal women that don't want to get married. They love their cats, love to pet their cats, stay at home, go out and protest, yell, scream, holler, make social media videos, but they're not procreating. The liberal movement just might eliminate itself, Los.
Well, we have an entire problem in the West as far as the maintaining the healthy amounts of the species. Now, this always goes to the left of talking about climate change and pointing out that there's too many people on the planet. Yeah, that's one of their things they go through. But let's just look at this from a simple math perspective. If you happen to be, I don't know, a VA nurse who's really violent in Minnesota and you happen to get 10 bullets put in you, well, the only way to replace yourself is to be involved with a woman. And, well, if you want to talk about the stabilization of your messaging or your belief system, well, you got to have 2 kids. Alex Pretty didn't have any. Problem solved.
Done and
but
done.
He died doing what he loved.
I know he did.
He died doing what he loved.
I know.
So when you think about, for instance, myself, I'm going to go one day. I've already replaced myself with 2.
That's right. They're going to pick up and continue. And
hopefully
they will procreate, make you a grandpa.
And there we go. See how this works? It's very simple.
But the other side's not doing that.
The other side's not doing that. That's why they're recruiting.
That's right. And then on top of that, the women that do have sex, get pregnant, what's the first thing they can't wait to do?
Abortion. They keep pushing this in a wild way.
They celebrate it.
Now, this is not all liberal women, but it requires, once this is systematic. This is one of the things that a friend of show, G. Van Fleet, brings up. The Chinese have told us for years, well, they have 1 billion people. She's like, how? It's not possible. The mathematics doesn't work. If they've had 1 billion people they were ever close to it, well, they had a one-child policy for the longest amount of time. More than likely, they're probably closer to like 400 million. They're probably closer to our size at this point. And they have the same issue.
Communists would never tell you that.
Breeding.
They would never tell you
that. They have the same situation going on. In fact, the only people that are breeding in large numbers are people in poor countries that are poorly educated. Which, now you have the Democrats saying, can we turn them into Democrat voters?
How do we get them here?
How do we get them here?
Wall Street Journal. Democrats are increasingly the party of the childless. Republicans, increasingly the party of parents. MAGA and conservatives are not only marrying younger, but having more children.
And
Charlie Kirk would be very proud, was their statement.
And there is something that I have seen from being around these people. Now, granted, I have friends of mine, liberal, they're Democrats, good family people, fun to be around. When we get into politics, listen, I put like the big gloves on. I give them the little punches,
the soft stuff.
Ones, yeah, I'm like, oh, okay, that's cute. All right, because again, I don't want to insult them, but let's face it, if you're an engineer and that's what you do for a living, do you really think I can get on the same like AutoCAD system with you and do the same stuff you do? No, not at all. In the same way, you can't enter into a political discussion with somebody who does this every single day. It doesn't work. So again, the big gloves come on. But what I've noticed is for a large percentage of the men, they are older and alone. They are older and lonely people, and never had that. Hey, where's the wife? Where's the kids?
That's why you see Democrats, but liberals specifically, Democrats, always miserable, always screaming about something, always angry about something, childless.
Oh, Alex Priddy was an icon of his cause.
Godless and futureless. That's the way I see it. And I don't know how the bulk of the party is that. Are there outliers? Sure there are. With just like the friends that you're talking about, the people that they're really liberal and have a family, but there's more of the people that are childless and do not have children.
The numbers
in that part of the numbers
are pointing out, and a lot of it goes back to mental health. We had some of the information we reviewed yesterday, where when it comes to polling, that it's over 50% of conservative males will say that they are in a really good place mentally.
Oh yeah, this is good. Yeah,
where only 20% of liberal males say that. I mean, it's a massive difference when 51% of conservative men say, hey, I'm in a really good place mentally. Because you know what the trend is? The trend now is to always act like you have some sort of problem. That, I'm dealing with all the... And again, you can be dealing with job stress, tax stress, money stress. That's fine. Like that's all part of life. What happens is that liberal male seems to take everything and turn it into stress in their life. You know what I'm not really stressed about? Whether or not a mob in Minnesota is going to show up to my door.
Because they're not.
But that liberal man is wondering when ICE is going to show up at his door. And they're not. They're not going to. But that's what he's thinking about.
Yeah. Did you happen to kick the taillight out of a federal agent's car? Did you spit in his face?
No, if you didn't.
That was AI.
You're good.
Yeah. But that's another reason, Los, that you're not worried about the police showing up because you're not doing any of those things. But it's like we joked about, today's the day that libs are saying don't go to work, don't buy anything. We're shutting down the American economy. What? I'm at work. And maybe you say, well, you're conservative. Of course you're at work. No, I'm at work because I have to be at work. I got a mortgage to pay.
If we had some sort of rally, we're like, all good conservative men don't go to work today, and be like, I got to go to work.
Which is why it would never happen.
That's right.
That's why those things don't happen.
You know what I choose not to do? If there's a product or a situation, I don't need a national ban on it. I'm just going to say, I just won't buy it. I just won't partake. But that'll be my choice. It won't be because some movement told me to do it.
The biggest event that I've seen conservatives gather at is March for Life. There's one. There's one. And people do take the day off of that. They use a vacation day for that. But they're talking about securing life. I mean, like protecting a baby in the womb, something very positive. And you know what you don't see? Fights. You don't see people spitting and cussing and yelling unless it's some
You're telling me that there's a Cobb County cruiser and nobody's kicking it?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you. You nailed it. When we come back on Extra 106.3, the one thing we may have gotten wrong about the FBI raid in Fulton County, next on the Morning Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Well, hello, it's the Talkmaster, your hybrid human AI with some numbers that might be interesting to you. It's about illegal aliens, criminal illegal aliens. That's redundant, by the way. But just start out with this. Criminal illegal aliens commit crimes way out of proportion to to their percentage of our population. But then that makes sense, doesn't it? Because they already committed a crime coming to this country and staying in this country. You want some numbers? Got them. Just in New York, 50,800 people in New York prisons, 32,000 more in cities, counties, whatever. In New York City jails and prisons, 7,113 illegals. They have committed 148 killings, 717 assaults, 106 robberies, 235 drug offenses, 152 weapons, 200 sexual attacks. That in spite of the fact that New York has released almost 7,000 criminal illegal aliens that were on detainers just this year. And these figures are probably underreported. The cost to the good people of New York, overtaxed anyway, anywhere from $1 to $1.4 billion. And since it was Joe Biden that let most of these people into the country, let's address his 4 years in office when violent crime went up by 59%, the largest jump ever in any 4-year period. So who's trying to round up these criminals and send them out of the country so that they can wreak havoc somewhere else? Donald Trump and ICE. That makes them, in the eyes of Democrats and the left, the enemy. Think about that for a while. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. It's hard to override the veto of a president on a piece of legislation. President Trump unexpectedly vetoed 2 bills late last year which moved unanimously through Congress. One bill would finish a pipeline to bring drinking water to southwestern Colorado. Another bill would give a Native American tribe in Florida control over 30 acres of land in the Everglades. The tribe would then protect it against tropical storm flooding events. In Florida, the tribe sued over the construction of Alligator Alcatraz in the Everglades. The House voted 248 to 177 with one member voting present on the Colorado bill. That's a majority, but veto overrides require 2/3. The veto override on the Everglades bill was 236 to 188. Again, a majority. A successful override needed 283 yeas. Congress has only overridden a presidential veto 112 times in history, but it's a notable chunk of Republicans who went against the president on both issues. Still, it wasn't enough, despite the bills passing both houses of Congress unanimously. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Hey, it's Glenn Beck, and I am live every weekday, 10 a.m. after the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
President Trump has found the new head for the Fed. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
We should have the lowest interest rate anywhere in the world. They should be 2 points and even 3 points lower.
And now President Trump has nominated a replacement for Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, Kevin Warsh, a former Fed governor and current Stanford University business professor who last year called for regime change at the Fed. The president just posting on Truth Social, Warsh will never let you down.
Kevin Warsh is somebody that the president has known for several years. He served in a economic advisory capacity during his first term. He's now been nominated by the president to succeed Jerome Powell when his term ends in May. We all know the back and forth there, some of the frustration the president has had with Powell when it comes to interest rates.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff at the White House. The president is also suing one of his own government agencies, filing a $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS over leaks of his tax records that were made public. In the anger and protests over immigration enforcement in Minnesota, there is a call for people across America to ice out today. Skip work or school. Don't shop. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem tells Fox Democratic leaders should
change their rhetoric because it is encouraging the kind of violence that we see on their streets today.
Democrats in Congress are demanding ICE reforms, and as Fox's Bill Malugin reports from the Capitol, that could shut the government down again.
Here's what's at stake here. 78% of the federal government is going to run out of funding tonight at 11:59 p.m. The Senate is considering a package of 6 funding bills to fix that, including that DHS funding bill. But both House and Senate Democrats Democrats say they will not vote for that bill because it funds ICE and doesn't reform the agency.
Well, there's a compromise being worked out to fund everything but DHS through September and give Homeland Security just 2 weeks of funding, but that's unlikely to be approved before tonight's deadline. Israel's going to reopen a border crossing between Gaza and Egypt, closed for almost 2 years, days after recovering the last dead hostage Hamas captured in the terror attack in 2023. America's listening to
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Ben Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G coverage. What? Franklin wasn't even a president. Hang on to those Benjamins. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, to switch to an American wireless company that's truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Wake up with the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 Atlanta.
8 o'clock already? Can it be? 8:03 on a Friday?
I'm actually throwing away previous hour show sheets. I'm like, oh, wow, it's already 8?
Dude. What are you trying to make everybody cry this morning? It's Friday, dude. What happened to?
Oh, my God.
Listen. I heard it was Phil Collins' birthday, and I was like, I looked up.
Hammer's going to be so pissed at you.
Could have played some Genesis.
Yeah. I looked up on Spotify what his most played songs were, and this was one of them. So
Another Day in Paradise?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I mean, I love this song, but not at 8:03 on a Friday. Give me some Unskinny
I'll make up for it next hour.
Yeah. Why don't you play No Son of Mine?
Yeah.
Maybe that'll make us all feel better.
Or maybe start at 1:36 into In the Air Tonight. Start with that.
Or any part of Invisible
Miscalculation
Touch.
on my part.
Yeah, dude.
I'll put a hand up.
Next time you come back with Invisible Touch.
Yes, so good.
And it'll change. How can we be... Dude, it's like dead dog dedication music. Like, and then we lost Fido.
And it was the worst day of my life.
It was the worst day. Mama's heart was broken. It's like, how do you get the energy back up when... Think twice. Just another day for you and me in paradise.
Maybe you should have been done You'll Be in My Heart from the Tarzan soundtrack, 1999. Maybe you should have chosen that one. You know, we get in here serenading one.
Maybe after the show, we can just do a radio version of Schindler's List. See how uplifting that'll be.
Just reading it. Just read the script, I'm sure. Oh, Lord, Bryce. What have you done? All right,
that was on me, gentlemen.
That's all right. All right. It's
energy above all, Bryce. Energy above all.
It's the first day jitters. So that's what it is. You know, the first.
Yeah. If you just missed it, Bryce is now officially a member of the Morning Extra. So,
and we're grateful.
Grateful to have him.
Absolutely.
Good dude.
8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert. 770-GET-HEAT, CentralHeat.com. 29th annual winter white sale happening now, up to $2,300 in rebates. So let's get to the things that you should know. The first thing to know this morning.
They want you awake, informed, and ready to fight for the facts of the day in the land of the free. Now your sleepyhead nation needs your wake-up call. A mighty dose of reality coming in strong. Soon as the sun cracks the horizon so high. Man, we got the story, no time for a lie.
I love how it speeds up.
Put a boot in your ass, courtesy of
because, you know, it's got the traditional...
The ramp up, and then boom.
And then it hits the hook, and you're off to the races. We have to do something. Like, Bryce already apologized for the Phil Collins song, and we apologize with him.
And we accept it.
And we do accept it.
And we apologize to you.
We may have to admit something that we did wrong. Like, Bryce did that wrong. We may have done something wrong, too. I don't know if it's completely wrong, but maybe a little bit wrong.
This isn't from a lack of optimism. This is from experience. We know that when we have talked about this ballot situation...
We've been beaten down.
We've been beaten down by this topic in a way that we have talked to... Like when Janelle King got involved in this, as far as the state board, and we were like, finally, like Janelle's going to get to the bottom of this.
And started to.
And then the rug got pulled out from all of their feet, the bipartisan committee. And the bipartisan committee, as Janelle's talked about, we got a chance to air, they were all just saying, let's just get to the bottom of this to find out what's going on. Well,
We then had the multitude of letters written for the administration to Fulton County, all of them essentially ignored. You had Fulton County yesterday saying, no, well, listen, we were going to cooperate. Well, it wasn't over the first year of this administration, was it? So finally, it took the raid, and the area where we're saying we might be wrong, maybe.
Possible. We're not certain.
Once you have somebody like Tulsi Gabbard who was here overseeing all of this, so that's the director of national intelligence. This is looking bigger and going beyond just Fulton County messed with some ballots. You might have more people in trouble than we really thought that might get caught up in this, to the point where MS Now is running with it as their lead story every hour, just as we've been talking about it.
The thing that stands out to me is that they had to convince a federal judge that there's probable cause. Finally getting access to those questionable ballots. You might say this has been litigated. This is asked and answered. That's what the Democrats are screaming. Well, not according to a federal judge. They presented something. Maybe it involves Tulsi. Maybe it involves Intel. I don't know what it involves. But they got a federal judge to say, you know what? You're right. You should take a look.
Maybe it has, and this might be a bridge too far for everybody, but I just want us to venture down it. Just think about it. The one additional piece of information that we now have to go along with all of this stuff is some guy named Maduro, who I'm sure is singing like a bird.
Remind me who that is.
He happens to be the guy who was the president of Venezuela, although he was able to get back in with, and the locals will tell you, a heavily rigged election. And the discussion point has been that if you are looking to rig elections around the world and to infiltrate with the Dominion voting machines, you do it through Venezuela. Now, we'll see where that goes, but that's where the director of national security is involved.
And I do believe that there's probably going to be, and I've no evidence. It's just my gut saying, you know how filthy the deep state is. You know how filthy those people that have worked in government for as long as they have, their lifelong government employees, that says presidents come and go, congressmen and senators come and go. I've been here for 30 years. I'm going to do my entire career here, and I know better than you. And I have the ability to manipulate things. I have the ability to put maybe a president off the scent, off the trail of something that might have or might not have been done in an election in 2020. You see what I mean? There just seems to be so many things that could be happening that we have no idea about. But the presence of Tulsi Gabbard, you can't help but go, okay, why?
If you want to familiarize yourself a little bit with this story, if you're not, and quite honestly, there are moments when I let it go and then I have to go back to it. So Smartmatic is your operating system for these machines. Well, that is a Venezuelan-developed system.
Wait a minute, what country?
Venezuela.
I feel like you brought up the president from Venezuela a minute ago. Did you?
It was done under Hugo Chavez and the cartels there.
There you go.
So as to have influence over elections around the world. Now, it'd be one thing if we were just talking about some local officials. The director of national intelligence is here. Maduro's here, probably singing like a bird. It doesn't take a whole lot of... I don't have to put a tinfoil hat on here. There's stuff going on that has gone way beyond just Tug and I saying, well, maybe the Secretary of State's going to have a problem. Might be a little bigger than this.
And then, something that just came to me. Who are the allies of the Venezuelans? That'd be the Chinese and the Russians. Now, that's the Chinese wanted to build a military base, a Navy base specifically in Venezuela. We know that. The Russians had a cache of weapons that were stored there. Unsure as to why, but satellites have showed us that and told us that here and there. Would it be out of the realm of possibility that they did the whole Russia gate thing so many years ago with that connection through Venezuela, and it was actually somebody else working with the Russians? It wasn't Donald Trump, because we already have established that that wasn't the case. But what do communists do? They blame you for what they're actually doing. Would it be out of the realm of possibility, Los? Am I crazy to go, I wonder if they blamed him for what they were actually doing?
This is where I say that perhaps the future might show that we were wrong. We have looked at this and said, this is a local issue. Here's what was going on. Here are the problems. We'll never see these votes. In fact, they don't even exist. None of this exists. It's in a warehouse, and we'll never see it.
And why would it still be there?
That's what we've said. Now to see where this is all moving, if this goes in a direction that starts to point out massive vulnerability of elections, why do you think this was all launched in conjunction with the SAVE Act? This is several pronged. This is 4D chess. This is not checkers. This is all tying in together. That's, if you're ever going to have voter ID laws, if you're ever going to get illegals out of the vote, this is the cleansing of American polls and cleaning up everybody who can actually take part in this stuff, with also then saying, oh, by the way, and look at what's going on internationally to mess with our votes.
This is why we need the SAVE Act.
This is how this works.
And then let the American people, let's see what the American people say.
Yeah, you lay it all out in front of them.
Here's the evidence.
Say, this is not a psych op. This is what we found. What do you all think?
I got to tell you, it seems pretty straightforward to me.
And then you go after the wokeness.
Well, if you've ever wondered why woke just popped up, it just seemed to come out of nowhere all of a sudden. And everything all of a sudden was woke. Why did that happen? Why did it happen the way that it did? And I would like to hear from a woman like Helen Andrews more often, because she'll help you understand where woke came from. It spawned from feminism, and in my opinion, and I think hers too, it needs to be squashed. Listen to her explain this.
But if you want to put it in a single sentence, you could say that feminization equals wokeness. Everything you think of as wokeness is simply an epiphenomenon of demographic feminization. Think about all the things that wokeness means. Valuing empathy over rationality, safety over risk, conformity and cohesion over competition and hierarchy. All of these things are privileging the feminine over the masculine. So if you have ever wondered why wokeness appeared out of nowhere when it did, that is my hypothesis, that all of the institutions that began admitting women in the 1970s eventually got enough women that they were able to reorient them. For example, women are consistently less supportive of free speech than men in surveys asking which is more important, protecting free speech or preserving an inclusive society. Approximately 2/3 of men say free speech and approximately 2/3 of women say inclusive society. In moral reasoning, the traditional way of phrasing the difference between men and women is to say that women have an ethics of caring and men have an ethics of justice. In making a moral judgment, men will ask, what are the rules and what are the facts? Women tend to be more interested in context and relationships. So let's apply that to wokeness. When James Damore wrote his famous, or I should say notorious memo for Google, arguing that female underrepresentation in the hard sciences might not be the result of bias and prejudice, no one even attempted to argue that he was wrong on the facts. The reason that he was fired was because the things he had written might make his female coworkers feel bad. Or consider the Kavanaugh hearings. The masculine position was to say that maybe something bad happened to you, but if you do not have evidence, then we can't allow you to ruin a man's life and career over it. The feminine position was to say, how can you talk about rules of evidence? Can't you see she's crying? Now, to be clear, many women were revolted by the way the Kavanaugh hearings played out. In fact, the very best book on the Kavanaugh hearings was written by two women, Molly Hemingway and Carrie Severino. But a political system in which men predominate will tend to operate according to rules of facts and objectivity, and one in which women predominate will tend to operate by the rules of emotions and subjective facts, even if there are individual men and women who fall on the opposite side of those camps.
Dude, she was so crystal clear with the way she laid this out. Think about what's happened in colleges and how many more women now go to college than men. What has happened? This describes the crazy cat lady stuff to me. It describes and makes sense the school protest. Most teachers, women, what are they encouraging kids at elementary schools to do? ICE protest all of a sudden. We've seen it in high schools, and I've even seen it on social media around the country, even as little as elementary schools. that speech that she made was the last National Conservative Conference. I watched a video last night that kind of went along with this, and it was a woman talking about, and you know, a woman that has studied this in depth, and she said, why is it that a woman can hear a baby crying and she will spring up because her child, she inherently hears her child and she wants to protect it. Dad sleeps right through it. But if Dad hears some leaves rustling outside or some noise on the front porch, what is he? He's springing up out of the bed. He's going to the front door. He's going to confront the danger that he perceives is to his wife and his child. It's the natural roles of society, and this feminization, this wokeness, has tried to upend that.
I have a new theory that I'm not going to give it to you now. I'm going to give it to you in the 9 o'clock hour when you're on your way to South Georgia.
Let's go.
And it's based off of something you brought up. It's based off of when you talked about how boys are naturally rebellious, women are not. But then when it comes to politics and some of the things that are missing in their lives, the reason why the left has not been able to indoctrinate boys is because they don't handle indoctrination well.
Right, they're naturally rebellious. They like, I don't care what you're saying.
Where women are actually indoctrinated to be rebellious towards whatever they're told. And so I've
fall into that.
And so I've got some stuff to build off of that. But, you know, hearing her break down what happened with the Kavanaugh Supreme Court when they were, you know, going through that process of whether or not he was going to be nominated and pass through. The only thing she didn't say was law. She was talking about the natural order things. Mm-hmm. The reason why the left can't stand when I get into things on X is because it's very simple for me. Here's the law. If you don't like it, change it. I don't get emotional about it.
It's very fact-oriented, which is another thing she addressed.
In fact, when we had a couple of different executive orders that Trump was using in order to deal with some of this stuff, this is early on in the very first beginning of 2025, January 2025. What was it I said? I was like, I don't know if you can use this act in order to execute what you want to because I don't think it's going to legally stand up. And sure enough, it didn't. But that was my, like, I was like, yes, hey, I'd like for you to use this act to deal with the violence in Los Angeles, but I don't believe that you're going to be able to. And you weren't. So that's where the male mindset is, whereas the women are just like, law be damned.
She's crying.
I'm emotional. She's crying.
I love the fact that she said that.
I don't care.
Because that's what it is.
Yes.
And that's why it sells so good on national television, on CBS and NBC and CNN, because they invite the emotion. Because if you get emotional, you'll watch longer.
They gave you a picture of Renee Good when she was, in my opinion, more mentally healthy when she was in a relationship with a man with 2 kids. Now, one of the things they've never brought up, ever, is how did you lose custody of 2 kids?
That doesn't happen with ladies a lot.
No.
The dad doesn't get the custody most often.
Where did you go so mentally unhinged that the court said that? Why do you then have Alex Pretty where they have to alter his image, his picture, in order to make him look more attractive so they care more?
That emotion.
It's because it's just emotion. It's the emotional hook. That's all it is. Because rule of law isn't on the side of either one of those people.
Are we at a Fort Sumter moment in America? Asked a soon-to-be former governor. Next on the Morning Extra at Extra 106.3.
Favorite Extra shows are streaming live video from the studio on Extra 106.3's YouTube channel. Subscribe to the Extra YouTube channel and get the Morning Extra and the Kimmer Show in live digital video.
So maybe you've been thinking about it, but maybe you've got the question wrong. For a lot of drivers, the question has been, should I go electric? Maybe the question is supposed to be, does it make sense for me? And right now with the new 2026 Toyota BZ, it's built to fit real life. And with an estimated 314-mile all-electric driving range, quick response, and we're talking 0 to 60 in 4.9 seconds, and a quiet, comfortable ride, charge-at-home capabilities where you skip unnecessary stops, and you enjoy the drive. When you purchase at Marietta Toyota, you're buying from a dealership that's been part of the community since 1975. 3+ generations of car buyers buyers who have realized Marietta Toyota does it better. Customer service beyond the sale is what they do. With the people in the service support to stand behind what you buy day in and day out. Right now, Marietta Toyota, 0% APR for 72 months, plus $3,500 bonus cash on a new 2026 BZ. Visit us on Cop Parkway South. Marietta Toyota, we've been here and we'll be here for you.
0% APR for 72 months equals $1,389 for $1,000 finance with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. Not all buyers will qualify. $3,500 bonus APR cash from SCTF requires financing with SCTF. Applied as a down payment. No cash back. Offer ends 2/2/26.
Hey, it's a Kimmer talking about Stovall.
Yeah, I just wanted to brag on Stovall. I went up there and actually got a quote on some of their material up there, and he gave me the quotes I wanted, but he said what would work best, they don't carry, and referred me to one of their competitors. That's how good they are. And sure enough, he was right. The material he was talking about that they don't carry, it's actually going to work best for me. So I've got that on the way. It all worked out well. Makes me want to go back and buy something from them now.
Folks, when it comes to landscaping supplies, start at Stovall. 11 locations around Atlanta. Online at StovallInc.com.
Fox on Tech.
Robot Lab supplies businesses across the country with AI robots and helps them understand how to use AI to boost efficiency. They have over 50 different robot types, everything from cleaning and delivery bots to security bots. Robot Lab CEO Alad Imbar says humanoid robots are the next big step in the AI world, and soon consumers will have them in their own homes to help with mundane tasks.
We have labor shortages. People don't want to do these jobs. And when people don't want to do the job, we have a solution that can actually help the business owners.
Recently, President Trump signed an executive order aimed at preventing states from over-regulating AI. The CEO says this is key for keeping businesses competitive in the AI race, especially against China.
These are the things that we need, AI to solve for us, to work with, and be the first to do that. Because, if you're not first, you're last.
With Fox on Tech, Brooke Taylor, Fox News.
Monday through Saturday, we're right. But on Sunday, we turn left.
Daytona International Speedway, we love our country, and it's truly an honor to be with all of you at the Great American Race. Gentlemen, start your engines.
Your home of NASCAR is Extra 106.3.
This is House Call for Health. Researchers say high alcohol consumption over the course of your life could increase the risk of developing colorectal cancer. This based on a review of National Cancer Institute data on prostate, lung, colorectal, and ovarian cancer. No one had cancer at the start of the trial, but nearly 1,700 cases of colorectal cancer developed in the 20-year follow-up. People who drank more than 14 alcoholic drinks a week had a 25% increased risk of developing the cancer and a 95% higher risk of developing compared to those who had less than one drink per week. In addition, researchers found that quitting alcohol may lower a person's cancer risk. The findings are published in the journal Cancer. One author writing, the study is one of the first to explore how drinking alcohol over the course of life relates to both benign colorectal tumors and cancer risk, adding that while data on former drinkers was sparse, they were encouraged to see their risk may return to that of the light drinkers. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Friday, January 30th, and here are your headlines. A federal judge has blocked Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's bid to raise unlimited campaign funds in the governor's race, upholding current campaign finance limits. The judge acknowledged the law that allows rival candidates to accept unlimited money may be unconstitutional, but Raffensperger's legal challenge didn't meet the standard for a temporary exemption, and Raffensperger is appealing. The Georgia Department of Transportation is prepping roads ahead of a winter storm watch, with crews set to begin treating highways and major routes with brine and salt ahead of a forecast of snow and wintry weather expected this weekend across North Georgia and Metro Atlanta. Officials are prioritizing interstates and critical corridors while urging drivers to give trucks extra space. And finally, Whitefield Academy in Cobb County hosted a conversation on faith and youth activities featuring former Atlanta Braves star Jeff Francoeur. He shared his professional experience and personal faith with students and families, while the event focused on keeping faith central in sports and youth life as part of the school's broader engagement. Today's weather is cloudy with a high of 53 and a low of 26. The Extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Tug and Los on Extra 106.3. It's Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Stay warm best you can because it's going to get chilly, but it looks like we're going to miss all that crazy weather. There's
I don't know what you're talking about, sir. I think I'm going to see as much as 3 inches.
That was the story last night. I'm not sure that I believe that. Are you still buying in? Do you still think?
I am hopeful.
Well, there's a difference in hopeful and I think it's going to happen. You can hope it happens, but look and say, probably not.
If it doesn't happen, I'm blaming you.
Well, look, I'll take all the blame.
And you'll be in, middle part, south part of Georgia.
That's right.
You'll be in Augusta, and so you're not going to have to worry about any of this.
Actually, no. They're the ones that's where it actually is hitting. That's like the outer edge right as it goes into the Carolinas.
I don't believe that.
I was looking up the local meteorologist in Augusta since we're driving over here in a little bit. They were saying 6 to 8 inches of snow over there.
That's
you
wild.
are fake news.
No,
Yeah, you are fake news.
I'm not making it up. I'm just telling you what they said.
I don't know if you know this. I just supplied fake news to you all of a sudden.
I'm just,
fake news, Tug.
Not trustworthy.
I'm just telling you what the meteorologist in Augusta, Georgia said.
I just want for the audience to know. I have played in some extremely cold environments for baseball. All right? Like Oklahoma, this early part of the year. It has to be pretty nasty for universities to change up the schedule. The fact that they've made your single game on Friday now a doubleheader, and that's all they're doing.
It.
Because they're like, we can't do anything Saturday, Sunday.
No.
That's pretty brutal.
Yeah, so what they had originally done, if I have this right, it was going to be a game Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and just play the 3-game series. And then the news came out, hey, we're going to scrap Saturday, doubleheader Friday, game on Sunday. And then last night said we're going to scrap that. It's just the doubleheader Friday. The weekend is shot. We're really concerned about this potential of snow coming in over on the east side of Georgia.
And so now you've got 2 games that are in pocket. And so as you get later in the year, you will start looking for who also has games so that you want to improve your position in regional play so that you can get a regional bid. And so,
so great.
That's how you've got the 8 regions and there's 4 teams per. So in Division II ball, it's a 32-team national tournament. So you get through the regional, you're already Final 8, and you're Montgomery, Alabama.
God,
that's
amazing.
cool.
So cool. The coolest. We're just getting started. So I'm not
getting started.
Don't even think about that. Now, don't get
I'm
me wrong.
sorry. I'm talking about the road way ahead.
I know, but it's in the back of your head.
Yeah,
though.
it is.
Like, what if you've got to do do
Man, we got close a few times. It was cool.
Because y'all beat like some big schools. You've told this story before.
We had 2 open dates, and our coach brought us in to our meeting room. As you would have different meeting rooms within the sports facility, and so he brought us in, and he sits us all down. 25, 30 of us, and he goes, "Hey, I just picked up 2 extra games. It's like if we win either one, there's no way they can keep us out. We were ranked 5th in the region. The top 4 go to regional." He goes, "So tomorrow night we're going to play Baylor." We're like, "They're number 2 in the country, man."
That's a pretty good ball club.
Actually, I take it back. He goes, "We're going to play Baylor, and then we're going to play Oral Roberts." Oral Roberts was like 21st in the country, and they were all getting ready for their conference tournaments. So they looked at it as, hey, let's just take on. It's a good Division II team. Yep. They're going to come to our house. We'll just play them. We'll see how it goes. We beat Baylor that next night. I think it was 9-4. And when you now had a win over the number 2 team in the country and the regular season Big 12 champion, that's when we knew there's no way they can keep us out of the regional. And sure enough, we were able to jump. At the time, it was like Metro University out of Denver, like Grand Canyon University.
Yeah, sure.
One of those 2 to get into the regional. So
how much fun was that as a player?
Man, it was okay. So it was supposed to be in Chico, California, but Chico State, who had won the Division II national championship the year before, they actually had graduation that weekend. So all the hotels were filled. So we had to move the regional, did the NCAA. They moved it out of California, Northern California, which we were all excited about going to Northern California. They moved it to Hays, Kansas. We went to Fort Hays State in the middle of nowhere, Kansas. Now, it was a cool trip, but we got out there, and there was a Holiday Inn and like a Dairy Queen, and that was it, and the university.
Wow.
That was still cool to play in it, but it was different.
Yeah, goodness gracious. I don't want to change the subject, but we're going to have to right now. We have breaking news.
This is breaking news on the Morning Extra.
It is being reported by Benny Johnson and many others that Don Lemon has been arrested for storming the city's church in St. Paul, Minnesota, facing conspiracy against the rights and violating the FACE Act, which we had brought up. That was the act. There was one or two that protected those parishioners from being invaded the way they were, being attacked the way they were.
Because they were, at the time, practicing their rights to be able to express their religion. And so that is a protected space in which you cannot choose to use activist activities, whether you want to call it a protest or not. You're not allowed to do it in the same way, in the way it was originally built in the 1870s. The KKK can't march through your church. It's it's active intimidation. That's why it is delicious to see this being used against Don Lemon.
Goodness gracious. I feel like that was a guy that knew that he wasn't going to get anything. But can you imagine if he's actually held to account, if this is indeed the case, that this dude is not above the law? Finally, if he's not above the law, that would encourage you to think that even maybe something going back to what's happening here in Fulton County, that somebody could be held to account here.
There is, and this is where I get why the initial judge didn't sign off. First off, there was a connection to a lot of these people. The elite communists very rarely get arrested. But Don Lemon, because of his, and they were all videoed, his interactions with the group early on, he knew what they were doing. It was premeditated, and it looks as if he took part. Not only that, then the videos that he's part of, he's no longer covering it. He's part of the agitation. He's part of telling the pastor why he's wrong.
And the crazy part was, if you recall, he had discussed this with an AG, the AG there in Minneapolis, in Minnesota. He had talked to him, done an interview with him beforehand. And you're thinking, well, what in the world? How could the AG be okay with this? How could the AG, knowing that this has happened, or was going to happen, knowing that they're about to walk in there, how could he, as the lawman, if you will, in the city, allow it to happen?
4 minutes ago, I now have the release from Abe Lowell. He's the attorney for Don Lemon. This release through Don Lemon Show station head says, Don Lemon was taken into custody by federal agents last night in Los Angeles, where he was covering the Grammy Awards. Don has been a journalist for 30 years, and his constitutionally protected work in Minneapolis was no different than what he has always done. The First Amendment exists to protect journalists whose role is to shine light on truth and to hold those in power accountable. Okay, I'm sure they were doing that. Sorry, I editorialized there. There is no more important time for people like Don to be doing this work. It finishes up, instead of investigating the federal agents who killed two peaceful Minnesota protesters, the Trump Department of Justice is devoting its time, attention, and resources to this arrest, and this is the real indictment of wrongdoing in this case. This unprecedented attack on the First Amendment and transparent attempt to distract attention from the many crises facing this administration will not stand. Don will fight these charges vigorously and thoroughly in court.
We'll see how it all shakes out for old Don. But if there's a guy that deserves anything and everything that's coming to him, it's him. Just a guy that is spewing hatred, spewing the worst of the worst, expecting the worst and getting the worst, talking about the worst. Like, there's no silver lining with Don Lemon ever.
Well, this was the fun part about what happened with the Joe Rogan podcast earlier this week. So he had on a conservative-oriented guest who was there to argue. That's what he does, basically. He argues with leftists. And they were talking about Don Lemon. And the point that was made about Don Lemon was that look what happens when these people get away from having everything written for them. And now they actually have to
create a teleprompter.
Right.
Yeah.
Now they actually have to create their own content, which Don Lemon basically has not been able to do. So what happens? Don Lemon decides, let's amp things up. Let's be a provocateur. Let's see what I can cause. And by the way, the guest was Andrew Wilson with the Joe Rogan
podcast. Yeah. And he was like, I do not like Don Lemon.
He's like, I do not like Don Lemon. Pointed it out. But they were both saying it. Don Lemon, because of the lack of interest in what he does and his politics, which basically has always just been given to him, you know, he was basically the guy, they're like, he's gay, he's black, let's put him on CNN, and that'll be enough for everybody. But once he is now out from under the umbrella of CNN, nobody's paying attention to him. So what does he do? He decides to amp it up.
And now he may pay the price. I hope. We'll see. New York Post's got the story. A lot of people got the story. But you heard it here first on Extra 106.3. See how Don handles this.
Interesting Friday.
Yeah, it is. And this is funny. We joke about it all the time. My background in country and Los's background in sports. There are those times where you have to figure out what to talk about. And I have not run into that in this format in 5 years. Every day there's something new to discuss and something new that matters, that's important, that is going to affect you directly, whether it's here locally, at the state level, or the national level. Sometimes even the international level, there's always something. I mean, one day you wake up and we've used the discombobulator and took out Nicolas Maduro. The next day, Don Lemon is being arrested. When he basically said, I won't be arrested, and went on and gave
He's like, bring it on.
Yeah, bring it on.
Okay.
The last person that said that was Nicolas Maduro, strangely enough.
I just like that if this played out in the way that his attorney is saying it did, they waited till he was at the Grammys.
Maximum exposure.
Like, I wonder how many people that was in front of.
Probably a lot.
You want to send a little message to everybody?
Yeah. Because I'm guessing that he's covering the Grammys and he's on maybe the red carpet. I don't know that. This is me speculating. You're there on the red carpet and you're talking to whomever, whatever artist that is, nominated or there to be a part of the leftist nonsense that is the Grammys. But all of a sudden there's some guys that walk up and like, Don, why don't you come with us? And everybody is going to be staring. Everybody is like, what is happening in front of us?
Federal custody typically includes handcuffs.
Yeah, it does.
That man got put into handcuffs, I'm sure of it, and then got led away. Because even if you have a federal case, you can negotiate with the government to show up at the offices and avoid some of but there typically is going to be some version of a perp walk. If he wasn't showing up to an office to comply, then they apprehended him.
Yeah, you would have to think so.
They went up to his hotel room, got him, and walked him out of the hotel. Again, we'll find out the details. Yeah. I'm just in speculation mode of how many people do you have to walk by thinking, man, I really messed up.
If you've ever been into an award show, and I know you've probably been to sports awards and the ESPN awards or the college football awards. Can
you imagine how many people were in the lobby?
Lots of people in the lobby.
Yeah.
Because I've covered the Academy of Country Music Awards and the CMA, the Country Music Association Awards. Those hotels are overflowing with people. Every restaurant is overflowing with the industry people. Sometimes it's record labels, sometimes it's artists, sometimes it's management. I mean, it could be anything. It could be groups of songwriters, whatever. It's just there are people. There's more people than you can shake a stick at.
It's maximum embarrassment.
Yes, it is, and probably done with that in mind.
Outside of pulling him off his podcast while he's doing that in his home, which was initially my thinking. This is better.
No, it is. Dude,
this is better. Oh, man.
And I'll be honest, I'm surprised it's just now that we're finding out.
Yeah, for something that happened last night.
Yeah.
Without them getting it out there. In fact.
I mean, I know we're up early, but whatever. It seems like that would have been a spectacle.
You would have imagined that his attorney would have had something already out last night. And for that to have come out, I was just looking at it. So we did it at 8:33. It had been out at, I think it was 8:28.
Yeah.
So it out 8:28 this morning. This news is all within the last 20 minutes, and nothing so far on the networks that we follow. In fact, I'm going to go take a look at Fox.
I am watching CNN right now, and they are covering.
Okay. So CNN's
got it over there too. Yeah, MS Now has yet to touch it.
They're probably, how do we spin this? What's the programming? What do we need to tell our minions? That's probably what they're
CNN's thinking. Well, we did fire him. I guess we should cover this.
Yes, probably so.
He just wasn't good by the time that Donald Trump was not in office and these people were left to talk about their own thoughts and then eventually without having the producers covering for them.
Yeah. I told you I had zero patience for what they did. I mean, zero. Less than zero patience. I have no ill will against Don Lemon personally. I think his politics are crazy. And I think what he did was crazy and deserves justice. And I hope he gets it. When we continue, it's not about illegal aliens, Stephen A. Next on the Morning Extra.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Friday, January 30th. From the NFL, the Atlanta Falcons are hiring Ian Cunningham for the position of team general manager. This originally from Adam Schefter of ESPN, the first to report on it. Cunningham has been the favorite to land the job after working as the assistant general manager with the Chicago Bears. From the NBA, the Atlanta Hawks, their winning streak came to an end last night with a 104-86 home loss to the Houston Rockets. The Hawks were outscored by 17 points in the second half. Kevin Durant of the Rockets led all scorers with 31 points in the game. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Hello.
Hey, is this Mike Fitzgerald?
No, I think you have the wrong number. Wish I could help you.
Well, you could if you were Mike Fitzgerald.
Who is Mike Fitzgerald?
Mike Fitzgerald is the only realtor I'll talk to because he can sell my house fast for a great price and even in this market.
Yeah, I'm definitely not Mike Fitzgerald.
Oh, I figured that out because Mike Fitzgerald would have sold my house already.
Need to sell your home? You need Mike Fitzgerald from the Harry Norman Realtors team, exclusive Georgia members of Forbes Global Properties. Learn more at MikeFitzgeraldRealty.com. That's where you'll find Mike Fitzgerald.
You're setting a lot of goals for 2026, big plans, new adventures, and Subaru of Gwinnett has the vehicles to get you there. The 2026 Subaru Forester is the same reliable SUV that's earned the trust of drivers for decades, but with more adventurous style and more advanced safety technology. And you'll love exploring in the 2026 Subaru Crosstrek. It gives you up to 34 miles per gallon and the power of a 182 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine, adding plenty of go to your adventures. The 2026 Subaru Outback shares your adventurous spirit. With up to 32 miles per gallon and 9.5 inches of ground clearance, you can explore your world with confidence. And the 2026 Subaru Legacy is what happens when we put the best of Subaru into a sedan. A turbocharged 260 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine makes driving a thrill. Love is out there. Find it at Subaru of Gwinnett, Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, or shop online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Are home repairs piling up? Are you feeling overwhelmed? Relax. We've got you covered. From drywall dings and leaky faucets to deck repairs and trim replacement, we're your one-stop shop for everything for your home needs. No more juggling multiple contractors. Just call us at the Trusted Toolbox and we'll handle it. Your home deserves the best, and we don't want you breaking your back trying. Call the Trusted Toolbox today at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. The Trusted Toolbox, your one-stop shop for home repairs and more.
This Valentine's Day, give a gift that says forever and a night out that says I thought of everything. Hi, I'm Jaron Solomon, and right now at Solomon Brothers, when you spend $9.99 or more, dinner at Michelin recommended Tiny Lou's is on us. Tiny Lou's is a chic French-American brasserie serving seasonally inspired French favorites, complemented by a French-focused wine list. It's intimate, retro chic, and the perfect setting for romance. So whether it's diamond studs, trendy layered necklaces, or the bracelet she's been hinting at, you're not just giving a gift, you're creating the whole evening. One stop, one perfect surprise. At Solomon Brothers, we don't just help you get Valentine's Day right, we help you earn credit for planning the whole thing in advance. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, Buckhead, Alpharetta, and Sharpsburg, helping Atlanta say I do and I love you since 1982.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Evil Dog tweets, a girl commented on my post. A guy replied. She replied again, and they were about to fall in love, so I deleted the post.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Breaking that story that Don Lemon had been arrested and welcoming the rest of the news world to the conversation.
MS Now. Well, about a half hour behind.
That's all right. That's
cool.
right. I wouldn't expect them to be early on anything.
Pretty good for little morning extra to be in the first few minutes.
A little engine that could, for sure.
Well, once you get, I get it. You're going to back check the sources.
Sure.
But once you get the attorney and verify it's his attorney who has a statement, Don Lemon, if you're just now joining the channel, arrested last night in Los Angeles while covering the Grammys. And this is all a result of the storming of the church in Minneapolis and the use of the FACE Act, where an organization decided that they were going to protest at a worship service. And those are protected.
That's right.
And by federal law.
And there was a second church that has been was stormed. I don't have all the details in front of me, but just know that it's happened again. This is since the Don Lemon thing. It's happened again. People stormed another church, and it's all about how do we inflict as much pain as we can on the people that we don't like. And like it or not, the left hates Christians. They make it clear. Jennifer Welch, I don't know if you've seen the clip of her. She said, white Christians are the cancer of the earth. If we could get rid of white Christians, we would, save ourselves a lot of pain and time. And don't be misguided. Don't be mistaken that those people that worship at the altar of government, they hate that you don't.
By the way, so we talked about the FACE Act, and the FACE Act grows out of the 1870s KKK Act. We brought that up with you. And here's what it is. The KKK Act prohibits threats, violence, or intimidation used to stop people from exercising their God-given rights. Worship is in there.
Yes, it is. And it's specifically laid out as religious ceremony.
You took part in terrorizing these people. And it wasn't like you were inactive in terms of coverage. You were part of going to churchgoers and intimidating them and arguing with them.
And had nothing to do with them. I mean, there's nothing to do. Those people in that church had nothing to do with ICE being in Minneapolis, St. Paul.
All they had was the belief that the person conducting the worship service was somehow had some sort of connection to ICE.
And that was never proven that I know of.
I've never seen it play out.
And as a matter of fact, I don't know, I'm sure you saw it too. Yesterday out in California, the people on the Signal chat, because they use it everywhere. It's a well-oiled machine and well-funded, well-organized. It's not grassroots, as the leftist media would have you believe. They surrounded a restaurant, and then they decided to blow their whistles and storm into that restaurant, and they thought they had got them 2 ICE agents having dinner. Turns out they weren't ICE agents at all.
Let me show you, but you want to harass people, huh? No. How does it feel to be harassed? No.
So he did not deny he does work for. He did not deny it.
We're from TSA.
He did not.
How does it feel?
He did not deny it.
He didn't deny it. He was like, I work for TSA.
Yeah.
I work for TSA,
I work for the federal government. I work for TSA.
He did not deny it. He did not deny it. These crazy people that are just eaten up with emotion.
So whether he's running the scanning machine or at the very high end, you're an air marshal, either way, you have nothing to do with immigration enforcement.
But it doesn't matter. But
it doesn't matter.
Just like it didn't matter.
Because that's the mob.
It didn't matter that the churchgoers had nothing to do with it.
You know, this is why the founders hated the idea of democracy. We've talked about this so many times because the democracy to them was mob rule.
And that's what you're seeing?
And that's what you're seeing right now. Mob rule. These people, they get this sense, this idea, well, we've got him. Then they're screaming, he didn't deny it. You know, these poor people, all they're trying to do is have some dinner. Right. And now they're having to go about, all right, fine, now you've recorded this. Okay, now I'm going to go home. Now, the only other thing you're thinking is, when are they going to get violent? Because the mob, when it doesn't get what it wants, typically gets violent.
And we've seen the left do that on many occasions. And they always seem to prey on the weak, the ones that are the most weak-minded, because we can convince them that they need to be doing what we want them to do. And so that's it. It's so frustrating. It's absolutely ridiculous. I want to play this cut from Stephen A. Smith, and I like Stephen A. I don't always agree with Stephen A. You've dealt with him. You've been in the building when he worked here.
Extremely classy when he comes and uses your facility for his show. That's his reputation's always been that, and that's played out with whether it's this building or our previous one.
So I want to play this common sense take that he has on the ICE deportations, but there is something that he's missing.
Bondi called for the state to end its sanctuary city policies and cooperate fully with immigration and customs enforcement. This includes honoring immigration detainers and allowing ICE agents to interview and remove individuals from state prisons and jails. That's where it gets interesting. Because if you have crossed the border illegally and for some reason you are incarcerated because of a crime that you may have committed that had nothing to do with ICE at the time, what is wrong with ICE and the feds insisting that the states, local and state government let you into their jails, let you into their prisons to get these individuals and deport them back to where they came from? You got millions upon millions of American citizens that ain't gonna have a problem with that part. They'll have more of a problem with the voter rolls and other things before they have a problem with that.
Stephen A. is exactly right. He's exactly right, but there is something that he's not taking into consideration. This is not about illegals. It's not about deporting illegals and getting here and working with the federal government. It's all about this color revolution that seems to be happening that you did story time on months and months, if not years ago, or maybe even a couple of them for that matter. It's not about the process. It's about the Dems trying to solidify their voter base, keep them here. You heard, we talked about it yesterday, Nancy Pelosi in 2024 saying, we want to make all of the illegals legal so they can vote, so that we can solidify our power. The story that blew up, you heard it here first on Extra, about what happened in Spain when they legalized 500,000 people. That way they could solidify their power in that socialist country. Without understanding what's going on, you can't not solve the problem. And I don't think Stephen A. is seeing the full context to the problem.
The way the game is working, the Democrats are basically asking ICE, DHS, and every Border Patrol agent, get out of our state. Now, why is that? First off, because they need to secure their power base. You can't keep sending their people back to their home countries. They need them. They need them for votes, for representation, and also, just importantly, federal dollars. So
it's not about their love of these people.
No, it's not. It's their usefulness. That's where they're at. Now, if you continue to operate in their state, that's when the cover revolution comes into play, which is, can we get to a point where there is a violent situation that allows us to then say, see, we told you the federal government is violent. We need to do something about it. We need to deal with it. That's why they tried to push Renee Good so much. That's why it was Alex Priddy. Now, neither one of them have worked, but that's why they're begging. They're begging to set off the color revolution with a violent act that comes from federal authorities.
I love the fact that Stephen A. Smith is using common sense because he's a Democrat, as far as I know.
Yeah, typically.
But he is not afraid to use his common sense. He's not afraid to push back on the Democrat narratives, on the mainstream media narratives. And I think that makes him endearing to people on our side, like it does with John Fetterman. Even though Fetterman votes the exact opposite of us all the time, people are like, I kind of like Fetterman because at least he's not afraid to say it.
Well, I think you just need to acknowledge victory where it is.
Yeah.
If you cannot, and part of what Stephen A. Smith has said, if you cannot acknowledge when the president has done something good for the country, and so everything is anti-Trump, everything's bad, then you end up putting yourself at times in a 20% realm.
And they stay there. But I hope Stephen digs a little further. I hope Stephen starts connecting the dots that Los started connecting years ago, that I started connecting years ago, and I bet you started connecting years ago. If he were to do that, he might be a conservative. I don't know. When we come back on Extra 106.3, those ballots in Fulton County, we told you, man, there's just nothing going to happen. Could we have jumped the gun just a little bit? Next on the Morning Extra, Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. And I need to tell you, 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Well, hello, it's the Talkmaster, your hybrid human AI with some numbers that might be interesting to you. It's about illegal aliens, criminal illegal aliens. That's redundant, by the way. But just start out with this. Criminal illegal aliens commit crimes way out of proportion to their percentage of our population, but then that makes sense, doesn't it? Because they already committed a crime coming to this country and staying in this country. You want some numbers? Got them. Just in New York, 50,800 people.
And
in
finally,
New York
Whitfield
prisons.
Academy.
32,000 more in cities, counties, whatever. In New York City jails and prisons, 7,113 illegals. They have committed 148 killings, 717 assaults, 106 robberies, 235 drug offenses, 152 weapons, 200 sexual attacks. That in spite of the fact that New York has released almost 7,000 criminal illegal aliens that were on detainers just this year. And these figures are probably underreported. The cost to the good people of New York, overtaxed anyway, anywhere from $1 to $1.4 billion. And since it was Joe Biden that let most of these people into the country, let's address his 4 years in office when violent crime went up by 59%, the largest jump ever in any 4-year period. So who's trying to round up these criminals and send them out of the country so that they can wreak havoc somewhere else? Donald Trump and ICE. That makes them, in the eyes of Democrats and the left, the enemy. Think about that for a while. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
We found a better way for customers to buy a car, an honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee. We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal. The Honest Car Guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog and our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. Consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards, so you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check him out online at atlturfco.com.
Stream the all-new Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show exclusively on the Extra 106.3 app. Streaming across Georgia on the Extra 106.3 app. This is WFOM and W292EV Marietta on Dickey Broadcasting Station. Extra 106.3.
He had called for regime change at the Fed. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, and now Kevin Warsh will lead it. President Trump posting he's nominating former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh to replace Jerome Powell as Federal Reserve Chairman when his term's up in May. And the president can't wait for Powell to go, saying he's hurt the economy, not cutting interest rates faster and more.
The president in that True Social post said that he will go down as one of the greatest Federal Reserve chairmen. He says he's right out of central casting, and he will never let you down.
That's Fox Business Network's Edward Lawrence at the White House.
Warsh has a record for being an inflation hawk. He advocated heavily for rate hikes during the housing crisis of 2008, which is opposite of what President Trump is looking for right now with his pick. But recently, he says that Warsh now says that he's evolved. His views have changed.
Former CNN anchor Don Lemon arrested
by federal agents in Los Angeles just after midnight this morning at a hotel. This obviously all in connection with that storming of a church in St. Paul, Minnesota by that group of anti-ICE agitators.
Fox's Bill Malugin also reports Don Lemon's attorney in a statement just out says the journalist was shining a light on truth and this is an attack on the First Amendment. 3 others who protested in that church had already been arrested and charged. Those angry about immigration enforcement and the deadly shootings related to it are calling on people across America today to ice out in protest. Don't go to work or school. Don't shop. Republican Congressman Tom Emmer from Minnesota just told Fox.
This type of rhetoric, and by the way, this is coming to your city next? No, it's not, because most cities are cooperating with law enforcement.
That ICE controversy simmers in Congress. House Minority Leader Kevin Hakeem Jeffries tells Fox.
We want to avoid a government shutdown, but it's necessary to ensure that the Department of Homeland Security dramatically changes the way in which it has been conducting itself.
A partial shutdown starts at midnight. There is a potential compromise, but that may not get approved by tonight. America's listening to Fox News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Ben Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G coverage. What? Franklin wasn't even a president. Hang on to those Benjamins. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, to switch to an American wireless company that's truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Can't afford to fill your grocery bags or gas tank? Fill your day with the best conservative talk for free by downloading the Xtra 1063 app wherever you download your apps.
Welcome back. It is the Morning Xtra on Xtra 1063. Los and Tug, but no Tug for this final hour. He is getting ready to head down to Augusta, where his son is going to make his debut with the university and lead off and play center field. Because of the inclement weather, they're going to play a doubleheader today, and then that is going to wash out the rest of the weekend. So they're going to head on down, and so I'll be sending those text messages. Like, how's Jacob doing? How well is he playing as of right now? I do also want to point out for you, before we get into so much crazy stuff that is going on as of this morning, I want to celebrate the Atlanta Braves this Saturday at Braves Fest, presented by Delta Airlines. Taking over Truist Park and the Battery. Atlanta Braves Fest gets you closer to your team than ever before. The day features a variety of exciting events like the Player Walk, player and coaches experiences, player autographs, player photos, Braves country karaoke, baseball and softball clinics, Braves bingo, and so much more. So mark your calendars for this Saturday and bring the entire family to Truist Park and the Battery Atlanta for Braves Fest, presented by Delta Airlines. Get all the details and your free, that is free, Braves Fest tickets now at braves.com/BravesFest. Now, typically we get into the first thing you need to know. All right, we're going to do that, but this is going to be a multi-pronged assault. Me and Sweet Clean Bryce are going to try and get you all the information that we possibly can. Let's start it right here.
They want you awake, informed, and ready to fight for the facts of the day in the land of the free. Now your sleepyhead nation needs your wake-up call. A mighty dose of reality coming in strong. Soon as the sun cracks the horizon so high, man, we got the story, no time for a lie. Put a boot in your ass, courtesy of the Morning Xtra.
All right, let's start with the two things as you get to the water cooler today. First and foremost, we had some of it as breaking news last hour. It's been fully confirmed. Don Lemon was arrested at his hotel covering the Grammys a little bit after midnight last night. Now, this is all in conjunction with what happened in Minneapolis, the storming of the Catholic Church there. Now, previously, you had already had 3 people that had taken part in that. They were all hit with federal charges, apprehended, and then released. At the time, there was a judge that would not sign off on the warrant for Don Lemon. The Department of Justice went back to work. They were able to clearly find someone. Now, this comes from Megyn Kelly. You can always follow her at Megyn Kelly. She ends up having this note. Don Lemon criminally charged. She says, we can report it is at least one felony charge per a source. It says also 5 others. Those are new defendants. So this is not the first 3. There were additional people that were in that church have also been charged. So this is now the story. Now, Don Lemon's attorney has already come out and talked about his First Amendment rights and that he was covering the event as a journalist. That's going to be problematic because the FACE Act, when you start looking at the history of what it is, the FACE Act grew originally from an 1870s to 1872 law that's on the books. It was actually originally the KKK Act. The KKK Act basically protected Americans to be able to conduct their God-given rights, such as church service. Well, because the KKK during that time period, as we're going through Reconstruction, was known for targeting church services to try and terrorize people. Why? They didn't want them voting. They didn't want them taking part in the institutions that were available now to them in America as former slaves and people that supported the abolitionist movement. That is the origination. And I tell you about every now and then there's something that's incredibly sweet. When you can think of a man like Don Lemon who's being charged with essentially the KKK Act. The same terror work that the KKK was doing in the Reconstruction South is what you're being hit with. Now, Don Lemon and his attorney are going to continue to say, well, Lemon's just a journalist. He's just a journalist. Lemon has long not been a journalist. In fact, when you have a show on CNN, part of what goes on is in every form of television cable news, you will have shows that will cover the news. That's part of what goes on. But once we get into a portion of your lineup, in Fox News' cases, it's when you get into prime time. Okay, that is no longer, you can call it a journalistic show. And yes, they cover news, but it's with opinion makers. It's the reason why you're getting Sean Hannity's opinion on a matter. At one point, it was Tucker Carlson. And, you know, this is the MO for how this stuff works. CNN does the same thing. So Don Lemon was he was about as much of a journalist as I am. All right, I'm not a journalist. Yes, I might give you some scores and some news and some updates. I'm giving you my opinion of what is going on out there, the same way that Tug is, with our own view of the world. For anyone who, well, you're a journalist, you're supposed to do this. I'm not a journalist. In fact, you could make the argument that we are much closer legally to entertainment. Entertainers. That's what we're doing. So for Don Lemon to suddenly now turn it into, no, you don't understand, I'm a journalist, I'm just covering a story. You were doing it in the interest of growing a brand and a channel. You met with these people beforehand. It wasn't like you were just covering an event. I just walked into an event, I saw what was going on. And the bigger problem for Don Lemon, in my opinion, from a legal perspective, again, I'm not an attorney. I did my 1 year of business law. I think about that, Bryce. It's 1 year. You imagine all the stuff you learn about contracts.
You can be a judge in some states.
I can. You don't even need a degree. I'm good to go. I can be appointed. Let's make this thing happen. I think it's 32 states in the union. But once Don Lemon starts taking part in it's one thing to question people or to get their response, but he starts scolding people and recording it as he does so. And then what does he say when they leave? He's on video of talking about this is protesting, and sometimes protesting needs to be in your face. That's what he did. At that point, that's entertainment. He wasn't telling a story about what happened. He was part of the story. He was agitating on behalf of the agitators. So, and listen, I'm the first person to be like, hey, that person has First Amendment rights. One of the issues that I had with somebody who worked for the Blaze, and I have to look up his name. So he was part of the people that were covering January 6th. There were other reporters that were doing the same thing. He got hit with a charge federally for parading. Like, wait a minute, I'm walking with the other journalists who are covering the story. I'm not taking part in any of this stuff. I'm just here taking pictures. I'm documenting what is going on. You weren't inciting anything. Yet the federal government went after him, and I said, that is a bridge too far. The man wasn't parading. He was covering the story just like any of the other. What happened, he was for the blaze. So that's where the government decided under Joe Biden and his DOJ, let's go after him. I don't think you're going after Don Lemon in the big scheme of things is not a concern. He has no audience. He has no influence. But this is about, in my opinion, this is about making sure that the people that when it comes to those that are strongly religious, that you know that this Department of Justice is going to protect your ability to practice your religion. That is a huge factor in all of this. And if Don Lemon has to be sacrificed at that altar, well, by God, it's going to happen. That's just how it's going to be. And too bad for Don. He should have known better. I have put myself in a lot of fun, crazy situations working in this business. Never have I thought, you know who I need to go and do a man on the street with? People in their church. That sounds like a great idea. Like, no. I've been to Star Wars lines when new movies are coming out. I've interviewed homeless to find out their football picks. I've gone down to locker rooms and asked athletes crazy questions just to see what they would say. At no point have I ever thought to myself, even doing this job, hey, you know what sounds like a great idea? How about I go to a church and just go see how I can antagonize these people? Because there's some things you just don't do. It's federally protected. And if you want to know why Don Lemon is not a journalist and he is an entertainer, because he damn well should have known better. Should have known better. How do I, as a former yuck monkey and local yokel, how do I know more than the guy who's surrounded by a bunch of producers? Nobody ever thought, hey, Don, this is a little too much, man. No, we don't have enough viewers. We got to push the envelope. We got to be more outlandish. Okay. Well, here's your federal charge. Good luck to you. All right, outside of Don Lemon, we also have I don't even think it's a mea culpa, but you have to understand that Tug and I, when it comes to the ballot story in Fulton County, you ever had a situation where you got a dog and maybe you've had to wrap that dog on the nose with a newspaper in the past, especially when they're a puppy? You might just have to be like, okay, listen, we got to have some enforcement here. And as the dog gets older, you pick up the paper and the dog's like, I've done bad, and that's it. You don't even have to make contact with the dog. The dog just knows, hey, I overstepped. Like my dog, what she likes to do, she's a counter surfer. This dog, Bryce, she is so sneaky about it. You leave something on the counter of interest, she goes from being the little, 45-pound, she's a Bernedoodle, but when she elongates, she's probably like 5'5", 5'6". Well, she can get up on the counters. Well, when she does and she sneaks a piece of chocolate from one of my girls, I just have to give her that look and start walking at her because I never do that to her. She knows.
Instantly.
She's like, I'm going into, she's got a little tent that's like her little safe area. It's her little den. She goes immediately into her tent.
Space?
Yes. And she stays there. And she'll stay there for 10 or 15 minutes because she's like, I've done wrong. I know in her mind, she's like, her dog mind, she's like, it was worth it, though. It was worth it. Well, so that reaction of I've done wrong, I know it. All right, that's how Tug and I feel when we start getting into the ballot situation in Fulton County, because it's not that we're not optimistic. We're just used to disappointment. We know. We're like, this isn't going anywhere. Stronger people, smarter people, better people than Tug and I have advocated for this. Hey, when are we going to see these ballots? It never goes anywhere. Well, it took a raid by the FBI, and here's where I think the mathematics of all this changes. Tulsi Gabbard was here. The director of national intelligence was here. And so before all this Don Lemon stuff broke last hour, that's all that MS Now could continue to bring up. Well, they were trying to retry the election in Georgia. No. The discussion has been, what happens when you have a country like Venezuela who, with their Smartmatic OS that is running the Dominion systems, what happens when they've been known to get involved in elections around the world. And that the hub for playing games with elections is Venezuela. Well, you've got now Maduro. Now that you got him on lockdown, I'm sure he's telling them everything. And so, as much as I've said, well, this won't go anywhere, and Tug has said this won't go anywhere, and we're used to it. We're used to that paper on the nose. All right, we're used to, my owner's got the newspaper. I've done wrong. I'm going to go hide out in my tent. Just not going to bring it up anymore. Maybe it is going somewhere. That's pretty interesting. All right, I want to bring up this piece of audio from Joe Rogan because I was concerned that Buck Sexton, you could hear Buck Sexton and Clay Travis noon to 3 every weekday on this radio station. I think now they're in 555 markets, and they just ended up getting a deal with XM. So they're everywhere. Shows biggest in the country. Good for them. I was concerned that Buck Sexton was going to do one of my topics. I started working on it. So, I'm in the lab. I got the beakers out. I'm heating stuff up. I'm cooling stuff down. I'm like, I'm hand making this topic.
Science loads.
That's right. I'm sitting there, and I've got like a half-lit cigarette. I'm not even smoking. It's just sitting on my mouth, and I'm just like I've just got to keep working here. I'm whittling. I'm making something. And my point was going to be that what occurs so often is that the left makes these martyrs, these heroes of people that are largely broken. We have the scenario of what went on in New York City when the shooter's Mangione, and he's going to be tried for it, and we'll see if he's guilty. I think it's pretty open and shut on.
Tried to get broken out of prison?
That did occur with somebody in Minnesota who tried to act like they were an FBI agent to get him out of prison. But that's what they built him into, this hero, this icon, like you went and killed a CEO of a healthcare company. Yes. Well, we don't really know his politics even that much, but they took what is a broken person and turned him what they turned it into. Renee Good is a woman who lost custody of 2 of her kids. How does that happen? And notice how no one's followed up on that. Like, how did you lose custody of 2 kids?
They haven't heard about her in weeks either.
No, of course not. Because the martyrdom wasn't going anywhere. And when it came to Celebritiy, I was sitting there telling you about how, hey, the initial piece of news was obviously the shooting. Then it turned into he'd been treated for a broken rib because of an incident with ICE DHS with Border Patrol. And then you see the video from the BBC, and the first thing I thought was there's no point there where he's gone to a position where I was like, they might have broken a rib. Which asked the question, was he involved multitude of times? Like, was by the time he gets shot, is that his 3rd time to have an issue? Because that's what it would lead you to believe. Suddenly, the peaceful nurse angle is gone. Yet another broken person, somebody who, him and his wife divorced, he's 37 years old, there's no kid, wife is living a couple states away, and everyone is talking about how he's on these signal chats. And when the BBC video came out, that was on a Tuesday morning on the 13th of January. I don't know where you were on Tuesday, January 13th. I can tell you that I wasn't stalking ICE. In fact, I would dare say that many of you were probably not considering stalking ICE. Maybe every single one of you. There might be 1 or 2 of you that are like, oh, I wish I could afford to stalk ICE. Again, Celebritiy died doing what he loved. That really always upsets the left, and I kind of like it. He died doing what he loved. It's too bad. I'm just saying, I just don't have any. Once you show me another video and he has a broken rib that he's dealing with, it's because this is what his job is. This is what he likes doing. He likes to go and involve himself in federal investigations. But this is from the Joe Rogan podcast, and he has on a guest, and they start talking about the pictures of what they've done to change the look of Celebritiy. And this is where I would say in Barack Obama's America, when suddenly like, hey, I'm fat, but I'm healthy, and that's great. Okay, that changed. In Biden's America, hey, I'm transsexual, but you have to acknowledge that I'm beautiful. And we're like, okay, this is silly. In Trump's America, you better be hot. Hot works. Sydney Sweeney works. All of it works. Good. People can be hot again in Trump's America. Well, the left has taken notice in that if you're not, we can't make you a martyr. Take a listen.
Did you see what MSNBC did to his image?
Yeah. Where they gussied it up?
Basically the opposite of what CNN did to me. You know, CNN during the COVID times turned me green, and they made me ugly and look like I was dying, and they made him handsome.
Yeah.
So people would be more sympathetic to him getting shot, which is kind of wild. Like, are ugly people less valuable to MSNBC?
Less marketable?
That is crazy to me. Like, look at the difference.
Yeah.
Look at the difference. They shortened up his face. They gave him a little bit of a tan. They widened his face a little bit, it seems like. They just made him a little handsomer.
Yeah.
A little hotter.
They gave him a bit of that Chad jaw, didn't they?
They shrunk his nose a little, too, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
They shrunk his nose.
Yeah.
Gave him a little bit of a handsome jaw. So he looks like an
even
American.
made him, if you look at the shoulders, it even looks like they may have plumped up the shoulders there a bit.
A little bit. Yeah, the one on the right looks like he's a little plumper.
Yeah.
Yeah, they changed the tone of the color. Wild. I mean, they changed his teeth, man.
Communist News
Look,
Network.
they gave him veneers.
Yeah.
Look at the difference in his teeth. He's a much more handsome guy. Like, the one on the right is like the handsome brother, and the one on the left is like,
yeah.
Why couldn't I look like
right.
brother?
Yeah, the one on the right, they were twins, and he took more of the protein.
Right.
That was what happened.
See, they give you the look. They try and sell you on the image, and then the problem is the narrative falls apart, and you find out that the left is typically making martyrs out of people that are crazy, with like a multitude of whys in there. All right, when we get back, this is the Morning Extra on Extra 1063. Tug and Los, though. Tug heading on to Southern Georgia. Going to get ready to head on over to Augusta for a baseball game. So I'll be taking you through the final hour. When we get back, though, we got some information that Tug and I were talking about earlier in the show. How to avoid the Civil War in this country. We'll talk about that next week. Continue the Morning Extra right here on Extra 1063.
Neil Bortz is only live on Extra 1063, bringing you daily commentary on the biggest topics of the day. Catch him throughout the day or hear his latest on the Extra 1063 app.
Georgia Tech baseball is ranked number 2 in the preseason poll by Perfect Game, its highest preseason ranking in more than 20 years. All tickets are now on sale. Get yours today to watch the 2025 ACC regular season champions defend their title at MacDees Baseball Park at Russ Chandler Stadium this season.
Tattoos this one into left field. Outfielders won't even move as this one clears the scoreboard and left.
Get your tickets today at ramblingrec.com/tickets.
You know, this is one of those topics that no one really wants to think about, but if you're a parent, a homeowner, married, or helping take care of aging parents, it's something that honestly deserves a little attention. I'm talking about estate planning. And before you tune out thinking it's complicated or expensive, that's actually why I want to mention Trust and Will. Trust and Will makes estate planning feel way less intimidating than it sounds. They offer modern, attorney-designed wills and trusts that you can create online. And the process is surprisingly straightforward. In fact, you can create a will in as little as 30 minutes. That includes things like guardianship for your kids or pets, how your assets are distributed, and even healthcare directives. Don't wait until it's too late. Protect your loved ones with Trust and Will, the most trusted name in online estate planning. Go to trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. That's trustandwill.com/plan for 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You're setting a lot of goals for 2026, big plans, new adventures, and Subaru of Gwinnett has the vehicles to get you there. The 2026 Subaru Forester is the same reliable SUV that's earned the trust of drivers for decades, but with more adventurous style and more advanced safety technology. And you'll love exploring in the 2026 Subaru Crosstrek. It gives you up to 34 miles per gallon and the power of a 182 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine, adding plenty of go to your adventures. The 2026 Subaru Outback shares your adventurous spirit. With up to 32 miles per gallon and 9.5 inches of ground clearance, you can explore your world with confidence. And the 2026 Subaru Legacy is what happens when we put the best of Subaru into a sedan. A turbocharged 260 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine makes driving a thrill. Love is out there. Find it at Subaru of Gwinnett, Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, or shop online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Friday, January 30th, and here are your headlines. A federal judge has blocked Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's bid to raise unlimited campaign funds in the governor's race, upholding current campaign finance limits. The judge acknowledged the law that allows rival candidates to accept unlimited money may be unconstitutional, but Raffensperger's legal challenge didn't meet the standard for a temporary exemption, and Raffensperger is appealing. The Georgia Department of Transportation is prepping roads ahead of a winter storm watch, with crews set to begin treating highways and major routes with brine and salt ahead of a forecast of snow and wintry weather expected this weekend across North Georgia and metro Atlanta. Officials are prioritizing interstates and critical corridors while urging drivers to give trucks extra space. And finally, Whitfield Academy in Cobb County hosted a conversation on faith and youth activities featuring former Atlanta Braves star Jeff Francoeur. He shared his professional experience and personal faith with students and families, while the event focused on keeping faith central in sports and youth life as part of the school's broader engagement. Today's weather is cloudy with a high of 53 and a low of 26. The Extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Tug and Los on Extra 106.3. It's Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Stay warm best you can because it's going to get chilly, but it looks like we're going to miss all that crazy weather. There's I wrestle with this because I'm fearful. Fearful is not the right word. Concerned about the splintering of the United States of America. When you can't come to agreement. Civil war, as it's described and people talk about, that stuff, as I watch the communists do what they do, and they do it in Minneapolis, and they do it in New York City, and they do it in California, the foothold that they've grabbed with the deep state. There's a reason Tulsi Gabbard's looking at those files and the election materials and the ballots here in Fulton County. I just feel like it feels like an avalanche coming my way sometimes, Los.
I'm going to advocate for the SAVE Act.
I'd love to.
If you have not familiarized yourself with the SAVE Act, and quite honestly, we should be talking more about this on this show. Representative Anna Paulina Luna.
Angel face.
She ended up pointing out how there's enough Republican members that look like they're going to back attaching the SAVE Act to any piece of legislation if something comes through from the Senate from Chuck Schumer. And it looks like, whether it's John Thune or anyone else, the SAVE Act is going to get its time. Now, if you want to understand what the SAVE Act is, we are talking about voter ID, that when it comes to federal elections, you have to have that. You have to be a citizen. You're going to start looking to get rid of ballot harvesting and mail-in balloting for federal laws. Again, if you want to do it in your own state, you do it in your own state. You run it the way you want to. And elections, even federal elections, they run in your own state. But if it's going to be valid, this is how it's going to have to be. And so that is going right at the heart of the Democrat Party. Now, here's the reason why I think it's so important. In the last 72 hours, Tug, we have had DAs talk about killing Trump.
Yeah.
We have had DAs talk about hunting ICE members.
That was out of Philadelphia.
We have had Kathy Griffin telling you about pay attention to who's flying American flags in your neighborhood. We've had Molly Ringwald talking about rounding people up.
I watched The Breakfast Club over last weekend, and as much as I love her, and I saw this, and it was like throw up in my own mouth.
It was dark.
It's so dark, dude, and so disappointing.
She's talking about rounding people up and putting them in camps or getting rid of them, basically. Once they've called you Hitler and Nazi for this long, like, there is no more amping up other than fighting you.
How can you, if you're Molly Ringwald, bring up rounding people up when that's exactly what you say you're protesting against?
Well, I'm sorry. How can you be a DA of a state, a county, a municipality, and you talk about rounding up ICE agents that are just doing what is on the books? It's federal law.
Dude, they did it for January 6th, and they've shown you they'll do it.
But, again, it's different. We're talking, like, if you tell me you rounded up January 6 people and said, okay, you committed There is not one thing that DHS, Border Patrol, ICE are doing that is outside the purview of federal law.
Correct. I just mean the example that they've set, that they will track down people because they disagree with them. They will do it.
Yes. But again, the difference in, hey, I participated in a riot versus I did what I was federally hired to do.
Oh, they're totally different.
It's still,
I just know what.
But they'll still do it.
Absolutely.
So with that being said, the only way to get through this without violence, now it doesn't mean they won't get violent, but the only way is to end their party. And you do that through legislation in the ballot box. You don't do it at the end of a gun. You've heard me a number of times, even after Charlie Kirk passed, we were saying, hey, beat him at the ballot box. Here's how you do it. What you do is you get this legislation through and you end their vote harvesting operations. Because what we know, there's no such thing as red states and blue states. There are states that require voter ID and states that don't. And every one that didn't require ID, Kamala Harris won. If they don't, they're not winning any states. They might win Minnesota and California. Maybe they might win Oregon, but Oregon, that's a different state. Like half of it really wants to not be there.
Yeah, there's certainly parts that they've already talked about seceding from Oregon and becoming part of was it Idaho? I guess it's up there.
Yeah,
they want to become part of another state altogether because of other crazy.
Politically, this doesn't make sense. Let's hear from John Thune. This is when he came out, had an impromptu press conference. This is 48 hours ago. John Thune explaining how this is going to get done.
Well, I'm for that. I've co-sponsored the SAVE Act in the past. I think my understanding is that they are still modifying the bill. It includes right now a requirement that you be a citizen to register to vote, but it doesn't include a requirement that to vote you be a resident. So in other words, if you're going to have what we call voter ID or photo ID when somebody goes into the ballot box to vote, that's not currently covered in the bill. So that's being fixed and addressed, and I think the new bill that comes out hopefully will deal with that. But, I mean, at some point, we'll have that vote. I'm for it. I think most of our colleagues in the Senate are. And I don't, it hasn't had consideration in the relevant committee yet. But I know there's a high level of interest among our members in getting a vote on SAVE Act.
So in order to be able to vote, in order to register, you have to be a citizen. And in order to vote, you have to show ID. That ends the Democrat Party.
It does. And that's why they're so vehemently against it.
Yes.
They're very, very clear.
That and illegal immigration ends them.
They talk about it over and over again, how if you have to show voting ID or ID to vote, that it's disenfranchising. They use that. They echo that. It's on social media. It's on MS Now. It's everywhere. You hear it locally here in Fulton County. Imagine that. But they talk about it. And, of course, that goes against common sense. It goes if let's say for senior trip, you and your high school senior going to go to Mexico. What do you have to have?
ID, passport.
You're telling me to go on vacation, you have ID and passport, but to control what is happening in the United States of America, giving your input on the control of this country as far as politically, who runs it, no ID? That just doesn't make sense.
Let me tell you what the benefit of this is.
Unless you're a Democrat and want to cheat, and then it makes perfect sense.
You will have to moderate your message as a Democrat. You will actually have to turn the temperature down in order to have a relevant party moving forward. Because as it stands right now, the full-on crazies are running things. And the reason why they're allowed to be full-on crazy, it's because they don't have to validate their votes and their elections. They're able to, you know what, we've got this bastion of crazy. Hold on, how does the state of Washington continue to have this much representation when it's almost a 50-50 state? Well, they have mail-in balloting, and they've had mail-in balloting for 20 years. And mail-in balloting is like the earmark of here's how you cheat. Here's how this is done. So if you get rid of all of this stuff, it's going to force the Democrats to have to center the message if they want to be a relevant party. Otherwise, the party goes away, and hopefully you avoid ever having to hear any more of this Civil War stuff out of them.
Let me give you another example of moderating the message. It doesn't mean that they're changing anything. I saw it on NPR. I saw it on Axios. There's a new movement inside the Democrat Party. Not everybody's on board of embracing the tough on crime stance. Now, they want to do it in the way that they are tough on crime, but that's going to be the prevailing message.
Good. I told them. How often have I said, steal the message?
Exactly. And that's what at least some people in the Democrat Party want to do. They want, because they know how important crime is. They see the reaction that Donald Trump got cleaning up crime in D.C. and Chicago, Memphis and places like that. They don't want to enforce the law. Please don't be misled. They want to own the crime message and then put their own policies behind it, which are always crazy, restorative justice and things that don't work and don't matter. But the only reason I bring it up is you talk about moderating the message. This is just another example of them wanting to do that, not because they want to do the right thing, but because they want to convince you they're doing the right thing.
I think what is going on in the state of Virginia is a perfect example.
Buddy.
When you look at the amount of new taxes of what they have created, that now that state, you have people that are going to be getting out of there because the amount of money that the state is basically telling you, hey, it belongs to us. Like, wait a minute, no, I worked for it. This is the fruits of my labor. Your form of taxation on gyms or roads or limiting the cap on energy, this is all a form of tyranny. And they, in the state of Virginia, are saying, yes, it is, and it's ours. Yeah. Okay, that's what's coming. If you give these people power without them moderating their message, without them reeling it back in. The world blue dog Democrat, man, if we could ever get back to the point where there were actually such things as blue dog Democrats, you can work with them. You can't work with these people.
Fetterman's about as close as they got.
About as close as you can get right now. He doesn't vote the way you would want, but his messaging is different.
Messaging is different, and you see it working for him. And I believe that's why you're seeing some Democrats moderate on things like crime. And at some point, will probably moderate or pretend to moderate on elections because they want to appear as if they're doing the right thing on your behalf. And you know they're not. You know they're not. They're actually just stealing what Los had said. Take the message and run with it. Don't actually do it.
Consider this. Fetterman is from a state that was won by Donald Trump. He can point out that it is a purple state. Governor's a Democrat. He's a Democrat. Republican won the state. His message has to be in the middle at that point. If you were to have voter ID laws that apply to around the country, I think we would have many more senators and congressmen that are a lot closer to John Fetterman in terms of what he's saying. Because when you look at the people that are coming out of like the craziest places, like for instance, Elizabeth Warren, half of that state, nearly half it's Republican, but they have set up a system where only Democrats win. So she continues to say the craziest things out there. Well, shouldn't have to worry about it. But in some of these places where you don't require voter ID, now suddenly the election gets much tighter when you have to have IDs.
Our friend Phil called in and said of the SAVE Act, people who couldn't get IDs would all be in front of cameras hollering and screaming. And then, Phil, the simple question by the reporter, not that you would get a fair reporter, but if you were to, or some of our citizen reporters, some of the citizen journalists, they would just be like, are you a legal citizen? Do you have legal standing or legal resident here? And that would end that conversation.
Let me just make sure I have this correct. Because the last time I got an ID, I had to update my my legal residence. I spent like $8 and it showed up like 10 days later at my house.
Yeah.
And the time before that, I actually had to go to a DMV and sit there. So they've made it easier. And so the only person that you have to blame if you don't have ID, if you're in legal standing to have one, is yourself.
Tug and Los until 10 on Xtra 106.3. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand. Just a post from John Fetterman. In the past 24 hours, ICE apprehended the worst of the worst, including child rapists. ICE is an essential part of deporting criminal migrants to our country. The agency, he believes, needs new leadership and reforms, but he wants to prevent another Minneapolis. But he's saying, look, they're getting the worst of the worst out of the country. And that's what Donald Trump ran on. That's what he's doing. And John Fetterman has co-signed it. By his statement, has co-signed it. And that's what Los is pointing out, that if you have more people that are voting and are involved in the political process, they would have to be, if they moderate, they would have to be more like John Fetterman just to get elected. That's why the SAVE Act's so important. We'll push for it. And I don't know if we've ever said this on the show, but reach out to your senators and your congressmen and tell them this is what you want.
I like the SAVE Act. Make it happen.
Yeah. And believe me, you're not going to get a reply. You might get some sort of canned reply from your 2 senators, obviously, because they're not going to vote for it. But you need to let them know you want it. Easy to get to them. House.gov, Senate.gov, all the email addresses, phone numbers right there for you, just in case you wanted to pick up the phone or shoot one of the many emails that you'll send today.
This is the Morning Extra right here on Extra 106.3. Tug and Los, final segment of the week coming up. When we get back, more on the fallout from the Don Lemon arrest. And the only answer is brutally fair ballot boxes. Talk about that as we finish up the Morning Extra right here on Extra 106.3.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Friday, January 30th. From the NFL, the Atlanta Falcons are hiring Ian Cunningham for the position of team general manager. This originally from Adam Schefter of ESPN, the first to report on it. Cunningham has been the favorite to land the job after working as the assistant general manager with the Chicago Bears. From the NBA, the Atlanta Hawks, their winning streak came to an end last night with a 104-86 home loss to the Houston Rockets. The Hawks were outscored by 17 points in the second half. Kevin Durant of the Rockets led all scorers with 31 points in the game. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
All right, we made it to the weekend, and the weather is not improving. It's actually going the other direction. So now's a perfect time, if you've not thought about it, and I tell you every day, I don't know how you've not thought about it, is to maybe pick up the phone and call Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts at 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com, because they're doing the 29th annual Winter White Sale. Lowest pricing of the year, and now that we're almost through the first month of the year, this will not last long, but everything's on sale: heating, cooling, and home performance solutions. You wonder what that is? That's cleaning up the nasty air that gets, thrown around in your home with dead skin and, just dirt and pollen and whatever it is. Just all that stuff that's floating around that you're breathing. Those home solutions clean that up. 79 years experience backing them up. One of the only truly locally owned HVAC companies in Atlanta. Most of them have been bought out by private equity. They keep that local name so you don't know the difference. That's why I encourage you to ask for Chuck. See if Chuck's really there in the office when you call 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com. 29th annual Winter White Sale going on now. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, delivering carrier comfort for the world we share.
I was live streaming makeup tips when my internet went down. My followers were furious. Like, both of them.
Someone damaged the gas line and our service was turned off for safety. Now my chili is ruined and I'm simmering.
As she was digging into my chocolate delight, someone dug through a water main. No water, no bath, no delight.
All because my neighbor didn't contact 811.
Be a good neighbor and contact 811 before digging.
Sponsored by Georgia 811.
Did you know that there are over 34,000 lawyers in the state of Georgia? Yet despite that huge number, Bruce Hagen was recently named by his peers as one of the top 100 lawyers in the state. Do you know who is not among the top 100 lawyers in the state? Some clown standing on top of an 18-wheeler. Those kind of lawyers may make flashy ads, but they're just marketers, not real lawyers. If you've been injured in a car wreck, you need Bruce Hagen, a real lawyer who tries cases and wins. Call Bruce Hagen. He's the real deal for your injury case. Hagen-law.com.
Calling all contractors. This is Devin Stovall with Stovall & Company, and we're here for you. We're a third-generation, family-owned and operated company for 75 years and just opened our 11th location in Canton on 9500 Union Hill Road. We're proud to provide your wholesale irrigation, nursery, and landscape supply needs. How do you envision your dream outdoor space for you or your customers? We're here to fulfill them all. We all take pride in special requests and shipping right to your job site. Here at Stovall, we have it all. Check us out at StovallINC.com.
Thousands of veterans across Georgia are missing out on the benefits they've earned through their service. The Warrior Alliance is changing that by connecting veterans and their families to life-changing resources and support. Tune into the Warrior Alliance Network, our podcast and radio show dedicated to helping veterans succeed after service. Join us every Saturday at 11 a.m. on 106.3 to hear inspiring veteran stories, discover free programs, and learn about career opportunities available to you. Subscribe to the Warrior Alliance YouTube channel today.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
You know, Los, we found a better way for customers to buy a car. An honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee.
How do you prove that?
We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal.
How much can people save when they buy their next vehicle with the Honest Car Guy?
I've saved people upwards of $20,000 and $30,000. I mean, it really depends on the year, the make, the model of the car, and the price of the car. You know, on a $15,000 car, I can't save you $20,000. We can probably save you $2,000 or $3,000. But it's through the course of the whole sale. The big one here that people don't realize, the financing. You go into the dealership, they tell you your rate's 9%. Well, really, it's probably 7% because they're allowed to make 2 points on there. The Honest Car Guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, try the Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
When I first started using a CPAP, getting supplies and equipment was a horrible hassle. It pretty much stayed that way until I discovered CPAPs, etc.com. Same-day shipping on anything you might need, including travel CPAPs, hoses, masks, you name it. Same-day shipping. CPAPsETC.com or visit their store in Alpharetta. So easy, and you could be preserving your health and saving your life.
Need a quick sports fix? Catch Holy Crap, It's Sports with Pete Davis every weekday at 5:20 on The Kimmer Show. It's fast, funny, and a break from the political chaos. Only on Extra 106.3.
Welcome back. It is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Tug and Los, but no Tug. He is already on his way to his son's debut at Augusta, where he's going to be starting in center field and batting leadoff a pair of games today. So I can't wait to check in and see how well Jacob does in this debut at that new place that he's going to be playing ball at, which, if you followed along with this story, it's a good one. Now, he went over to College of Charleston, ends up getting hurt right before the season starts, and so he ends up taking a red shirt. They don't end up having the people move around that they thought they were going to, because that's modern college sports. That's how it works. So they basically let him know, hey, you can be here, but if you're looking for playing time, it's not going to be available yet. So he transfers to Sumter, puts in his time there, has a great season, and then here comes Augusta, and they come calling. And between his academic and his scholarship money, he's taken care of, and that's really cool. And so excited to have him there. He gets to be part of a pretty good program and a growing university, and the money that they're now putting into sports. I would love if at any point, once somebody from their volleyball program contacted either one of my daughters, like, hey, you interested in here? I'd be like, yeah, you are. So, again, it's a cool afternoon for the Cowards, and so really excited for them. And so I'll be checking in with them to see how hopefully Jacob puts like 3 or 4 on the board. That'd be really cool.
I was asking him with that JUCO year, I don't know if he still gets a year of eligibility.
Well, that's the question moving forward, whether or not those years are going to count. And that is still up in the air. One of the proposals that's been out there in college sports is you have 5 to play 5. Well, that's now been tabled for 2 years. So you don't know when Jacob gets to the point of being near graduation, hey, suddenly I just picked up 2 more years of eligibility. You just don't know. So you just got to kind of, you're there, you play the season, and then you see what happens. And that's how it's been playing out. Talk about seeing how it's going to play out. So if you're just now getting by the channel, Don Lemon arrested by federal authorities. This went down just after midnight out in Los Angeles, where he is covering the Grammys. They're now acting like he's a serious journalist. That is what they've been doing. Yeah, he's about as journalist as, let's say, Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly's not a journalist. She's an entertainer. She hosts a show. Dan Bongino, now that he's back into the game, Dan Bongino is about as much of a journalist as he is a Secret Service agent. All right, doesn't do that work anymore. He's an entertainer. All right, that's what he's doing. Tucker Carlson, you think Tucker Carlson is a journalist? No. He's got a podcast network. He has on these people. This is what he does. He interviews and he gives his opinion. That's what Don Lemon's been doing. So Don Lemon's now suddenly trying to create the scenario where he's like, oh, no, I'm a journalist. I was just covering the story. He's the person on video that pointed out that it's traumatic and uncomfortable for the people here, but that's what protesting is about. Oh, no, it's not, Don Lemon. In fact, That's the reason. You pointing out it's traumatic and uncomfortable. That's the reason why the KKK Act was created and eventually would altered into the FACE Act. That because you did it in a church. It's not coverage. That's crime. Now, I want to play this particular woman. Now, this is Nakima Levy Armstrong. She was one of the original 3 that were apprehended. Now, she was the person that Don Lemon went up to and gave a kiss to when they were meeting in the parking lot before they started storming the church. Now, she went into federal custody. And of course, like everybody else, you go through the process, you get processed, they turn you loose, and hey, we'll have a court date, and you put together a case. Because now you got a federal case on you. This is what she had to say about the experience of how it went.
We had belly chains around our waist, and we had handcuffs with bars in the middle. As someone who majored in African American studies, I can tell you that is the closest I ever felt to slavery in my life. Being shackled as if I was a slave. It is unacceptable and unconscionable, but it's on brand.
Actually, that's as close as you felt to being a criminal who is being treated as such. That's on brand. That's how that works. Now, Don Lemon, we'll see how this all plays out. It's a really good Friday when you see these people that decided to do what they did. And I've told you before, I go with some of the data that we posted out there. If you want to criticize the government, by all means, all day long, I do it. You should too. Even things that when you agree with your politicians and then there's something they do that you don't agree with, let them know. Get out there, post it, talk about it. It's one of the nice things about this administration. They oftentimes will pay attention very quickly. Remember when we had the scenario where they talked about, hey, we're going to have amnesty for the farm workers? That lasted 12 hours. The backlash was so quick that then you had the administration, no, we weren't. We talked about it, but we're not doing it. It's like, that's how fast it was. That's how much they're listening. That's what they're paying attention to. So when you have the scenario play out and you want to criticize the government, criticize the government. If you feel the need to protest, you get that permit, you get out in that park, you get out in that public space, you protest. If you feel the need to have slogans, sing songs, or whatever it is, 100% go for it. But what we do have in this country is a very limited belief that you should be interfering with other people's rights in order to protest. For instance, I think there's only 14% of Americans that believe that you should be able to block traffic with a car or otherwise. Hey, I'm going to walk out in the middle of the street. 14% of Americans sounds like a great idea. It's like, no, it's a fringe movement. It's a fringe group that believes in that form of protesting. You want to talk about harming federal agents? I think that's at 13%. It's fringe. Anybody who's advocating for, we should do this to ICE, you're fringe. 87% of Americans don't believe that should be occurring. And also, what's incredibly fringe is the idea of storming a church. And we have laws against it. And that is why Don Lemon is in the trouble that he's in right now. Which, again, to start a Friday for me, if you want to tell me that, and this is what the left's argument's going to be, well, the First Amendment is under attack. No, it's not. The First Amendment is fine. It's like the planet. Like all the people, the planet's dying. It's climate change. No, the First Amendment is fine. It's when y'all are in charge that the First Amendment is not. I lived through the Biden years. I saw the censorship online. I saw what I could say and not say. Hey, guess what? That vaccine's experimental. Don't you dare say that. You're not allowed to say that. It is. In fact, we're having right now the biggest experiment in human history. Can't say that, Los. Well, Barack Obama just said it. Well, that's because he's informed. Okay. All right. No, the First Amendment is not under attack. Now, when you pretend to be a journalist, which is what Don Lemon was doing, he's an entertainer. When you look at it in those terms, he's an entertainer. He went, if you had Carrot Top who went in there, would you be telling me about he was a reporter? All right. If you had Carrot Top go in, you'd be like, that dude's a comedian. It's like, yeah, but he says he's a journalist. He's not. Don Lemon hasn't been a journalist in a long time. He's an entertainer. That's what he is. All right, that's going to do it for us for this week. Thank you to Bryce, new member of the show. You will always be able to check out his work as he drives the ship in such an admirable fashion. Good luck to Tug and his family. First ball games of the year. My daughters will be playing. And take care of yourself with this crazy weather. Until then, we'll talk to you next week. I don't know what Tug says right here. So
Y'all
I'm
come
just
back
gonna
now,
say,
you hear?
well, I don't want to do that. I'm going to say, yeah, go, yeah.
Did you miss Neil Bortz?
I am shocked.
Don't worry. He's live anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Oh, that radio show.
Did traffic cause you to miss some of the Kimmer Show? Get it on the app.
It's all the kids talk about on Monday at school.
With anytime show replays from the Kimmer, Bortz, the Morning Extra, Clay and Buck, and so much more. Plus local headlines and breaking news. Grab the Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Ain't nothing beats the cozy comfort of a warm fireplace on a cool Georgia night. Tug here for Chimney Solutions. But before you light that fire, make sure the chimney's clean, safe, and ready with my friends at Chimney Solutions. Atlanta's trusted chimney experts for over 25 years. Did you know that a dirty and damaged chimney could lead to dangerous carbon monoxide leaks or even chimney fires? Don't take that chance. Chimney Solutions certified technicians use state-of-the-art equipment to ensure your home and family are protected. They also specialize in gas log conversion, fireplace remodeling, and energy-efficient chimney caps that keep pests and rain out and heat in. From cozy cottages to luxurious homes, thousands of Atlantans trust Chimney Solutions to keep the heart of their home burning bright. Visit chimneysolutions.com to read actual customer testimonials. Chimneysolutions.com. Chimney Solutions, keeping Georgia homes safe, warm, and beautiful for over 25 years.
Hey Atlanta, it's Mark from Atlanta Safe House. It's 2026 and it's going to be a great year. So let's start the year off with a quiz. So what's the difference in a criminal and a socialist Democrat? Well, a criminal wants to steal your stuff, but a socialist Democrat wants to steal your freedom. So let's talk about safes. The Atlanta Safe House has the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. Brands like Browning, Champion, and Fort Knox. With over 500 safes in stock, we are the place to buy a safe. So come by the showroom or go to atlantasafehouse.com.
This is WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Locally owned and heard throughout Georgia.
It's an attack on the First Amendment.
I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what Don Lemon's lawyer claims after the former CNN anchor was arrested in a federal crackdown on a Minnesota protest.
Don Lemon taken into custody at a hotel in Los Angeles Thursday night by federal law enforcement, almost 2 weeks after activists stormed a Christian church in an anti-ICE protest in St. Paul, Minnesota. The former CNN anchor was with the group. Last week, a judge refused to sign a federal arrest warrant for Lemon. Several others have been charged in the case.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. The anti-ICE anger grew even more after Saturday's shooting of a protester, Alex Preddy, who President Trump on Truth Social this morning called an agitator, maybe even an insurrectionist, citing videos of Preddy clashing with federal agents days before the shooting. Meanwhile, there's a call for people across America to not go to school or work today, not to shop. Fox's Kevin Cork reports from Minneapolis.
Those ICE out protests scheduled for all over the country, restaurants and even some schools in different locales will be shut down, not just today, but over the weekend as well, all in solidarity of the anti-ICE protests, which of course have been gripping this city.
Democrats are demanding ICE reform, which could lead to another government shutdown, a partial one with a midnight funding deadline.
The deal that President Trump and Senate Democrats hashed out would separate the DHS funding bill from 5 other bills. The programs included in the 5-bill package would be funded through September. DHS would be under a 2-week stopgap bill to allow Democrats more time to negotiate changes.
But Fox's Madeline Rivera reports even if it passes the Senate, the House wouldn't consider it till at least Monday. President Trump's picked a new leader for the Fed, nominating Kevin Warsh to replace Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, who the president says did not cut interest rates enough.
Markets perceive Warsh as supporting lower interest rates, but they see him stopping short of more aggressive easing. The nomination must be confirmed by the Senate. Powell's term as chair expires in mid-May.
That's Fox's Ginny Casola. America's listening to Fox News.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Ben Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G coverage. What? Franklin wasn't even a president. Hang on to those Benjamins. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, to switch to an American wireless company that's truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Stocks are down on Wall Street. The Dow falling 180 points. The Nasdaq's dropping 123. The S&P 500 losing 28 points. We got an inflation update this morning showing a 0.5% increase at the wholesale level last month, but the annual rate of increase of producer prices held steady at 3%, same as November. The price of oil is up a quarter, further above $65 a barrel. Gas is unchanged. AAA's national average for regular remains $2.87 a gallon. That's 24 cents cheaper than a year ago, as the U.S. eases sanctions on Venezuela after that country lifted restrictions on oil there.
Venezuela's National Assembly approved the bill signed by acting President Delcy Rodriguez. It allows private companies to control the production and sale of oil, ending a state-owned oil and gas company monopoly. President Hugo Chavez tore up contracts and nationalized the industry after taking office in 1999. He died in 2013, and his successor, Nicolas Maduro, was taken into U.S. custody January 3rd to face drug trafficking charges. The new law also allows for disputes to be heard in independent arbitration, not by courts controlled by Venezuela's ruling party. Chris Foster, Fox News.
President Trump's filed another lawsuit. This one targets an agency in his own government, the IRS.
A Trump spokesman told Fox the IRS wrongly allowed a rogue, politically motivated employee to leak private and confidential information about President Trump, his family, and the Trump Organization to the New York Times, ProPublica, and other left-wing news outlets, which was then illegally released to millions of people. So the president is suing the IRS for $10 billion. Unlike other presidents, he generally hasn't released information about his taxes, often saying that they're complicated and tied up with accountants. In Washington, Jill Nato, Fox News.
At tennis's Australian Open, Novak Djokovic just beat Jannik Sinner to advance to the final. Djokovic will face Carlos Alcaraz. I'm Dave Anthony. This is Fox.
You're setting a lot of goals for 2026. Big plans, new adventures, and Subaru of Gwinnett has the vehicles to get you there. The 2026 Subaru Forester is the same reliable SUV that's earned the trust of drivers for decades, but with more adventurous style and more advanced safety technology. And you'll love exploring in the 2026 Subaru Crosstrek. It gives you up to 34 miles per gallon and the power of a 182 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine, adding plenty of go to your adventures. The 2026 Subaru Outback shares your adventurous spirit. With up to 32 miles per gallon and 9.5 inches of ground clearance, you can explore your world with confidence. And the 2026 Subaru Legacy is what happens when we put the best of Subaru into a sedan. A turbocharged 260 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine makes driving a thrill. Love is out there. Find it at Subaru of Gwinnett, Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, or shop online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Hey, it's Clay Travis. This is Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Of entertainment, enlightenment, and empowerment. This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Glenn Beck is on!
Hello, America. Welcome to the Glenn Beck Program. It is Friday, January 30th, 2026. This is the last day or the last weekend of free trial for GlennBeck.com and a Torch. If you want to join us and make sure you don't miss a single episode, make sure you go there and sign up now, GlennBeck.com. You can see all of the things that we're doing, including the fourth hour today. We're doing Q&A for Stu's last day. Today is Stu's last day. We'll talk about that here in a second. But first, let me just recap some of the news that's going on. We have a new chairman of the Fed, Kevin Warsh.
Yep. Mm-hmm. He's a nominee.
Yeah, he's a nominee. He's going to be. I mean, here's how this works. The Fed gives the president a list, kind of like the mullahs in Iran, and says, you can pick one of these guys. And so the president's like, okay, I'll take that guy. So we got that guy, and he'll be replacing the other guy that was so good. Anyway, we'll talk about that. Also, the Donroe Doctrine, a lot of things are happening in that. We may have a strike also on Iran. And Tim Walz is in the news, as is Alex Preddy. More on that in Minnesota. But we'll pick all of this up here in 60 seconds. First, let me tell you about Real Estate Agents I Trust. Buying or selling a house is one of those things people do to maybe a handful of times in their life. And yet we expect ourselves to be experts at it. We watch a few shows, we scroll some listings, and we think, bro, I got a handle on how all this works. Real estate markets are local. They're fast, and they're full of details that can cost you a lot of money if you miss them. That's why I tell people about Real Estate Agents I Trust. RealestateAgentsITrust.com is my company, born out of frustration, not being able to know how to even vet a good real estate agent. How do I know who's going to be able to sell my house? I mean, real estate agents come in your house, you're like, can you sell my house? And they're like, yes, we can. Okay, you're hired. Really not a good idea. Sorry, I was doing my Tim Walz impersonation. Right now, realestateagentsitrust.com. We have great real estate agents that are waiting to talk to you. I don't charge you anything for this service. Just meet them. You decide. It's realestateagentsitrust.com. Realestateagentsitrust.com. So the staff has put together a little montage that none of us have heard yet. It just kind of looks back on all of the years that Stu has been on this program, some of the personal things and some of the funniest things on the program. So roll the montage, please. Stu and I have been talking about my career and his career for at least 2 years. And Stu has, for a long time, wanted to, do his own thing. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate all of the
many, many years.
I'm looking at your resume here. Then you went to the Glenn Beck program, where you were the co-host, EP, executive producer. Say hello to our executive producer, Mr. Stu Bergier. Hello to our executive producer, Mr. Stu Bergier.
Glenn, how are you this morning?
Well, I'm good. Let me say hello to our executive producer. That is Stu Bergier. Hello, Stu. How are you?
Glenn, how are you? I mean, Stu was there for the very first talk show I ever did.
How old were you when we met?
I was, 20?
20 years old.
Yeah.
And what was your impression of me? Because you got to me at the end of my radio career, or my top 40 radio career.
I mean, I grew up in Connecticut, so I knew you from your morning show at KC 101, which is, music station, the big station in my hometown, basically. And I knew, Glenn and Pat in the morning. And this is an important lesson, I think, for people coming up, not only in broadcasting, but any industry, is find someone who's very talented, but at the very valley of their career, like the worst possible time, because those people usually have good lessons, are talented, but also you can kind of glom onto them when they're at their lowest.
All right.
And then you can convince them you were part of their success later on.
Hello, Stu.
How are you, Glenn?
I'm fine. Hello, Stu. How are you?
That's a great question, Glenn. No idea. That's my new position on that question. I have no freaking idea. And he has told me what he's planning on doing, and I actually think it's a really good idea. And so I fully support it. I'm just sad that it's going to bring you further away from me. We won't see each other every day, but hopefully you'll be bringing some of this stuff onto the show. And I've never worked with anybody more honest, more decent, and more loyal than you. A big part of my job and my career has been trying to execute your vision, like what you want to do, what you think is the most important.
I said this morning, we were in this meeting and I said, got to get Stu into a numbers costume. And, I thought of this big foam thing where his face would be inside the number 6 or something, but...
Did you stop and think at any time, why did I say we got to get Stu in a numbers costume?
Stu is here to break down some numbers. He's the executive producer of the radio show. And Stu, I assume that the number 2 plays a role. And because last night, 1 didn't really stand for anything.
You were very clear after the show that you wanted the number costume to make sense.
There's just nobody better, because you live stats.
Stu has the election by the numbers. National polls we're showing a definite tightening.
Stu, you're a numbers guy.
Yes. Geek. I mean, I'm a poll geek.
Yeah, you're a total geek. Stu's here to do the math.
We also have some of the latest poll results that are in.
What's the biggest fight we've ever had?
I mean, there haven't been many. Isn't that what I said? That's what I just quoted you. Isn't that what I just said? When I said, like you said, that's what I was indicating. Yes, that you said it. That's why I said, like you said. Want to bring in your firearms? I'll bring in my firearms, too. I'm not trying to start a gun battle here. You seem to be a little on edge.
You're wearing your most obnoxious Eagles sweatshirt.
That's right.
What's wrong with you still back in the Eagles?
They're America's team.
Yeah.
You got a freaking eagle. And I knew there was something special about what we were doing.
JJ Vance is weird. You do think JJ Vance is weird? I'm going to say that tonight on the debate stage. JJ Vance is weird. I like balloons.
We have Brittany on the phone. Hello, Brittany.
Are you going to shut the border down now? Let me ask you this. What about brunch?
Thank you for being my friend. And thank you for being so loyal to me.
And you have changed my life, and I truly thank you for that, you quitter.
So today, I mean, we're not really saying goodbye to Stu because, I mean, if history teaches us anything, it's that goodbyes with Stu's are more a little like intermissions. He leaves, he fails. It's kind of a little more like, hey, we'll see you after the snack bar situation. You know what I mean?
I don't know where that's coming from.
Stu started as an intern, which means at one point in his life, he fetched coffee and thought, I might be able to do better than this. And to his credit, he did. He was producer, executive producer, head writer of the program.
which is not really a career ladder. That's more of like a hostile takeover, conducted with sarcasm and impeccable timing. And he has been with me for 28 years, which is longer than most Hollywood marriages, longer than both of our marriages, longer than most governments last, longer than the average Eagles Super Bowl window, and here we are again, because Stu is leaving again. Let's be clear. He left this show once to start his own show, and it failed, and spectacularly.
None of this is true.
Failure is real. I mean, it wasn't a dignified creative differences kind of failure. This was like come crawling back like a Vietnam vet looking for his old platoon kind of failure, And I welcome him back. I welcomed him back because that's what family does. You know what I mean?
It was also the type of failure where I took over for you and left with higher ratings.
Yeah.
That's the type of failure it was, by the way, just so you're aware.
Right before, please, let me get this out or I'll cry. Right before syndication, the promised land, Stu almost left again, but this time he saved because, he stayed because he was like, wow, that could make me a lot of money. And so he did stay. Which brings us to today, where Stu is leaving us one more time. Somehow or another convinced that this time will be different. Why? I don't know, because this time he's doing a show about odds. Odds. Hosted by a man who has repeatedly bet against his own track record. You see what I'm saying here? A man who looks at a lifetime of data and says, yeah, but this time I kind of feel lucky. I feel lucky. I really do. So we wish him all of the best on the
feels
on
like
that.
it. Mm-hmm.
And by the way, I mean I sincerely. Anyway, so he's leaving again, and one of Stu's superpowers, and this is honest, is not comedic timing, although he's got some of the best comedic timing. It's emotional sabotage timing. You can guarantee if I share, the reason why I'm not sharing anything personal, spiritual, vulnerable is because that's when Stu strikes. Okay. He's got this, not with a thoughtful question, not with empathy. Usually it's with a fat joke, sometimes brilliant, sometimes a little lazy, but it's always perfectly timed and devastating. And that, I could be talking about God and Stu's like, yeah, but have you considered salads? And somehow or another it works. It's a gift. It's gift. But he, one of the things we're going to miss, and a lot of people are on the phone saying that, they remember all of the stuff with Super Bowls and everything else and Football Fridays. And that's where you'll find his real loyalties. Stu loves three things in the world: Philadelphia Eagles, apparently quitting, and Philadelphia Eagles. He loves the Eagles more than his wife and children, which is impressive because I'm told by Stu's new PR firm that they apparently still love him a lot.
Wow.
That's just what I heard. But I wanted to give you something, Stu, because, you didn't earn the car. That was for somebody who made it 30 years.
Yeah, no, you've told me that multiple times. Mm-hmm.
I wanted to get you something because, honestly, you're one of my best friends. You are indispensable, irreplaceable, on and off the air. You've made this show funnier and smarter and sharper. You have made me a better man. And I'm going to miss you. Interns don't last 27 years. And quitters don't get welcome back. You'd be welcome back anytime. And failures don't leave legacies, which you have left. Even though the odds may not be in your favor on the...
Why?
The show will fail. We all know it. And then you'll be back, and I'll leave the lights on. But I wanted to give you a gift. So if you just...
I think it should be there by you. I want to give you a gift. And just say thank you for the best broadcast experience and the best years of my life. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn.
So open up your stupid present.
This is going to be something like...
What?
I don't know. Like,
what is your prediction? What's your prediction?
I mean, my first guess was human waste. I thought it might just be a box of human waste. But I don't know what it is. Let's see. Don't know how to open it apparently either. Wow, it's a watch.
So it is a...
Whoa.
It is a Breitling.
Yeah.
Super Chronomat. There are only 104 of these made. They're made for the Philadelphia Eagles. If you take it out and look on the back side, it has the NFL logo and the Eagles on the front of the face. So it's a commemorative limited edition watch just for the Eagles.
Oh my!
There were more of them, but the Eagles threw them out and were pelting Santa with them. So there's only 104 of them left. But
Glenn, this is unbelievable.
I just wanted to thank you.
Oh my God.
For the time we've had together.
Thank you, Glenn. This is an incredible gift, and I can't thank you enough for everything. I don't want to become a sobbing mess, so I'm going to stop.
Okay,
but
let's go into a commercial, shall we?
That's awesome. Thank you.
All right. Let me tell you about Patriot Mobile. When your phone buzzes, it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do, connecting you to the people that you care about. Texts from your kids, calls from friends. Strange, phone never buzzes or rings with Stu on the other line, but that's, a different story. But here's the part most people never think about. Your phone company is connected to all kinds of things. Big mobile corporations don't just provide service. They fund causes. They lobby for policies and support agendas with, the money you send them every single month. And a lot of the time, those causes are exact opposite of what you are trying to live by. Patriot Mobile flips that script and you'll get nationwide coverage. You still get competitive pricing. You still get phones that work the way they should, but now your bill is connected to something different. Support for free speech and religious liberty and the Second Amendment and the sanctity of life and all the things that you care deeply about. Your phone already connects you to your world. Patriot Mobile makes sure your money connects you to your values. So go to patriotmobile.com/Beck or call 972-PATRIOT, 972-PATRIOT. Use the promo code Beck for a free month of service. patriotmobile.com/Beck, 972-PATRIOT. Use the promo code Beck. Make the switch today. 10 seconds, station ID.
Atlanta's biggest lineup of conservative voices here on Extra 106.3. The Morning Extra, Glenn Beck program, Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, and the local afternoon show with the Kimmer starting at 3.
Glenn?
Yes.
You gave me a present. I actually got you a little something as well. Now, I do not have the ability maybe to select an amazing watch like you gave me, but I thought I got something that I thought you'd appreciate. And Pat has it here. It's wrapped here. Maybe show over here.
Okay.
So this is something I think you'll like. Again, the only thing I know maybe more than you is sports, so I thought I could get you something cool related to your favorite player, Patrick Mahomes. So signed.
Look at that.
Look at that right there. Look at that. That's incredible. Look at that. Patrick Mahomes signed photo, framed. See him there, Pat? Can you point to him? Can you point to him?
Right there.
Yeah, that's him.
He's right there.
Right there. Now, it is signed by Cooper DeJean after the pick six in the Super Bowl, but you can see Patrick Mahomes.
Can see Patrick Mahomes.
Right there.
Right there.
And,
front, and not exactly center, but right in the front.
Yeah, he's a little off to the side, a little blurry. But he is in the picture.
On Monday, as for people who are signing up for the Torch, somebody's going to win an amazing picture of the Philadelphia Eagles signed by somebody.
You're welcome, Glenn. I hope you appreciated that. Thank you. I can't. Wow, this is incredible.
You know what's weird is, you know what this weekend is? This is something we have tried to erase from everything that we ever knew existed.
What do you mean?
Let me just hold these up. This weekend is Gasparilla weekend.
Oh my gosh.
In Tampa, Florida. We started in Tampa, and true story, is a parade. It's a crazy parade. Crazy. It's like Mardi Gras. Crazy. And the station asked us, WFLA asked us if we could host it. And Jeffy was there, Stu was there, I was there, and we did not want to host it. We were like, no, I don't want to host this thing. And so they made us host it. And so we had a plan. We are going to make the most offensive broadcast that we could possibly come up with. And so we planned, like, we went all the way. We've destroyed all of these tapes. But we made it. We were rating the cheerleaders of the high school bands.
And when you
too
say
many fat ones in this,
you and Jeffy, of course.
I mean, it was horrific, and we knew it, and it was hysterical, but horrific. But we wanted to make sure that they never asked us again. Okay,
that was a mistake.
The exact opposite happened. It became like a really big deal, and then they asked us every year, and thank God for syndication, because I was like, I can't do that anymore. It was horrendous, but this is the anniversary. This is the weekend of Gasparilla in Tampa.
Jeffy joins us here, by the way.
Yeah, I know he changed the subject to Gasparilla. I came in, he was giving away presents. I thought I'd be
Jeffy, I have one for you. It's a signed picture of somebody in the end zone with Patrick Mahomes in the background.
Wow. That's
More in just a second. So let me tell you about Simply Safe. You don't need a news alert to know, the world feels different than it used to. I mean, people are on edge. Crime doesn't always stay somewhere else. And a lot of people are realizing, you just can't assume that everything is going to be, okay, because it always has been. There's a big difference between living in fear and being prepared, but recognizing reality. Simply Safe wants to make it really easy to protect your home without turning your life upside down, and you can set it up all by yourself. No drilling through walls, no pushy salespeople, nobody coming in, no long-term contracts hanging over your head. I hate that. The system watches over your doors and your windows and your rooms. If something triggers it, you're alerted immediately. And professional monitoring can dispatch help fast. If you're living in an apartment or something, you're getting ready to move or whatever, you can take it with you. This is really, really good. And it's not about being paranoid. It's about being prepared, knowing that when you lay your head down at night, when you leave for work or you're gone for a while, everything is going to be okay, and your family is safe as well. And right now, you can get 50% off of any new system this month only. SimplySafe.com/Beck. It ends this weekend. SimplySafe.com/Beck. There is no safe like Simply Safe.
It's my last day today. Please join us on the new venture, PredictableShow.com. And don't forget, GlennBeck.com as well.
If you're looking for strength, capability, and reliability, it starts with Ford. And it starts at Jim Ellis Ford, Sandy Springs.
From the legendary F-150 to the adventure-ready Bronco to the versatile Explorer, Ford builds vehicles designed to handle real life.
And at Jim Ellis Ford, Sandy Springs, you'll find a great selection in stock, competitive pricing, and a buying process that's fast, fair, and straightforward.
No pressure, no confusion, just a transparent experience focused on helping you find the right vehicle.
You can even get started from home. Shop online, value your your trade, schedule a test drive, complete paperwork before you ever step into the showroom.
Or come in and work with a team that respects your time and get you on the road quickly. That's how buying a Ford should feel.
Get started at Jim Ellis Ford, SandySprings.com or stop by the Jim Ellis Ford Sandy Springs showroom, conveniently located at 7555 Roswell Road, just 4 miles north of I-285.
Jim Ellis Ford, Sandy Springs, where you can always expect the best.
Faith, family, freedom. These are the cornerstones of America and the foundation for a successful life. But today, all three are under attack. Crushing debt, out-of-control spending, and reckless policies in Washington are threatening your savings, your retirement, and your future. Hi, this is Glenn Beck. The only financial advisory firm I recommend in Atlanta is Nicholas Wealth Management. David Nicholas and his team believe protecting your money is about more than wealth. It's about defending your faith, your family, and your freedom. If your hard-earned retirement is left exposed to market chaos, higher taxes, or inflation, what happens to the life you've worked so hard to build? For over 20 years, David Nicholas has helped families right here in Atlanta fight back with retirement strategies built to better withstand uncertainty. Call Nicholas Wealth Management today, 404-890-5606, or visit nicholaswealth.com. Aim to safeguard your future today.
Nicholas Wealth is an independent financial services firm that uses a variety of different investment strategies. Glenn Beck is not a client and is paid for his endorsement.
Ready to sell your home fast and for top dollar? Trust Design to Sell. Staging and interior design experts recognized as one of the top 10 staging companies in the nation. From stylish redesigns to full-service staging, Design to Sell creates spaces buyers fall in love with. Faster sales, better offers. That's the power of great design. Call 678-505-1433 or visit homedesign2sell.com and ask for the fan special.
Matt, where does confidence actually come from?
Well, Brooke, most people think it's about faking it or achieving more. But real confidence starts with something simpler, self-awareness.
So how do you know if you're self-aware? And more importantly, how do you increase it?
That's where our image process comes in at howpeopleseeyou.com.
Is that the same process made famous by casting director Sam Christensen from MASH?
Yeah, and today it's helping corporate professionals show up with clarity and authenticity because confidence starts when who you are matches how you're seen. Learn more at howpeopleseeyou.com and sign up for a free preview event. That's howpeopleseeyou.com.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog and our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. Consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards, so you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check him out online at atlturfco.com.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Got a to-do list a mile long? No problem. We've got the ultimate solution, our Handyman for a Day program. Here's how it works. You get a skilled handyman dedicated to knocking out your honey-do list. Paint touch-ups, drywall repairs, door adjustments, and much more, all done in one day. Call us now before the rush for your Handyman for a Day and call us at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. One call, one handyman, one day, the Trusted Toolbox.
You and your buddy. You've been through a lot with each other, the ups and the downs. He's been with you every morning, noon, and night. You've traveled the world together. Heck, he was even with you on your first big date. But have you noticed he's struggling lately? Not performing on the job. He can't even stand up straight anymore. He's wanting to cry out for help, but just doesn't know how. He needs Dr. Dio and Total Body Therapy of Georgia. They can give him the gift of good posture this year, help him stand proud and become all he was meant to be. Now, take him by the hand, look him in the eye and say, I appreciate you, little fella, and we're going to get you some help. We're going to call 404-777-1911. We're going to visit stopmyed.com. We are going to say goodbye to erectile dysfunction forever. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. It's a hard conversation to have, but it's one worth having. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Online at stopmyed.com.
Every day, Americans make choices that shape our country's future, right down to which cell phone provider we support. Here's what most people don't realize. Patriot Mobile is an activist organization funded by selling top-tier cell phone service. And they've been on the front lines defending our freedoms long before it was cool, standing in that gap when others wouldn't. And the best part is, they delivered prioritized premium service on all 3 major U.S. networks, giving you the same or even better coverage, backed by 100% U.S.-based customer support. You're going to get unlimited data plans, mobile hotspots, international roaming, so much, and you'll save money. And when you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're going to help grow a movement that fuels the Christian conservative cause. Every bill you pay helps advance the faith of values, family, and freedom. And switching is easier than ever. Activate in minutes. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Take a stand today. PatriotMobile.com/Beck or call 972-PATRIOT. 972-PATRIOT, promo code Beck. Get a free month of service. PatriotMobile.com/Beck, 972-PATRIOT. Make the switch.
Atlanta's biggest lineup of conservative voices here on Extra 106.3. The Morning Extra, Glenn Beck program, Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, and the local afternoon show with the Kimmer starting at 3.
So I got to tell you, I don't know why we're doing this big thing for Stu today. We're going to get to the news here in a second, but I mean, technically, I'm the one who's gone. You guys are all together still, and I mean,
Oh, that's a good point. Thanks for showing up for my last day. Really appreciate your dedication to our 28-year working relationship. That's great.
Well, it's the only way I can deal with it is you on the other side of the country. That's the way it needs to be done. But Pat is with me, and Stu on his last day. Although Stu and Pat will be filling in, for me, and Stu will be part of the show from time to time.
Nice.
He's doing
I'd love to do that. That's fun. That would be fun.
Well, it's up to Pat because Pat's really in the pole position now. So Pat, I mean, it's up to you.
Pat,
I know
what
you've
do
been
you
dragging
think?
that.
Let me think about it. I'll have to think about it.
Yeah,
I'm just thinking about it.
All right. And there another show that Stu quit on was the Pat and Stu show with Jeffy.
That's not
Thank you.
Right? Is that Jeffy? Am I not right?
Yeah, you are 100%
right?
correct. Yeah. It's a real shame to see Stu go. And now you're saying he's going to be back. I'm not a fan of that.
I feel like the typical radio job averages like 16 months. I last for 28 years, and I got called a quitter on my last day over and over and over again.
Yeah, but you got a 100% certified replica
Pat,
watch.
Yeah, you didn't. By the way, you didn't get this from Jeffy. You didn't buy this from Jeffy because his are knockoffs. You realize he sells knockoffs.
No, they're 100% certified replicas.
Yeah, no, technically I didn't get it from Jeffy. I might have purchased it from Jeffy, but I didn't get it from Jeffy.
Thank you.
So we have a lot of people on the phone. Let me go to Luke in Maine. Hello, Luke. Welcome to the Glenn Beck program.
Hello. I have a quick story about how the good Lord possibly spared my life for 2 Super Bowls, Pat, Stu, Glenn, and a sandwich.
Oh, obviously.
Okay.
Good. You should have known, yeah.
Good setup.
Yeah. Well, in December of 2001, I went through a windshield of a car in a car accident, nearly died. And then a couple months later, in February, the Patriots won a Super Bowl. That night, I was in a rollover in Westville, Virginia, on my way to Kentucky, and Jeffy, actually, Honest Land by Elvis was playing at the time.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
And then years later, the plumber for LL Bean, he got me hooked on your show. That was around 2004. Then fast forward to 2005. Stu actually rigged more on trivia.
Oh, that's false.
Yes.
That is false.
Yes.
I would never do such a thing.
That is absolutely true. Stu used to rig it all the
time. All the time.
What are you talking about?
He would rig it.
All the time.
I wasn't the commissioner.
It for the Eagles and everything.
Well, the commissioner was created because of that.
Yes. Thank you, Jeffy. Anyway, Luke, go ahead with your fine story.
A gentleman by the name of Pat Gray called in and threw a flag, and he called out Stu on that because there were so many smart people calling in on the Philadelphia side.
There's just smart people that are Eagles fans. There's nothing I can do about that.
Right.
If you're smart, you're an
all
Eagles
12
fan.
of them. Who knew all 12 of them in Philadelphia would be able to call on that day?
then somehow it painted the picture that us New Englanders were stupid. But
wow,
that's neither here nor there.
That's just it's wrong.
Yeah,
it's just wrong.
Facts are facts.
It is.
It's wrong then. It's wrong now.
Mm-hmm. Sure is.
Right. America's heard it.
Mm-hmm. And I threw that flag clear from Houston, Texas.
That's right.
So
that's right.
That's an important element. That's how important it was to throw that flag.
Luke, can you bring us to the sandwich and the saving of the life?
Well, Stu made that bet with you, and then you sent him out in Philly with that New England Super Bowl shirt on.
Yeah.
You sent him to the Liberty Bell. He screamed out, "The Liberty Bell is broken, so is the Constitution."
No, I don't think so. Can we play? We actually happen to have the tape. We actually have the tape of this. Can you play the tape of Stu and his punishment? Here he is at the Liberty Bell.
Fix the damn bell! Fix the damn bell! The Constitution sucks!
So it's going to ruin my future political career, that's for sure. Actually, my run in Minnesota probably would
Fix
win.
the damn bell. Was this a separate time from you when you had to, when I put
you actually sent
the
me
steps of...
So the thing was, I wanted to go to the Super Bowl. I was very excited. It was my first Super Bowl, and I thought, I was hoping the Eagles would win. But you said if the Eagles lose, you were going to come back, and I was going to have to be tortured when I came back. So you made me run up the Rocky steps, which, by the way, way too much exercise. That was the first piece of torture. But then at the top, you made me yell with a sign, "Rocky was a loser too," and then I was required
People
to
of
go.
Philadelphia have such a good sense of humor.
Oh, yeah, I didn't
really
almost get murdered at each location. The second one was I went to the Liberty Bell and told them the stupid bell is broken, fix the damn bell. And then the third one was actually maybe the most embarrassing, which is I had to go to, I think it was Gino's Cheesesteaks, and order a hamburger sub with Swiss. And they
don't appreciate
that. No, they don't.
No, they don't make that, and they're not exactly the type that just say, "I'm sorry, sir, we don't serve that."
No, that's not the thing they do. But I got to go see the Super Bowl even though they lost it. So eventually they did wind up winning too. Just to remind
you'll be doing a lot of those things. Let me go to Mike in Illinois on line 6. Hello, Mike.
Good morning, guys. First of all, if you guys ever come to Chicago, let me know. I'll put 20 pounds on you because I'll take you all to good places to eat.
There you go.
That's awesome. All right.
20 pounds, that's one pizza in Chicago.
And it's not deep dish. It's not deep dish. It's tavern thin crust. So forget the deep
Yes, the tavern.
Only one likes deep dishes. Only one who likes deep dish is the Travel Channel. So that's about it. Anyway, Stu, what's up with this? Well, why you gotta do this to us? You gotta leave us. You're leaving us with the pale white guy.
I
mean, that's not a way to talk about Pat or Jeff.
He's going to auger the show down like a Cessna 150 in about 2 weeks. I mean, you're the one that keeps us together here.
Yeah.
I mean, well, why you got to be like that?
I apologize. I will say this though. Yes, he is a very pasty white guy, but he moved to Florida. This guy's going to be George Hamilton in a few weeks. Like this is he is going to look.
I am so riddled with skin cancer. My wife will not let me outside. I look at the sun and she's like, "Get an umbrella." I'm like, "Oh my God."
There was your tanning boards.
That's not happening. Let me go to Cody in Texas. Hello, Cody.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Hey.
Good. How are you?
Dude, you're going to be missed. I'm great. I'm remembering about 25 years ago, you were on a serious phone call with a lady named Jean, and I think you were telling her about a relative that had passed away that was riddled with SIDS. And Stu kept chiming in with the feminine high, and you kept saying her name, and I nearly wrecked my truck listening to that bit. So I don't know, rush it up from the past.
Oh, no, we remember that one quite well. That was one of our favorites as well. I'm surprised anybody else does. I mean, we have been overwhelmed this week with people, online, the insiders, and people have been calling and writing, remembering things that we have done that we have completely, most of it, I swear we never did. I swear we never did.
I'd like to believe we didn't do some of them.
I'd like to believe that. Yeah, right. Yeah,
it's really true. So many people reaching out. It's been really cool to go down that memory lane, if you will, and so many of them are either incredibly embarrassing, really, really funny, or I had just totally forgot that it even happened. You guys have such a great memory compared to us. I don't know. I know yours was drugs, Glenn, but I don't know why I'm having a problem with it.
I mean, they were posting pictures. I saw pictures of Stu and I in the studio falling asleep to Glenn's radio show in 2001.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't think we need to. Let me go to John in Indiana. Hello, John.
Hey, Glenn. Hey, Stu. Hey,
Go, John.
We're really going to miss you here, Stu. But let me tell you, 5 of us got together, threw $10 each into a pool. We wrote down different things of what we thought you were going to do. And then to figure out who was going to be right, had to pull it from the hat. Well, Stu, you lost me $50 because I pulled out of the hat that you were going to do gay porn.
Yeah, I had considered it. There's really, with AI coming in, though, there's just not a future
John,
there,
What's weird is he was going to do it with Don Lemon until Don Lemon was arrested in Los Angeles today.
Yeah, Don's cheating on him with other prisoners.
Yeah. Prisoners of love. Okay. Mark in Virginia.
Hey, guys. Wow, what a bittersweet day. Stu, I just want to know what it's been like to work with Glenn. I notice he changes his image packaging every 2 or 3 months. What is it like to work with a guy who can change on a dime? And Glenn, you're creative. You're like a Michael Landon to me, honest to God. There's so much that flows out of you, and I know you have great people around you. I'm waiting for you to blow up the little city like Michael Landon did. But anyway, I'll never forget, real quick, Don Imus says, I love Glenn Beck, but I'm worried they're going to take him out of 30 Rock in a straitjacket. So what's it been like to work with a guy that might be taken out of the room with a straitjacket, Stu?
It has been everything that Don Imus described. There have been many times I've seen people come up to the door, and I hoped it was an authority figure of some sort to remove Glenn. Unfortunately,
you're leaving too early for that.
Yeah,
wait until after the next election or two.
Oh my gosh, I don't look. I might be leaving, but I will say this: I don't. It's going to be a very interesting next few years trying to figure all this stuff out, man. We are going to be on fire. I hope this, it's what Glenn always says to me when we go to the break and we're just like, God, what is going to happen? And he goes, the way I always look at it is, it's going to be really interesting to see how this all plays out. And if you kind of just think of it that way, you're right.
You're okay.
It's just like kind of a movie that we're all watching. Everything, wow, that was an interesting movie.
Disassociate yourself.
Disassociate. Yeah. It's like a rock action film,
Yeah.
You're just like, oh, gosh, you'll probably save the day. Who knows, Let's hope, boys and girls.
Yeah. Little less optimistic than a rock action film that the ending's going to work out the right way.
Of course, the wolf has wings.
Yeah, of course the wolf has. Yes, exactly.
The wolf has.
All right, back with more in a second. Let me tell you about the Byrna launcher. I want you to be able to protect yourself and your family. The Byrna launcher is a great way to do it. You just refuse to be helpless, but understand also that using lethal force is a line you never want to cross unless there's absolutely no other choice and you're prepared for it. Most people say, I carry a gun, but have you gone to the range? Are you good at it? Byrna is a less lethal self-defense tool. It fires powerful kinetic and pepper and tear gas projectiles, and it's designed to stop a threat without permanently ending a life. It gives you distance, it gives you control, it gives you an option between shouting and shooting, and the compact launcher makes it even more practical. I mean, in today's world, with what we're seeing, we talked earlier about what Tim Walz said. Tim Walz is now, this is insane, saying that this is either Fort Sumter or John Brown. Either way, that puts him in either a Confederate role or a violent extremist. Not good, Tim. But you have to figure that one out. The guy doesn't even know our own history. Anyway, you want to make sure that you are safe, your family is safe. My kids carry it in a backpack. My wife has it in her purse. We have a glove box. Everybody in my family over 20 has one, or over 18 has a Byrna launcher. You can get yours now. You can even try before you buy at a Sportsman's Warehouse. Find the location near you at Byrna, BYRNA.com/Glenn. That's Byrna.com/Glenn.
Likes aren't love. Retweets aren't showing up. Real people still matter. Glenn Beck, back in a moment.
Glenn Beck is on. Live, local, and bigger than ever, and still growing every day. This is your voice from your community. Extra 106.3 FM. It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Well, hello, it's the Talkmaster, your hybrid human AI with some numbers that might be interesting to you. It's about illegal aliens, criminal illegal aliens. That's redundant, by the way. But just start out with this. Criminal illegal aliens commit crimes way out of proportion to their percentage of our population, but then that makes sense, doesn't it? Because they already committed a crime coming to this country and staying in this country. You want some numbers? Got them. Just in New York, 50,800 people in New York prisons, 32,000 more in cities, counties, whatever. In New York City jails and prisons, 7,113 illegals. They have committed 148 killings, 717 assaults, 106 robberies, 235 drug offenses, 152 weapons, 200 sexual attacks. That in spite of the fact that New York has released almost 7,000 criminal illegal aliens that were on detainers just this year. And these figures are probably underreported. The cost to the good people of New York, overtaxed anyway